Yo, what's up? It's gonna be the set review. Be happening right here. It's gonna give it a few minutes. Let people show up. Go ahead and fast forward if you're watching it on a VOD later. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh my god. Pop Tart. Pop Tart.
Hello?
You put the wrong set name. It's Core 2021.
What do you mean?
Look at the screen.
Exit out of the
Look above your.
presentation.
Huh?
Pop out of the presentation. Press escape.
What the fuck? It says 21 there.
I think you're just saying things, Kyle. I don't know.
You changed it?
Maybe.
Okay, that was easy enough. I'm not going to restart the stream for that. I'm not going to wait too much longer for people to show up either. I thought Geo said he was like taking off work for this. He donated. Alpilism's supposed to be. They told me what time to start it. They're not here, so. Opa, I don't think he's supposed to raid me. I thought he wanted people to go to his thing. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to get all my ducks in a row here. Still. Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean, Pugtini? Again, the only people I wanted to wait for were Alpilism and Geo because they picked the time. But I need to come on a little bit early so people can get here, I guess. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to coordinate it. Why do I have this open twice? I haven't started anything, Pugtini. What do you mean? I'm giving a few minutes. I'm not ready to start myself yet. I don't even know. Pop Tart probably ran away again.
I'm here. Hello.
He says he's here. All right, Alpilism's here. That's good. I'm gonna start it very soon. I'm gonna go take a piss or something first. I'm moving. You can't see it because all you see is my screen, but I am moving stuff around on my other screen. I'm not just sitting here doing nothing. All right. I mean, this thing's gonna be slow to start, anyways. All right, Pop Tart, are you here?
Hello.
Really?
Hmm?
We're supposed to be at the same volume. I mean, aren't you talking like real low, or did I mess my headphones up?
What happened?
Say some things, man.
Oh, things that are happy and cheery.
All right, I guess that's fine. I just turned my volume up. Okay, so we're going to start. It's mostly going to be me for a minute. So just to let you know, Pop Tart Kitten is here. He's going to be helping me out. He did some stuff on the back end. And, I would have been willing to do like some little half-ass set review myself, but for people that want to play a game and hear this in the background, stuff like that, I'm not willing to read every card. So Pop Tart has a great reading voice.
Do I?
Giggle for him, Pop Tart.
I can't just giggle on command. Haha, hee hee, tee hee.
Yeah, he could do better than that. Anyways, that's Pop Tart. And I'll probably mention this a few times because I know he won't, but any sort of bits I get or any kind of donations to the PayPal or whatever, I'm splitting with him for this stream or whatever. We've already got some. He's getting something. I wasn't gonna let him do it for nothing. But okay. So one thing I wanted to start off with, and this is almost more for me than anything else, but you get this off of here. Find it here. Damn it. I want to just take a look at the removal. And Pop Tart, you don't need to read these. You'll read them later when I review them. But
Okay.
really, I just feel like taking a peek at some of the removal. And I don't think I put the mythic ones on here, but just getting a look at it and kind of can help me get a feel for how to rate the creatures. I don't know what he's talking about. Anyways, so I'm not going to do, I might give some things a letter grade, okay? But I'm not going to focus too much on a letter grade necessarily. And it's, when I say this, I mean it one way, not the other. I don't want somebody to go back on me and be like, oh, you gave this a C, but isn't this card better or whatever? And I don't mean it like, if you come back in a week or 2 weeks and say, oh, you like this card, but it sucks, I own up to that, no big deal. This is a prediction, can't get it all right. But if I were to give Meteorite a C, and then go and say Silent Dart, I think is a C minus, and you're like, you really like Meteorite more than Silent, you know what I mean? I don't want to remember everything I said. Like, it's just kind of general guidelines. If somebody wants to take a spreadsheet, Geo, you're probably joking, but I don't care if somebody wants to write them all down. And I doubt I give every card a letter grade, but I might, throw some out there to give approximations of stuff. Also, it would be helpful if, I guess I can go back and look at how many bits were donated, but that would be helpful too if that was kept track of somehow. But thank you, Alpilism. So anyways, that's kind of how I'm going to be doing things. I'll be talking about the cards. And the way I would do my ratings and my letter grades also it's going to be done as if the card is good in your deck. Like, except for pick one, pack one situation, especially a card that I'm going to rate like a B or a C, you're not going to be first picking it anyways. So some people will be like, okay, I think in the right deck, like this card is a B, but it's narrow, so I need to grade it as a C minus. I think that's the wrong way to go about it, in my opinion. My opinion, is going to be like talking about the card in the spot it's good for, and I'll mention what spot it's good for. I may not, Alpinism. I don't know exactly. So that's basically my take on it and how I'm going to be doing it and talking about it. So again, I don't need to analyze any of this. It's just here kind of for me to get a look at on some of the removal. When I glanced through it, it didn't seem like there was a ton. I mean, black has a lot. And this may not be a removal, but this is, I think, a really important card. The Skeleton Archer. I think you need to know about cards like this. I didn't put Sky Scanner on the removal, but it also punishes one toughness. I think stuff like this is more important to have in mind when you're looking at cards, even than like a Finishing Glow or something. Yeah, Spoon. I'm not going to have any notifications, I guess, for that, actually, unfortunately, because this is on a whole new scene. It's not showing up in my manager. I could just check my PayPal, I guess. You did the donation button? That's awesome. Let me just check. It's important enough to check and I can keep it up too to see when other people do a donation, Because I did make a new scene and I don't know how to set up notifications. I'm clueless. I'm looking right now. Yes, I did get it. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Anyone who does donate through the donation link, it's not going to be a notification, and I'm not even sure if it'll show up in my thing, but I can certainly check, and I'll certainly see them all. Unfortunately, I guess it won't pop up. I didn't think about that part. But I have no idea how to set that up. Okay. So this just gives me kind of a picture of the black removal, which is kind of plentiful. Not much in blue. Not much in green. This one's a rare even. Lot. You could see what colors got some removal, huh? I thought this was good enough to think about too when thinking about things. The Pittsburgh Devil. And then white has a few things. Now they're not premium, a lot of them, but it's got some stuff. So that is that. I can be done with that whole presentation. That was a little shorter than what I thought. So I'm going to run a quick ad by you for anyone who's here. We're going to run a quick ad real quick. Hello. For those of you who don't know who I am, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Kyle Rose. Shit. This doesn't work, does it? Because I'm playing stuff through my headphones. You guys couldn't hear any of that, could you? You could hear it? Okay. I couldn't hear it good, but fine. I'll play it. That's fine. Hello. For those of you who don't know who I am, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Kyle Rose. Formerly, I'm a Pro Tour champion, and currently I'm a limited streamer on Twitch. And I want to let it be known that I'm going to start offering coaching for drafting. This coaching is going to be priced at $75 an hour, and I know that's not for everyone. Stream's always going to be free. Learn a lot there by watching that as well. But this is for high-end, dedicated, one-on-one coaching. And if you want to fast-track your limited skills, this is a great option. Just give you an idea what the coaching is going to be like. I am particularly good at spotting leaks in your play and noticing patterns. So rather than just saying, hey, don't do this, do that, I want to help you focus on why you're making these mistakes and improve your thought process during the gameplay. My biggest strength, though, I think, is understanding how to draft decks and what cards work best with each other. Drafting is very dynamic, and each draft is very different than the other. So I want to teach you to identify exactly what your draft decks are trying to accomplish, not just give you some kind of generic pick order or list of card grades. If you can learn to think about Magic this way, it's going to drastically improve your drafting skills. I know everybody's at different places in their drafting, and I do want to tailor these sessions to your needs. But just to get started, get to know you, I have 2 starter packages that I'm going to offer. Option 1 is going to be a 2-hour package where we draft together, analyze all your draft picks, analyze your play, and point out some of the more obvious holes in your drafting and your gameplay. Second option will be a 1-hour draft review. There you'll send me a recording of a draft you did yourself, and we'll go over the same stuff. You'll get the same tips. I've got lots of experience on Arena and Magic Online. I can easily coach on either platform. And unlike today's pros, all of my focus is on drafting. So I'm always kept up and current. So I got some screenshots to show you, just kind of show you some of my accomplishments recently. Over here, currently Mythic number 1 with the win-loss record down there. Here I'm Mythic 1 and 2 limited at the same time on 2 different accounts. I got Mythic 1 over here, and I decided I'd try to pass myself. So I got Mythic 1 and 2 at the same time. It's a little constructed action, and Mythic 1 limited and 2 constructed. I won't be coaching that, but I still know what's up if I need to. Here I'm Mythic number 1 as well as Trophy Leader on Magic Online at the same time. Pretty good. And here we have a big 10 draft win streak I went on. So 30 matches in a row, rating at 2010. And I've got the rating up to over 2,000 pretty much in each of the last recent sets. So that's pretty good. It's hard to do. So if you're still here, if you're interested, for now, contact me on either Twitter or Twitch. I am TheHamTV on both of those. And thank you for watching, and hope to hear from you soon. All right. So that's my one time doing that. Now, hopefully people will see this for months and months and years to come. But I would like to point out that I do love core sets. And I think core sets have a lot that you can learn from. I think that they're not just simple, and there's a lot to them, but they can teach the fundamental concepts really well. So anyone who's watching this, core set is a good time to start on any coaching, I think, whether it's me or someone else. I think that as long as you're getting taught the right way, that I think core set can teach the fundamentals of draft really well. So without further ado, Pop-Tart, are you here?
Hi.
Did I fuck my volume up again? I'm supposed to be a poker player, but I don't play that much. All right, Pop-Tart.
Hello?
Okay.
Hi.
We're gonna start. We're gonna start with the gold cards. Like other people have done before in set reviews I've watched. I think it can give you an idea of what the archetypes are trying to do. That being said, the first few are kind of just random. They're not the uncommon ones. There's one for each color pair that's uncommon that kind of points you in a direction. So like this card just kind of is here. There's a few of them like this. All right, Pop-Tart, let's go.
You mean to read it?
No, I figure you'll just take a sip of your drink and sit there and act stupid. Yeah, I want you to read it.
Oh, okay. Niambi Esteemed Speaker. 1 white, 1 blue. She's a flash 2/1 critter, and when she enters the battlefield, you may return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. If you do, you may gain life equal to that creature's converted mana cost. And you can pay 1, a colorless, a 1, a white, and a blue, discard a legendary card, and draw 2 cards.
This card's fine. You'll play it if you're blue-white. It's 2/1 flash that you can bounce one of your creatures, save it. If they try to remove it, gain some life and erase. I don't think the discard thing's going to be very relevant. It's probably was made more for constructed, where may not be any good either. Who knows?
Sanctum of All. It'll be one of each color. It's a legendary enchantment shrine. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may search your library and/or graveyard for a shrine card and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle it. If an ability of another shrine you control triggers, while you control 6 or more shrines, that ability triggers an additional time.
This sucks. Don't play it.
Oh,
Someone will show me a screenshot or whatever. Oh, you were wrong. Look at this. But no one's going to show me the screenshots of every time they tried to play it and got their ass kicked. So I don't think you should be doing this. It's not a whole lot of mana fixing for this. It's just pretty stupid, honestly. Yeah.
Radha, Heart of Keld. One colorless, a red and a green. She's a legendary creature elf warrior. As long as your turn, Radha, Heart of Keld has first strike. You may look at the top of your library at any time, and you may play lands from the top of your library. You can pay 4 and 1 red and 1 green to give her +X until end of turn. X is the number of lands you control.
This card's awesome, man. I mean, it's powerful. Just I don't think it's like a synergy type card. It's just a real powerful card on rate. You know, I don't think red green looks like the best color pair, but I would like to hope that if I open this card, I wouldn't want to take just some generic common over it. I think if that's the case, that the format, is a little bit lacking. But that's certainly that kind of thing has happened in the past because this card should be awesome. As long as green red is decent, and you could splash it as well. All right, now we're on to the uncommons, the signature cards for each archetype. Hit them with it, Pop Tart.
Okay, bet. Alpine Houndmaster. 1 red, 1 white. When Alpine Houndmaster enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a card named Alpine Watchdog and/or a card named Igneous Cur. Reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle your library. Whenever it attacks, it gets +X/+0 to end of turn, where X is the number of other attacking creatures. It's a 2/2 human warrior.
Yeah, this guy's nice. I like him. I wouldn't mind taking it early and trying to just prioritize Boros. There's not a whole lot of cards that make tokens and go wide. I feel like that might be for a reason. I feel like it's like that would be pretty powerful in this set, particularly with the power level of stuff I saw. I do also think that there might be a slight prowess theme in red white, and cards like Crash Through and Burn Bright, especially in combination with each other, and especially when you're fetching the pumpable creature and stuff with the Crash Through. I think this card is going to be very, very good and worth picking up early. And even if you don't get a lot of things, it still can attack. It's like a 4/2 or something a little bit later in the game. So, okay, yeah, the targets, sure. This fella right here is a 2/2 vigilance for 2, and this fella right here is a 1/2
For 2.
fire breathing for 2. He fire breathes for a red and a colorless. We'll go over them when we get to them. That is possibly a problem though with this card that I didn't think of.
Oops.
But yeah, he gets 2 drops, so you could get them both. So if you play him on turn 2, you can get both these fuckers, and then turn 3, if you have a 3 drop, play that. Turn 4, boom boom, and take it from there. So I think he's really good.
Conclave Mentor. 1 green, 1 white. She is a centaur cleric. If 1 or more +1 counters would be put on a creature you control, that many +1/+1 counters are put on that creature instead. When Conclave Mentor dies, you gain life equal to its power.
So yeah, I'm certainly not going to give any of these like a letter grade. I mean, they go in completely different decks. Like you can just kind of figure out if you're in the deck, this is going to be better than most any common. Like if you're already green white or whatever, or most any card probably. If it's early in the pack, just kind of evaluate if you want to go this way, or if there's you want to take the Scorching Dragonfire type card or whatever removal type spell instead. These are going to tend to be some of the better cards in the pack. This one's no different. There's a lot of counters in the set. I think that's exactly what green white wants to do. I think green white wants to be as aggressive as possible. I don't want to spoil too much about what I think about green right now, so I'll just put it like that. This is a desirable card in green white for sure. It's
Kyle,
exactly what
you
that
never
deck's
like
trying to
green though. You hate it.
do. Well, we'll get to green.
Okay.
It's the last one, I believe.
Direfleet Warmonger. One colorless, a black and a red. They're an orc pirate. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, it'll get +2/+2 and trample to end of turn. It's a 3/3.
This one, I think, if you are black red, it's certainly going to be better than most things. I'm a little concerned. There's not a whole lot of sacrifice synergies. There's a few things. It hits hard. It's aggressive, but I don't find the black cards to be all that aggressive. So I'm not as sold on this one as some of the other ones. I would say. I would probably take it less earlier rather than just try to go all in on it or something. But it's certainly going to be good in that deck.
Experimental Overload. 2, a blue and a red. Create an XX blue and red weird creature token. Rex is the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. Then you return an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Exile it.
I don't understand this card. I don't think it's very good. You guys should just pass it to me all the time. This is one of my favorite cards in the set. I love it. Not as good as Zenith Flare, but I think that a lot of the 1-mana card draw spells are kind of going to act as 1-mana cyclers kind of did in a way. I think you'll have to take those cards kind of highly, and this card is like your big payoff. This thing is it can just be a 2/2 that gets a removal spell back, and it could also just be a 7/7 on turn 5 or something. Maybe not quite that good, but a 5/5 or something. Tormenting Voice away something like. I love this card. It's exactly what I like to do in draft, and I also think it's just really, really good.
Indulging Patrician. 1, a white and a black. They're a vampire noble. They have flying, lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, each opponent loses 3 life. It's a 1/4.
Again, all these cards are good. This one may be a little unassuming. I'm not sure to most people, but it's super strong. I mean, 1/4 flying for 3. It's life link. The gaining life is more than the dealing damage. I think in a black white deck a lot of times. I don't think black white's super aggressive. And then you're going to trigger it a decent amount. It'll finish a game kind of fast too. It's good early. It's good late. I think at first I looked at it, so maybe some other people will be the same way. It didn't look awesome to me, but like the more I think about it, I think it's going to play out great. And it's exactly what you want to do in black white. Most of these cards are for their color pairs.
Leafkin Avenger. 2, a red and a green. It's an elemental druid, and you can tap it to add green for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. You can pay 7 a red, and it'll deal damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. It's a 4/3. Wow.
All right, so this will give me a good chance to shit on green a little bit. So this card's fine. It's good. It's exactly what I don't want to be doing, which is ramping with my 4-drop and trying to set up like a stalled board or whatever. And if that's what red green's trying to do, I don't like it very much. Now, the reason I'm going to shit on green is the following. This card is trying to do the exact opposite thing of what the green-white uncommon is trying to do. I forget its name. The 2-drop that adds counters. That card wants to go in an aggressive deck, super aggressive. And this deck wants to ramp and sit around and look stupid. So you got a color that's split right down the middle on what it's trying to do. You look at the red cards, fire. They're aggressive. You look at the green cards, they don't know what the fuck they want to do.
Aww.
So I'm not saying this card's bad. It has a home, I'm sure. It's probably quite good. But green as itself is confused. Green don't know what it's doing.
Lore Scale Coatl. It's a green, a blue, and a colorless. It's a snake, and whenever you draw a card, put a 1/1 counter on it. It's a 2/2. Wow.
This card is just a really good rate, high statted. You know, it's going to attack as a 3/3 at the very worst, even if you draw it in the late game. It's on theme with green blue. Green blue cares about drawing cards. It's another thing green cares about, I guess. Green cares about a lot of things. I'm not as high on this as other people probably are. It can get out of control. There's not a whole lot of removal that punishes it. You know, the red ones do. But if you're playing against, like, you know, I can't even come up with something. Another green deck, they're going to be in a lot of trouble because green don't have shit for removal. I mean, this guy's good. He's going to run away with some games for sure. And otherwise, he's going to be, you know, 3/3 for 3, 4/4 for 3 a little bit later on. And then, you know, you can block it or whatever. But I'm probably lower on this than most people. It's going to be fun when it goes off, but I'm not wild about drafting around this thing.
Obsessive Stitcher. 1 colorless, a blue, and a black. They're a human wizard. You can tap it to draw a card and discard a card. Then you can pay 2, a blue and a black, to sacrifice it, and return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a 0/3.
I think it's a very solid card. I think it's a good representation of what blue black wants to do. You know, wants to be controlling, wants to reanimate stuff probably to win. You know, the one thing this card doesn't do is stop aggression. You know, I mean, you play it on turn 3, it's probably not blocking much. If it is, there's a lot of combat tricks, so it's probably just going to get, you know, somebody spends 1 mana and runs it over. But in certain matchups, it's just going to be amazing. You know, a free looter is always really good, free to use. But I don't think it's going to help you stabilize. It may not be the best turn 3 play. I think if you start doing this stuff, you may not want to be just like a combo deck, but this just more of a value card in that deck, perhaps. But it's certainly really good. I wouldn't mind taking it early, drafting blue black because I had it.
Twin Blade Assassins. 3, a green and a black. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, draw a card. It's a 5/4.
Yeah, so I mean, green black has this like dying triggers matter theme, I guess. It seems, you know, the least synergistic of all, I would say, like where your cards are mostly just generically powerful on their own in green black. You play your green creatures, you play your black removal, you might have a few things. So this isn't some kind of like draft around card. This just the game you play drafts around this. You know, this is very solid. It's a really good card. You could play it after combat too. You don't have to play it before, so you can attack and trade and then play this to draw a card or whatever. You know, it's really good. I don't desire green black at all as a color pair to draft, but if I were drafting it for whatever reason, I think you would just be looking for the most powerful cards in the colors, rather than the card. I think the card values will differentiate less in green black than other colors. Like if you had to draft based on a tier list, green black might be the best one to do it in because you're not like really shifting the value of the cards too much based on what you have. I think and this guy's good. You know, I don't have a letter grade for him or anything, but it's a good card.
Watcher of the Spears. 1 white, 1 blue. They're a bird wizard with flying, and creature spells with flying you cast cost 1 colorless less to cast. Whenever another creature with flying enters the battlefield under your control, it'll get +1/+1 till end of turn. It's a 2/2.
Good card. At first saw it, and I was like, man, this might be the best one. The more I think about it, less enthused I am. I mean, blue white wants to be flyers. You know, you'll always play this card or whatever, but if you don't draw it, you know, on turn 2, it's nothing too special. And if you do, you still have to have. It takes a real specific opening hand, I think, to like really get this thing doing its max. I do think it's a real specific card that not a lot of people are going to want. So if there's any of them you might get, you know, sometimes you're going to get 2 or 3 of these. It's not going to happen often, but when you do that and you can count on having one in your opening hand, it's going to be awesome. But yeah, this to me is it's going to pay off less often. I guess. Most of the other ones are more good at any point in the game, and this one seems like a little bit more specific. All right, now we're at the cards,
So,
not the gold ones.
uh-oh.
So we're doing white now.
Oh, yes, me. Baz-
We are doing white.
yes. Basri Ket, one colorless, double white. Legendary Planeswalker, Basri. You can plus up the loyalty by 1 to put a 1/1 counter in target creature. It gains indestructible until end of turn. You can minus loyalty by 2. Whenever one or more non-token creatures attack this turn, create that many 1/1 white soldier creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. And for the ultimate, -6, you get an album. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Then put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. It starts with 3 loyalty. Bam.
I mean, there's not much to say. This card's really, really good. Draw it early, it might just run right away with the game. I like that the indestructible. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. I thought it said until end of your next turn. You draw this thing late game, like it might just be an expensive way to put counters on stuff. I think this Planeswalker, while it's really good, is one of those that like when you cast it on curve, it's going to feel unbeatable. And then other times you draw it and they're going to have a flyer out or whatever, and it's like gains you some life and puts a couple counters on things. It's still fine for 3 mana, but it's not going to just like blast the game right over. So yeah, this is the thing about this. Unless you open a weird pack with a foil, I mean, you're going to take this thing, pick one, pack one, or whatever. I'm not going to say, I don't think there's going to be uncommons or whatever that like you want over it. So I don't need to give it a letter grade and rate it, and I don't need somebody going, oh, but you said this was worse than Baneslayer. I think it's better. It doesn't matter. That's never going to matter. So that's the way I feel about stuff like that. Great card.
Mangara the Diplomat. 3 and a white, legendary creature, human cleric. Lifelink, whenever an opponent attacks with creatures, if 2 or more of those or creatures are attacking you, and or planeswalkers you control, draw a card. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, draw a card. 2/4.
I love this card as well. I mean, I think you're going to take it early. Again, better than anything else in the pack. If you're really, really aggressive, it's going to be worse in your deck. But I still think you probably would just take it. Yeah, I can't imagine not wanting this card in a deck that can cast it. I think it's better than Basri. I could be wrong, but it doesn't really matter.
Baneslayer Angel. 3 and double white. It's an angel with flying, first strike, lifelink protection from demons and from dragons, and it's a 5/5.
Great, super solid. Going to take it out of the pack every time. It gets the letter grade of whatever is better than every other card in the pack, unless there's some kind of double mythic pack, which for the arena players can't happen anyways. So S tier, A tier, whatever tier you want to give it.
Holy
Super
shit.
good. What?
That's insane. That's like S tier and A tier. Wow.
Get your tiers here, whatever you want to put it at. I don't need to rank like the best rare versus the other best rare. Now we're speaking of rares, we're on to the regular rares now.
Basri's Lieutenant. 3 and a white. It's a human knight with vigilance, protection from multicolored. When Basri's Lieutenant enters the battlefield, put on 1/1 counter on target creature you control. When Basri's Lieutenant or another creature you control dies, if it had a +1/+1 counter on it, create a 2/2 white knight creature token with vigilance. It's a 3/4.
Yeah, again, I mean, this to me, from what I can remember, and I'll bring it up later if I find an uncommon in whatever color that I think is better than some of these rares I'm saying this about. But like, I can't imagine not picking it. If you're white, I can't imagine picking anything over it. And if it's pick one, pack one, I can't imagine picking anything over it. It's at worst, if you have nothing else, it's a 4 or 5 for 4 that when it dies is going to give you a 2/2. And that's the worst. It's also vigilant 4 or 5 if you put the counter on it. Protection from multicolor, which there wasn't a lot of multicolor removal. That probably won't do a whole lot. There's not that many multicolor cards, but like it's just stupid for draft. Not that it's unbeatable, but it's just going to be like the best card in the pack or whatever. It's not going to be much to it. You don't want to like switch for it in pack two. It doesn't just like win the game on its own like a Baneslayer would, but it's just a great rate and it's good value. It's just a monster card. So again, whatever letter you want to give that's makes it worse than the mythics, but better than everything else that would be irrelevant, you can assign that to it.
Containment Priest. 1 and a white. It's a human cleric with flash. If a non-token creature entered the battlefield and it wasn't cast, exile it instead. It's a 2/2.
Finally, something that's not just a ham slam pick. This is obviously a reprint for Constructed. It's still going to be fine. Like there's, you'll play it in your white deck, I think, and if you have other tribal synergies or enough other 2 drops that don't want this, like if you have a dog theme with a lot of dog 2 drops, maybe you cut it. But I mean, a 2/2 flash for 2, I think most of your white decks will play it. I guess you would draft it at a C level, something like that. I would never be mad about putting this in my deck if it was my, 5th 2 drop or whatever number is desirable for the situation. But it's certainly nothing you want to pick first unless you're a money drafter.
Glorious Anthem. 1 and double white. It's an enchantment that buffs all your creatures by +1/+1.
Yeah, I could be wrong about this, but I'd give it like an A. I mean, I think it's going to be better than. I'm less sure about it than the other ones I've said. But I think this is going to just be, going to just be better than the uncommons and commons and stuff. Again, you're not going to switch into it. And if you're some kind of white control deck, which I don't really think is what white wants to be doing too much, it wouldn't be as good. But like white black with the lifelink creatures really strong there. It's almost like giving it +2 or something because you're gaining life. White green wants it. White red, like everything really wants it. I think it's just going to be an A type card.
Idol of Endurance. 2 and a white. It's an artifact. When it enters the battlefield, exile all creatures with converted mana cost 3 or less from your graveyard until it leaves the battlefield. You can pay 1 and a white and tap it until end of turn. You may cast a creature spell from among cards exiled with Idol of Endurance without paying its mana cost.
I don't really like this card. It'll be good some of the time for sure. I'm sure there'll be some decks it's really good in. I don't think it's worth taking early and drafting around it. I mean, if you don't have 3 or more things in your graveyard, you're better off just playing like a soul salvage type card that returns 2 creatures. And this is a lot of hoops to jump through to get, some small things back. You fill your graveyard up with enough of them though, and like some kind of little sacrifice deck or something, I can see it doing stuff, but I got it, as a once in a while card that when you play it, if you play it responsibly, would probably play as like a B- type card. But I think it'll get played way too much. I think it'll suck most of the time. And I would not draft it early at all. I would rate it. Not that I like to rate things based on how narrow they are, but this one's so narrow that, I would draft it more like a D or something. I would look to get it, 8th, 9th pick when there's nothing else.
Oh shit! So I was looking at my dog. 9 lives, 1 in double white. It's an enchantment with hexproof. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent that damage and put an incarnation counter on 9 lives. When there are 9 or more incarnation counters on 9 lives, when it leaves the battlefield, you lose the game.
All right, Pop Tart, how cute is this card?
I mean, it's pretty adorable. It's like the scene from Lion King where they had like all like the family members, and they were like, "Dude, don't do that," and he's like, "Okay, I won't." but then he did
Do
it.
any cards? Do any cards we've reviewed yet come close to cuteness to this one?
Not yet, but there are
No,
some ones
nothing
that
that
top
comes to
it.
mind.
Yeah,
Okay, fair enough. Let us know when we get to them.
no.
No, I don't like this card very much. I've seen this card. It's a tough one to call. I've played with similar cards. There was one that like turned damage into infect or something that kind of did the same thing as this in theory, and it was okay sometimes. Kind of more of a sideboard card. I feel like I think this is probably a little bit better against decks that want to hit hard with one thing rather than hit you with a lot of little things. But again, if you are playing against a deck that's hitting you with a lot of little things, it's a little easier to stabilize and like pick them off as they're coming at you. The card's okay. I don't think a lot of decks want it. I think maybe white black or white blue, or maybe you could sideboard. I could see like a white green deck sideboarding this in against like a red aggro deck and like trying to turtle up a little bit more, and it being really hard to beat. So I mean, I'm never going to pick it early. I don't think, unless I tend to think that a white blue control or like a white black is like one of the best archetypes. I would give it in a deck that wants it. I think I'd rate it around like a B minus or something. B is in boy. I could be wrong. It might be awesome in some decks. It might just totally suck. But I think, you know, some of your blue white decks will want it. I think all of your black white decks could pretty much play it, unless you're really aggressive. But yeah, this is a tough one to call without playing with it.
Pack leader, 1 and a white. It's a dog, and other dogs you control get +1/+1. Whenever it attacks, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn to dogs you control. It's a 2/2.
Yeah, this to me is close to, is it going to be better than all the commons and uncommons and stuff? It's a 2/2 that attacks as indestructible, basically, which, is pretty nice. You put a counter or something on it, or enchant it with something. It's going to be really hard to deal with in combat. Like a green deck's just never going to block this if you pump it. And then if you have some other dogs, it only gets better and better. I mean, I think if white is good as a color, that this is probably going to be better than the better removal spells at common and uncommon. And that's my guess. If you're already white and you're not super aggressive in pack 3, do you want to take that Faith Fetters over it or something? Yeah, maybe so. But I think early in the draft, this probably has enough upside to grab it. Feel like a B plus or something like that.
Ruined Halo, double white. It's an enchantment, and when it enters the battlefield, choose a card name. You have protection from the chosen card name.
Card's narrow. It only wanted in a controlling deck. And I think it's going to beat me down because I really like this red common that makes 2/1/1 tokens, and it shuts both of them down. And if you play, I think you can name tokens, or can you not actually? Oh, you know what? You can't name tokens, can you? They don't have a card name. Take that back. This is a removal spell then for a creature, basically, that the creature can still block. If they happen to have 2 of the same thing, 3 of the same thing, maybe get a little card advantage out of it. I think it's like a 5th, 6th pick for a black, white, or white blue deck. Someone in the chat is saying you can name Goblin Wizard, which might be what it is. So if that's true, it's really good against that card because I've been having a lot of decks that I simulate that have several of that card, and it makes 2 tokens. So if you can play one of these and shut off both the tokens of a 4-mana card and potential other copies of it, then that would be a Monkus for me.
Monkus.
But yeah, I think it's fine in a deck that wants it, which, like I said, are maybe half the white decks.
Speaker of the Heavens, 1 white. It's a human cleric with vigilance and lifelink. You can tap it to create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying, but you can only activate this ability If you have at least 7 more life than your starting life total, and only anytime you could cast a sorcery, it's a 1/1.
I mean, I looked at this and I thought it was awful. Then I talked to some other people, and it pretty much convinced me that I think I like it. Especially if you're white and you're kind of aggressive, you kind of want all your cards to be good in your opening hand. So yeah, this card's going to be best in your opening hand. But if you kind of build your deck with that in mind, that like you want all low drops, there's not going to be, if you're succeeding, there's not going to be a time you draw this in the super late game and it's not doing much. Also, it feels like if you do get to activate this once, they're not going to have that much of a board, I feel like, if you're at 7 more life. Like, you've been pretty stable the whole time if you're able to activate it. Like, unless you just attack once and, like, cast 2 Revitalizes and have no board, then this might not be the case. But in general, I think if you're able to activate this, you've got a pretty stable board. And now you've got a pretty stable board with a 4/4 White Angel token. So I feel like once you activate this once, you're going to be able to keep on cranking them out. So again, I don't think this is some kind of super bomb or anything. I would definitely take, removal spell, good removal spell over it. But I do think it's cards you want to play, especially in white black. And, maybe your white green decks as well that want to get on the board early. I don't think you just want to toss it in like a white blue flying deck or something, But yeah, I think it's got a home. It's pretty good.
Kyle, you hooked me. You said you would tell me what my friends in chat are saying, but I don't know what they're saying.
I'm not reading the chat that much. No one, they're talking about the cards. They're not really talking about you. You can, if you have a way to open the chat, you can do it.
Oh, that's fine.
You're really not missing
I
much.
just missed them. Angelic Ascension, 1 and a white. It's an instant. You can exile target creature or planeswalker. Its controller creates a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying.
I'm likely to be a lot lower on this than most people that rate cards. I never want to do this to my opponents permanent, like no matter what it is. It's some sort of a catch-all to an Ugin or something, but I mean, you'd have to be way far ahead to not be buried by that anyways if you did this. I understand it's an instant and you can like do it on a creature when they remove it, or like maybe I'm never going to do this early. I'm not going to play a 1/1 and cast this. So if I draw it early in the game, it's basically going to be a mulligan. That's going to make me keep 2 mana up for the whole game and hope to snipe something. If you got them on a 2-turn clock into your turn, make a 4/4 when you're tapped out, hope it gets there. I can see it. But for me, I'm rating this card almost as if I would rate, target creature gets +2/+2 and flying. And sometimes it can, which is, it's a card you can play for sure. I rate it maybe like a C+ type card. Something like that, something along those lines. Don't, you can come back and tell me it's awesome after you play with it, but don't come back and tell me I rated a C+ with something that's worse a B. I'm just kind of guessing. I don't love the card though, but I think it's fine.
Aven Gagglemaster, 3 and double white.
All right, hold on a second. Somebody made a good point. What about a surprise block? I didn't really think about that. I could see that coming up, I guess. It's risky, but yeah. I mean, the card, it's a risky card. It plays almost like an enchantment to me. I don't know. I wouldn't want to do it into open mana, no. All right, Pop-Tart.
Aven Gagglemaster, 3 and double white. It's a bird warrior. It has flying and enters the battlefield. You gain 2 life for each creature you control with flying. It's a 4/3. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, I disagree with you.
No, it looks cute. Looks cute. It's like a bird, dude. Look at him fly.
It's adorable. Okay, it's adorable.
Yeah.
Now, as far as its gameplay, I don't know that I want it in every white deck. I don't think I want it in my white-red deck. I don't really think I want it in my white-green deck, although white-green deck might be... If your white-green deck's ideal, I don't think you want it, but you'll probably play it more often than not. It's going to be great in white-black and great in white-blue. It's going to help swing a race in white-blue. and trigger your stuff in white-black. So if you draft it like that, when you're in those decks or you're looking to go into those decks when you pick it, I mean, it's probably a B plus type card. But I think if you're just going to stick it in your white red deck, you'd be better off with a 5/5 for 5 or whatever, or a Pitchburn Devil or some common, just as good. Like, I mean, it's always going to gain you 2 life. It's certainly playable, but I think it only excels really in white, blue, and white, black. So draft it accordingly, I guess.
It's very silly looking. Basri's Solidarity, 1 and a white. It's a sorcery that puts a +1 counter on each creature you control.
It's a tough one to call. I didn't really like it. Some other people did that I respect. It's certainly, I can see it in white black because your creatures have life link, so buffing them is a little more desirable. Seems at home in white green for sure, with the tokens matter stuff and just lots of 1-drops and stuff you're going to be playing. You're just really trying to build a board there's not much go wide. I think it would be good if you got the red white uncommon that searches for those dogs, because you'll have a decent sized board. But in general, I think that deck's gonna be doing more trading off, and like, I think this card's pretty narrow, and I wouldn't look to take it too early in the pack, in pack 1. I would want to be kind of already headed down like a white green type road, or maybe a white black with some nice life linkers or flyers in it already. I don't think it would be great just to toss in a white blue deck and try to, make your 2/2s 3/3s or whatever. To me, it doesn't seem great to do that. So yeah, I would say it's like C plus in the deck that wants it, and then like really bad in some decks that people might put it in, something like that.
Oh, wait, sorry, I just spaced out. Face
I
Feather.
mean, I can yell your name every card if you want.
No, that's fine. No, that's spooks. Face Feathers. It's a 3 and a white. It's an aura. You can enchant a permanent, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities.
I think it's a great card. Unless there's, it's going to be a great card no matter what. Unless there's something that like really punishes enchantments, that like you sacrifice and get value, like kind of how pacifism wasn't anywhere near as good as it was in Ikoria, which I don't foresee being the case. Then I think this is going to be one of the top uncommons, and better than any common for sure. Um, Goes in any white deck. It's good in any white deck, and I would certainly pick it early, and even more so because of that. Because assuming all the color pairs are good, which you don't know, but I don't have any reason to think that there's bad white color pairs. I think white black's certainly strong. I kind of like white red. White green, I think, is a nice aggressive deck, and then white blue seems okay. I think that one might even be the worst if I had to guess right now. But this is going to go in any of them. It's going to be one of your best cards in your deck. So, it doesn't just win you the game. B plus, A minus. I don't know about the letters, but you're going to pick it over most things.
Falconer Adept. 3 and a white. It's a human soldier, and when it attacks, it'll create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying that's tapped and attacking. It's a 2/3.
If anyone knows Ronald Gagney, this is a type of card he's going to love. He's going to want to enchant it and like do stuff with. I don't think this card's super good. Every now and again, you'll give it flying, or they just won't have much going on, and you'll start making birds, and it'll run away with the game. But more times than not, I think it's going to come out as a 2/3 for 4 and sit there looking stupid, and you're going to run it into something to get a 1/1 flyer. Like, it doesn't impress me. It'll beat you some games for sure, and it'll look awesome when it does. It's that type of card. But I do not think I want to play this card if I can help it. There might be some reasons to play it that I haven't thought of yet, certain enchantments you have in your deck, or this and that. But paying 4 mana for a 2/3, it does not excite me. And I mean, if the decks don't have flyers, so your birds are getting through, they probably have big stuff on the ground that just laughs at this thing. So I'm gonna give it like a D, as in dog, because I think it kind of stinks, but I could be wrong.
Griffin Airy. 1 and a white. It's an enchantment, and at the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, create a 2/2 white Griffin creature token with flying.
So I love this card, and this is a good example though of when I rate this card. It is being rated for a deck it's good in. You know, there is a if you draft this card, pick one, pack one, which I will not hesitate to do. I'm looking to draft a deck where life gain matters, and that's most likely going to be white black. And you know, I think it's good enough to do that. I think it's good enough to pick like that. And you know, I think it'll play as like a minus kind of card, B plus kind of card in that deck. If you draw it late, hopefully, if you're still in the game, you've got it set up with a life linker that can, you know, gain you the 3 life that way. If you draw it early, you have got revitalize, cantrip, stuff like that. Opa points out he loves it with the truffle snout. So that's a possible combo later in green white with this. Maybe if you can recur the snout, you can really get it going. The snout gains 4 life when it comes into play at 3 mana, so it's perfect curve out, he says. But anyways, I really like this card. And you know, I want to give it a grade of like a B plus A minus, but just know that it's bad in most decks. You know, you really have to have the right deck for it. But if you're drafting it, you know, you either try to draft that deck and you don't play it when you don't get there, or you see it pack 2 and you know if it's going to be that B plus in your deck. So that's how you draft it accordingly.
Light of Promise. 2 and a white. It's an aura, and you can enchant creature, and whenever you gain life, the creature has, whenever you gain life, you put that many 1/1 counters on that creature.
Yeah, but I just don't like giving a letter to everything. You know, I don't blame anyone that does it. This is going to take me long enough to talk about the stuff to worry about the letters I'm doing. Anyhow, I don't like this card. I think it might be okay on a life linker only. So in particular, in a black white deck, that's slow, that might need a win con on a life linker, triggering it stuff late in the game. It reminds me of that green aura that doubled counters every time or whatever. Probably worse than that even. I'm talking about like a very, very narrow time I think that this will be playable in your deck. Like I'm saying it might be playable in 20% of my white black decks in my mind. That's my guess for this. So I want to rate it like a D minus or something. And then I might put it in my deck thinking it's a C or a C minus at like very rare times. I could be wrong. If you don't have a way to deal with it, it's probably going to end up taking over the game if it's on a life linker. But yeah, I mean, well, it's not a pride mate, right? If you gain 4, it puts 4 counters, I think. So if you put it on a 1 power life linker and hit with it, it gains 1, and then it's a 2 power life linker, it'll gain 2. So it's a little bit better than a pride mate. If it costs 2 mana, I'd like it a lot more because you could play a 1 mana life linker and play it on 2 and start getting the ball rolling. But as it is with 3, I think you need something like evasive and lifelink, and then you still get blown out possibly by removal. So I don't like the card, but I think it can be reasonable some of the time. Pop-Tart Kitten.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, Sanctum of Tranquil Light. 1 white. It's a legendary enchantment shrine. You can pay 5 and a white to tap it. Tap a creature. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each shrine you control.
I'm not big on the shrines. I mean, I'm willing to admit that in a black-white deck, this into the black shrine, which I got to just keep saying stuff like that. If you don't know what the black shrine does and you're listening to this or whatever, we'll get to it. You know, I can't explain every card like this with interactions. We haven't done them yet, but it's a pretty good curve out. They kind of help each other prolong the game. And, I could see playing this in a grindy deck that needs win cons if you have the Black Shrine as well. But I rate it very low. Again, I kind of like that other card. Less risky, but I'm going to want it. I'm going to guess like 25-30% of my black-white decks or something. And maybe not even that. Maybe it's more like 25, 30, 40% of the black-white decks that have a Black Shrine or something. So I'm not trying to do the whole Shrine thing. I don't think they're very good. If you're a green deck that's trying to ramp like some big 5-color green deck with the green Shrine, maybe you toss it in or something. But yeah, D or something like that.
A Seasoned Hollow Blade. 1 and a white. It's a human warrior. You can discard a card, you can tap it, and it'll gain indestructible until end of turn.
I had a lot to say about this card. I'm kind of blanking on what all I wanted to say about it. Why? I think that this card plays way better in a controlling deck than an aggressive deck. It looks aggressive. But what I love about core sets is often things that like look aggressive are better when they're defensive. Um, actually, no, I'm thinking of a different card. Now I remember what I was thinking. But yeah, I do still believe that about this card. It's a much better blocker than it is an attacker. It's going to be hard to fall behind if you play this card. You'll play it in any white deck. But yeah, it works. Yeah, it totally works. But if I play this, and I'm red white aggressive, let's just say, and I attack, and you block it with your, let's say it gets through for 2 damage or 3 damage, I'm on the play. Then on turn 3, you play a 2/2 and you block it. Well, yeah, I can discard a card to give it indestructible and save it. But then I have to worry about my 3/1 just being irrelevant when you play your 4-drop. So I may not even want to save it when I'm aggressive. It depends how far ahead you are on the board. Whereas if you're the defender in the situation, like if you're on the draw and someone's attacking you with, a 2/2 and a 3/3, this is just the best card in the world. They really can't even attack you with a 2/2 and a 3/3. You could block, save your creature, it's still on the board. Yes, you can. It totally works how you want it to, Grateful Mike, on the discard after attacking. I just still think that it's way worse as an attacker because you always have to worry about it's a 3/1 for 2. Just remember that. What's the problem with these 3/1 for 2s? People can just block them so easy. Yes, it is very good with auras, and it is very good with counters. It's a very good card, but I do think it's going to be better when you want to block. So like a black, white, blue, white deck, I think it's going to be a little bit better than like your hyper aggro deck. Although green, white with counters, it's a super good card. I don't know, I'm going to give it a B plus B type rating, I guess. B, I guess. I don't know, but I think it's going to be a nightmare to try to attack into. And sometimes you're going to have enough, there's a lot of 3/4s, 2/4s, 2/5s, stuff like that running around. There's Sky Scanner. That's going to take a card to save it when it attacks. There's the skeleton that pings. I think as an aggressive card, it can get punished. So maybe B is probably about right.
Selfless Savior. 1 white. It's a dog, and you can Oh, it has no abilities, Kyle. But if it did have an ability, you could sacrifice it. Another target creature you control gains indestructible at the end of turn. It's a 1/1.
Yeah, I think it's good. I don't think it's great. I think there's a lot of cards that do a similar effect. There's Feat of Resistance. Like, how many of this do you really want to play? Like this versus Feat of Resistance. I don't know. If you're green white, there's all kinds of combat tricks. You do want to curve out, but making this a 2/2 with your counter guys doesn't really do much. It doesn't really count for that. So I do think it's good, but I think it's got a lot of competition for similar effects. And I would not draft it super highly. I feel like I'm going to rate this fellow around like a C or something. Like I can kind of take him or leave him. I know cards like this have been really good in the past, and it is the kind of card I like. But I just think there's a lot that's doing the same thing. I hope I'm wrong because I like this card. He's super cute too.
Look at him
I'll start to
go. He's
mention
like just running around. He's
you
so
know,
happy.
he might be better than I think. I'm gonna have to play the format some. From what I've seen, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of doing this a similar thing.
Siege Striker, 2 and a white. Human Soldier. It has double strike, and whenever it attacks, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. It'll get +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature tapped this way, and it's a 1/1.
Yeah, I really really like this card. I mean, the only problem is that it's a 1/1, so it's going to be you. It makes the last card more desirable. The little dog, like it's you want something when you're playing this thing. This is actually perfect with the dog. So if you get this, draft the dog higher because one, you can tap the dog to pump it, when it's already out, and like two, you can cast this on turn 4 and have protection. Whereas feeder resistance, you'd have to wait even longer. There was a 2-drop back in Shards of Alara. I remember there's a 2/2 that like basically did the same thing. It didn't have double strike, and that card was a nightmare to play against. I think this card's going to be really good. It can get punished by the cheap removal, and you do have to have a board, but this is going to run some people over. And I would draft it. I would draft it highly if I wanted to be white aggressive. I think I'd give it like a B plus in the right deck, something like that. I think it's quite good.
Tempered Veteran, 1 and a white. Human Knight, you can pay 1 white to tap it, put a 1/1 counter on target creature with a 1/1 counter. You can pay 4 and double white to tap it and put a 1/1 counter on target creature. It's a 1/2.
Yeah, this is one you're really going to have to play with. I'm going to come out kind of low on it. I mean, if you do curve it out and get the counters going, it's going to make combat rough. It has a high ceiling. But, I mean, even in the deck that wants it, it's super high variance, I feel like. I'm going to say it's like a C plus. It might turn out to be way better than that. But I'm trying to rate it in the deck that wants it, which is few and far between. You don't want to put this in a blue-white deck just to like try to tap 6 to pump something and then keep it going. You want to have your counters. You don't want to play it just because you have like 2 feeder resistances or something. You want to really have a counter scheme. I guess if you really have a counter, it's probably more like a B minus or a B or something. Sometimes it's just kind of going to not do much. But it's going to play like an A a lot of the time. Some of the time in the right deck. Yeah, 2/2 would make it great, I think. Yeah, I can't give it that much better than like a B minus, and that's a grade for it in a deck that wants it. So, and I don't think it's one of the payoff cards that I don't think would be good enough to like speculate on too early because it just fails too much.
Vryn Wingmare, 2 and a white. It's a Pegasus of Flying. Non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast. It's a 2/1.
Yeah. Well, someone says body doesn't matter much. We aren't attacking or blocking with it. That's the thing. That's its fail case, is when you can't really activate it. When you can't really activate it and it's still a 2/2 for 2, you're playing 2/2 for 2 in your deck anyways, like your 20th, 23rd card. So that makes the card great because then it is never terrible. But sometimes you are just going to have to attack or block with it because it's a 1/2. Or it's just going to do nothing. So that's why it definitely matters to me if it would be a 2/2. So this card here, its stats are pretty bad, but I don't even. I mean, it's going to just crush my blue-red deck. This thing's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, but you don't want a 2-mana enchantment that sometimes has no text and sometimes says that it's good. So anyhow, this thing is going to crush my blue-red deck. It's going to be a nightmare to play against if I don't have like shock or something for it. I think like a green-white deck, I think would happily play this in the main deck. just knowing that it's gonna really mess some decks up, mostly the blue decks. I think if you're like blue white or something, you needed a flyer, you could play it. You know, if you need a creature at 3 mana, you can play it. But I think it's actually going to be really good in a few decks against a few decks. So I think it's probably a little better than it looks in draft. I would go like C plus, B minus, or something like this. You can always put it in your deck and not hate yourself. Um,
Does it work like that?
Similarly, like what?
Wait, not that. Nothing. Sorry.
What?
Nothing. Go. I'm sorry.
So yeah, I mean, it's got upside in some matchups, and it's never going to be awful. So I like the card. You know, I don't know what kind of grade to give it. I'm not going to take it super high, but I think it's better than it looks this time around. I think it should play out okay. But I would like, you know, you can side it out sometimes or side it in, or if you're if you're not main decking it, side it in. If you are, you might want to side it out, like against a black deck with skeleton or something, like, you know, or a blue white deck with some 2-3 flyers, stuff like that. You got to kind of adjust with it, but I think it's, you know, average for like a 3 drop, and then it has some upside.
Alpine Watchdog. 1 and a white. It's a dog with vigilance and it's a 2/2.
So you might be thinking to yourself, what the fuck can Kyle say about a 2/2 for 2? This is a card I've been thinking a lot about, and I could say a lot about it. And this is why I love core sets. And this is why I love best of 3 Magic. To me, this card is going to come in and out of my decks. If I don't have some kind of dog theme, this is going to want to be swapped in and out. And I like the fact that I'm not saying much. When I see these cards, I haven't said you're never going to play this very often. I think that most of the cards are going to be somewhat playable. And that means you're going to have a lot of room to swap stuff in and out. This card, if you're in like a white aggressive kind of mirror, is going to be like an A. It's going to be the thing you want to put counters on and protect. It's a vigilant creature. It'll trade with anything, and you boost it, and it can attack and block. And I'm hyping up this a lot. And then you go and you play against the deck, you know, the black deck with removal and 3/4s, and this thing looks like trash. You play against a green deck that's just going to turtle up, and this thing looks like trash. You play against blue-white flyer deck, and this thing looks like average. It looks like what you're getting, a 2/2 for 2 that they're not going to want to block with their early creatures because it probably trades and they feel like they're getting a raw deal. But you play against one of these red or white aggressive decks, and this thing is going to be a thorn in their side. You put a counter or 2 on this thing, they have to worry about double blocking it when you attack. You blow them out with a combat trick. Either that or they're going to keep taking 3 or 4, and they can't really attack into it. I mean, I really think that this card is quite solid. You put it in your deck as a 2-drop, you know, like you would. And in some now, if you're like a blue-white deck, you can take it or leave it. But if you have a deck with lots of pump and counters and combat tricks, it's either going to be real hit or miss. And you just start it off because how bad can it be? But I would side it out and look to play bigger cards that I'll rate lower against like the black decks and stuff in green decks. But man, any like red white deck that's playing other 2-drops, this thing's going to be good. So I really like this card, as weird as it is. It's unassuming. I think just with all the pump spells and counters that it's going to play out really good about half the time. And then it's going to be what you think it is the other half. So, you know, I mean, you can't go too crazy on his rating, but like B minus, I don't know, C plus, like a really solid 2-drop for what he is.
Anointed Chorister. It's 1 white for a lifelinker human cleric, and you can pay 4 and a white to give it +3/+3 until end of turn. It's a 1/1.
I like this card. I think you want it in black white. I think you probably want it in green white because you're pumping it up, gaining more life. You know, I don't think you want it in a blue white deck, or I don't think you really want a red white deck either. I mean, red white has some pump and stuff, but it can't benefit at all from the life link. And this, you could do better with another kind of one drop in that deck. But I think this is a card you'll actively want in your white black decks to trigger stuff, or your white green decks to curve out, or there might be mono white if you don't. It doesn't have to be white green. Um, you could stick a Fury of the Bitten on it. That's true. There's some red enchantments that it can wear. I mean, it's playable. I think it's at its worst in blue white, because blue white is also going to have a lot of like plays on 5 mana, where like your red white deck is going to kind of have dumped its hand, so then you could pump it. Same with like your green white aggressive, and white black. White black's not going to dump its hand necessarily, but it's going to want the life link so much that it's good there. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna rate this thing as like a C, C plus in the deck that wants it. You're gonna draft it and look to play it. You're gonna be looking for it in some decks, I think. I think it's playable in red white. I think you're gonna be looking for it in most of your black white and green white decks that are synergistic in drafting, to build a deck that does the theme. I think it fits that both.
Basri's Acolyte, 2 and double white. It's a cat cleric with lifelink, and when it enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 other target creatures you control. It's a 2/3.
Yeah, so this is the card. Every time I keep talking about counters and this and that and wanting early drops in these green white decks, this is the card. I'll have to play with it some, to tell you if it's like the best common in the set or something like that. It's if white aggressive is going to be good, it's certainly the best white one. It's what you want in those decks, and white green particular with the counters, or anything with a counter sub theme, and it's great in white black because you're pumping up all your life linkers. You need to be mindful and draft 1 and 2 drops a little earlier than normal. If you get a couple of these, it's going to enable some really explosive starts that are going to be hard to deal with. It's really a super good card. I think it can really mess you up though if I get, let's say I decide that this white deck is the best deck and I want to try to force it. If someone else is drafting it near me and is taking these acolytes, I can end up with kind of a train wreck. I think I could end up with a lot of these little 1/1s and 2/2s that aren't doing much. Another thing, I'm going to preview a card from another color that's nowhere near here that I think is applicable here, and that card is Cancel. And it's mostly, you could maybe main deck Cancel. I'm not sure how it'll be in the deck, but if you're a blue controlling deck and you sideboard and you play against one of these white decks, there's so many playables in the colors these days. It's so deep that you can kind of fill your deck with an equal amount of junky 2-drops, 1/3s, whatever you need to do to kind of just match their early drops. And then if you can just have some cancels to counter their acolytes, their whole deck just is going to kind of sit there and do nothing. And then you're going to play your 1 or 2 big things that you have and just make them look stupid. So I'm a little bit worried that this might be, somewhat combatable. And that's another reason I love best of 3, especially for these core sets, because it's not hitting you over the head with synergy. I'm talking about boarding in and out of 2/2 for 2. I'm talking about boarding in and out of Cancel because of an aggro creature. Like boarding it in, not just because of they have an Ugin. I think this stuff gives you huge edges. You can draft a blue deck and get a couple cancels and be like, okay, now I can do well against the white aggro deck. And it used to be that way back in M19 because those decks built the board up so much and tried to hit you with like a team pump spell, like +2/+0 everything. That Cancel was actually really good against the aggressive decks. So I'm a little bit worried. This is the ultimate card to highlight the difference between best of 1 and best of 3. For starters, best of 1 with the hand smoothing, you're always curving out. You always like this card's you're always going to have like this nut draw, and this thing's going to just be awesome. Also, no one's going to be able to adjust their deck to try to make it leaner and able to combat it a little bit more. So, whatever. I love best of three. I think it's the best way to play Magic, but at the same time, if the only thing that's ranked, if I'm going to play Arena, I'm still going to play best of one. You just have to draft this even higher, and you just have to sit there and shake your head when your opponent just goes 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop this thing. And it's going to happen way more than it should. And, your deck isn't going to be benefiting as much from the hand smoother because you don't have 1 drops and 2 drops out the ass in your deck that's just going to smooth out. So, yeah, I think it's a lot, there's a lot more play to it, best of three, even for these simple cards.
Celestial Enforcer, 2 and a white, human cleric. You can tap it and pay 1 and a white to tap target creature, and you can only activate this ability if you control a creature of flying, and it's a 2/3.
Yeah, I mean, this is a common. I don't like it. I would never draft it highly. Like, can you put it in a deck with some flyers? Yeah, I think in a deck with some flyers that's kind of slow, particularly black-white. I keep talking about that. That, to me, just seems like a slower, grindier deck than a blue-white deck, even if the black-white would have fewer flyers. I could see it being a C+ type card in the exact right deck. But, I think it's a card that even if you have a good setup for it, you could take it or leave it. You're not going to be like, damn, I wish I would have got one of those Enforcers. Very rarely, I think you'll have a deck that goes, wow, I really wish I would have gotten an Enforcer. So, I would rate it pretty low. I wouldn't take it. I would take it late, and then if it works out that it fits in your deck, go right ahead.
Concordia Pegasus, 1 and a white. It's a Pegasus with flying, and it's a 1/3.
Yeah, again, unassuming card, but playable. The Acolyte just demands it. Demands 2 drops. This one's evasive. I would assume it's not great in blue-white. Like, there is a 2/3 that needs flyers out there to draw cards. If you were to pick up like 2 of those, yeah, you might want to try to curve this into a 3-drop flyer into that. But I think this is basically a white-green card. I don't think white-black lifelink wants it. And white-red doesn't have enough go-wide stuff, in my opinion, to just want a random thing. And it's also not trying to hit for like 1 damage at a time. I mean, it might be okay. If you get enough enchantments in your white-red deck, maybe you play it. But I'm gonna say it's a deck that the green-white deck can, or a card the green-white deck can play, and I give it like a, I don't know, C-, D+ overall, just because I don't think that deck even cares that much if it has it.
Daybreak Charger, 1 and a white. It's a unicorn, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. It's a 3/1.
Right, so this is the card I messed up earlier thinking about that other 3/1. It was this card I wanted to talk a lot about. So this is another reason I love core sets. Cards try to trick you. I swear they try to trick you. It's giving a creature +2/+0. You're probably like, damn, this is an aggressive beater. I don't see it that way. You can play it on turn 2 and attack with it, but I think it's at its absolute best in black-white. You give that lifelinker +2/+0, whatever lifelinker you got that flies or whatever, and you get your 3 life gain trigger off of this thing. And then, yes, it dies to the skeleton archer, but that can't really be prevented. But if they have something else out, like a Sky Scanner type of card, you're not trying to really attack into it with this anyways. You're just trying, you want to trade it for their 2/2 or their 4/3 or whatever. So I think secretly it's more of a grindy defensive card. I think you want it to really pump your lifelinkers in that deck. And I think in just like a generic green-white deck, I would rather have the 1/3 flyer. Because you put the +1/+1 counter on that, not only is it flying, but it's 4 toughness. You put a +1/+1 counter on this, it does nothing. It still trades with like everything it was going to trade with before. So unless they had no board, you get no bonus. So I really don't even think that I want this in like my aggressive deck. So it's kind of tough to rate, but if you're in a lifelink deck, I think this is going to be one of your best cards, like better two drops. Like you play it as a two drop, of course it doesn't do anything, but a 3-1 on turn two is always fine. But then when you draw it in the later game, it's also good. That's why I like it in that deck. And I just don't think it's all that great. It also, you know what? I also like it in a blue-white deck, all right, because that deck wants to block with its ground creatures. I don't think it's fine with Basri Acolyte because I think making it a 4-2 is a waste. I don't think it does anything. It's just going to trade with their 2-2 still. In a Basri Acolyte, it only makes it better against a 1-power creature. There's not that many of them. So I specifically think it's not good in that deck. I think you want something that has bigger toughness. Like I think a 2-2 with no text is better in a deck with 2 Basri's Acolytes. Like for certain. So anyhow, I think blue-white it fits good because you want your ground creatures to block anyways, and you want your flyers to attack mostly. So, this gets in for some damage and then it can just block the creature that they have. But I think black-white is its home. And in that deck, it's probably like a B minus or something. I don't know exactly what. I can't remember all the letters. Like I don't have a sheet in front of me. I don't want to rate it too high. But I think it's undesirable in aggressive decks for the most part. Oh, pumping the Acolyte with this? Yeah, later in the game, sure. If you draw it late in the game, it can be all right. But do you really need to gain 2 extra life? I mean, I don't know. I still stick to not really wanting it in a green-white aggressive deck.
Defiant Strike. 1 white, instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Draw a card.
I love it. I think of it not as a combat trick. I just think of it as a 1-mana enabler that draws a card. I don't know that blue-white will have that much prowess. It might have enough where you want this, and it might have enough where you just toss it in. I think there's a red-white deck out there that's probably not quite as good as the red-blue deck that's available, but sometimes you might start taking red cards and not see blue, and if you're taking prowess red cards early, this is where you want to go with it. You want to, like, back in Theros, I was trying to draft red-black a lot, and it got to be, okay, a lot of times you start drafting these red cards and you don't see black. Well, the blue cards paired with the same good red cards that the black ones did. They both wanted to kind of do the same thing. To me, this kind of card pairs well with the red prowess type cards that are aggressive, and I think it's like a really good pivot if you're not going to get the red blue deck you want. I think it'll fit really good in there. I also think black white life gain. I don't know the stats of all the creatures. I know you want to trigger things that gain you 3 life. I don't know if there's a lot of things that are already doing 2. If there is, I think it'll be pretty desirable there. Also, that deck, like the Patrician that's 1/4, if you have some more bigger toughness like that, like you can block with it and kill something that they think they're attacking, like with 2 toughness creatures, you get to block and pump. Like it's more of a defensive, again, +1/+0, and it's a defensive combat trick. It's not one where you're going to attack. I mean, you might sometimes send your 2/2 into a 2/3. I mean, it can happen, but I think it's better off blocking with a 1/4 on their 3/2 and pumping it a lot of the time, and then just triggering stuff. It's there to trigger stuff, and the +1/+0 is kind of a bonus. But I think in your red-white deck that ends up like that, you're valuing it like you would value a 1-mana cycler in Ikoria very highly. I mean, you're going to draft it like a B- or something. I am. If I'm red-white and pack 2, I'm going to be taking this over very good creatures. Not the best ones, not the payoff ones, but stuff that's super solid. I just think that your deck doesn't function without cards like this. So I think that some decks will really want it.
Dub, 2 into white, enchant creature. Oh, it's an aura. Sorry, I'm falling asleep. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2, has first strike, and is a knight in addition to his other types.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love it. I do think it's going to play out better in this set than most. Again, put it on a life linker. You're always going to get your triggers. So that way, even if they kill it, maybe you got enough value out of it. You know, there's a lot of ways to protect stuff in green white. You have the Ranger's Guile, and you have the +1/+1 protection spell. You have the dog for indestructible. I think that you'll probably want it a lot of the time in your deck. I don't think you need to draft it highly, and I don't think, again, it's not one of those cards you're like, man, I really wish I had a dub all that often, but I think it's going to play out pretty good. You know, it probably play out like a C minus in a deck that wants it. You know, I mean, I don't think you just want to toss it in your blue-white deck. Maybe sideboard it in against a green deck with no removal and just shut the ground down, something like that. But decent card, I think. Kitten. Pop Tart? Oh. Dude, he can tell me if he wants a break. All right, I'll just keep going. So Feeder Resistance, I've already been talking about this card.
I'm back.
2 mana instant. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature. It gains protection from a color of your choice until end of turn. It's good. You'll play in every white deck, I think. And I don't even know if I can really sit and pick one out that it's going to be the best in. Protects your stuff in white-green. Gives your guys counters in your black-white deck, even though it's probably not the best as a combat trick there. Spell for your white-red prowess that protects stuff. Pumps your whole team with prowess. White-blue, maybe it's at its weakest there. I don't know. It's still fine. So I would give this I'd actually give it like a B minus, not a B. Some decks will really want some of these effects, but like I say, that deck is often the green-white deck. I think that's going to want it the most. The white-red deck wants anything that's an instant or sorcery. The white-black deck and white-blue deck, I think they don't have to have this. And then the white-green deck, there's so many other options that I don't know that you have to take it super duper highly, but it is like the best one of the options. And it might end up being even better than I think.
Gale Swooper, 3 into white. It's a griffin with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature gains flying till end of turn. It's a 3/2.
I don't like the Gale Swooper. I just don't like it. I mean, I'm gonna say maybe black white. Black white kind of seems like the kind of deck that's hurting for win conditions. Weird card to compare to is like a Bartisan Bat played out a little bit better, just a 3/1 flyer for 4 sometimes, and some of these grindier decks. There's a 4/3 lifelinker on the ground that's black. Given that flying could be nice, trigger all your stuff. But my white-red aggro deck, my white-green aggro deck, and certainly not white-blue with everything already flies. I don't want a 3/2 flyer for 4. I think the days of wanting a 3/2 flyer for 4 are over. I haven't liked them for a lot of sets. And this one does not give me enough to want it very often. So I'm going to go real low on this and give it like a D plus, maybe C minus, like a card that you can play, but I'll never be happy with it. And unless it's like a black-white deck that needs kind of a win con and has some ground creatures to fly. I think in that deck, I'd give it like a C minus, and every other time, it's just like, man, I wish I didn't have to play this thing. But it's still a creature. If it costs 3, it would be great. It costs 4, so it's just not quite there on rate for me. When it's on the battlefield, it's going to do what it does, but I don't want it in my decks, so D plus or something.
Legion's Judgment, 2 into white. It's a sorcery that destroys target creature with power 4 or greater.
I don't like it. Sideboard card. I don't think there's enough stuff to want to main deck it. There's also a lot of if it's an instant, maybe you blow out a combat trick, but a lot of stuff's given protection and this and that. This is sorcery. It's very conditional. I don't even think it's a very good sideboard card. Maybe it's good against like the blue-black reanimator decks or something, but they might even be reanimating a hexproof creature. So, yeah, not only do I not want to play it, I don't even know how much I want to sideboard it. So I'm gonna, it gets like a D minus or something from me. I'm not gonna take it very highly at all. If I have a deck that's more controlling and is lacking removal, I think it would go up. But I highly doubt I ever want it in an aggressive deck, even out of the sideboard. Who knows? Maybe it's one you're gonna have to play around with a little bit.
Makeshift Battalion, 2 and a white. It's a human soldier. Whenever Makeshift Battalion and at least 2 other creatures attack, put a 1/1 counter on Makeshift Battalion. 3/2.
Yeah, this guy's okay. I'm not so sure how much better a 4/3 is going to be than a 3/2. I will say with the Basri's Acolyte, if you wait a turn to attack with him, but then you have to go like 1, 2, 3, not attack with him. Or no, wait, you get to attack with him. You really have to go 1, 2, 3, and an Acolyte. I feel like for this guy, that's like an unbeatable arena start, though. But I'm just not so sure how often you attack and they can't block because he's a 4/3 instead of a 3/2. So I don't know how good his trigger is really. I mean, still a 3/2 for 3. That's tolerable. So he's the 3-drop you don't want in any deck that doesn't have a lot of 1/2 drops, though. So I'll give him like a C minus. Maybe he's a C in the deck that wants him. I don't think he's anything great, though. And a lot of your decks just aren't going to want to put him in there. They can cast him.
Rambunctious Mutt, 3 and 2 white. It's a dog, and when it enters the battlefield, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. 3/4.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't think it's good. I don't have a list of like all the artifacts and enchantments in front of me, but this thing is way overcosted. He's very cute, but he's way overcosted for a 3/4. I mean, depending on how much stuff there is, maybe you draft it as a sideboard card. But even then, I don't feel like I'm stealing something when it comes out and like kills, something. Like unless it's a really good like 4-mana artifact that comes out and sits on. Like I don't even think it's likely to feel that great if you hit something. So I don't know. Whatever grade you give that thing. I like to give this guy as low of a grade as I can without feeling bad about it because he's very cute. He might be my favorite card. So yeah, I mean, I just don't. Why do you want it to hit your own thing? Is there a reason? Oh, it says an opponent controls, anyways. No, I mean, I'm giving it like a D as a sideboard card, but if I start seeing a lot of enchantments and artifacts, maybe I'll change my mind. But I don't think it's anything I want any part of.
Revitalize, 1 and a white. Instant. You gain 3 life. Draw a card.
I like Revitalize
okay.
a lot. It's going to be great in black-white. Assume you don't want to play it in green-white. I think it will be like playable in your blue-white mid-rangey decks. If there is a blue-white control deck, I think it will be excellent there. And if you're white-red and you need a card to trigger all your prowess, I don't think it's that bad there either. I think C plus type of card. Probably in black-white, it's more like a B or a B minus, depending on how much stuff that triggers on 3 life you have. I could see taking this over a lot of things, pack 2 or 3, if I'm black-white, and I've got like some Griffin Ares or other things that trigger. But yeah.
Secure the Scene, 4 and a white. Sorcery. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a 1/1 white soldier creature token.
Yeah, I mean, if you're white-black without a lot of removal, I can see it. If you're white-blue control, I can see it. I don't want to play it in my white-green or white-red deck. Anything aggressive, I don't want this card. And I mean, really, I think if you have a controlling deck that doesn't care about the 1/1 so much by turn 5, like it's not as bad. A lot of these cards that give you a 1/1 and kill a creature in the past, first, this kills a permanent, so it's a little more flexible there. And secondly, like, yeah, it's better that they cost like 2 mana instead of 5. But the 1/1 is so much more relevant at that stage in the game, too. So I feel like the 1/1 won't be quite as relevant to a deck that's trying to defend, anyways, by the time it casts this card. But giving them a chump blocker or something to even trades with your 3/1 is just awful. So I never want it in an aggressive deck, but I would say like I'd say like a C minus in the right deck, but I would never draft it that highly. Unless I was already in that deck for sure.
Staunch Shieldmate, 1 white. It's a 1/3 dwarf soldier.
Yeah, I think this thing's more playable than it looks. Again, I don't think white reds go wide enough to want it. White blue. If you get a white blue deck with enough Basri's Acolyte somehow, maybe you play it. But I like the card in white green. I don't think it does anything in white black for you either. But white green deck, it needs stuff on the board. Like it does not function without it. So I don't know. C minus if you're white green or something. C, I really don't know. You need 1-drops. But that's what's so risky about this deck. You can't take this thing early, and then if you start taking all these things and you don't get the acolytes and the other pumping cards, you just have a deck full of nothing. So I worry about that. But if you want your deck to be good and maximize those powerful cards, you need stuff like this.
Swift Response, 1 and a white. Instant. Destroy target tapped creature.
Yeah, another card that like I don't know if I want to play it in my white green or white red deck. I think you might. I mean, I think you could put it in. I don't know if you'll be happy with it, but it's going to just be really good in blue, white, and black, white, I feel like. So if you're one of those, it's like probably one of the best commons you can get. But if you're looking at like a pack one, pick one scenario, I'm going to rate this card real low because I tend to like the aggressive decks, anyways, at least at the start. Pack one, pick one, I'm probably going to have this at like the 5th card on average or something I'd pick out of a pack. But once I'm in a black white deck or a blue white controlling deck or even just with flyers, I'm going to pick this highly. It wouldn't shock me to first pick it out of a pack, and I wouldn't feel bad about it if I did. So I think it's really dependent on what your deck's doing. Again, it's always. I mean, you won't feel great about putting it in your red white deck, but you can. It's going to be just not ideal.
Valorous Steed, 4 and a white. It's a unicorn with vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 white knight creature token of vigilance, and it's a 3/3.
Yeah, I think this card's pretty good. Again, I think it wants to be in a slower deck. I don't really think you want to toss it in white green, so I don't know. I don't know where it goes really. I think it's probably not. I mean, it's not really a synergy card, I guess, because there's not really a go wide theme. It's just kind of like if you need a 5-drop, you toss it in. I don't know, a C minus or something. I don't know where its home is. I could be off on this. It could end up playing out really good, or it could kind of suck. I don't really know. It's weird that a card like this is one of the harder ones for me to call, but I just don't know how the stats of these creatures are going to line up. Again, it seems better as a defender. You get 2 bodies that trade a little more easier. It works well with white cards. I mean, it's kind of slow in an aggro deck, right? I don't know. It's certainly fine. Yeah, it's still fine in aggro deck, I'm sure. I might be low on this thing. I think it's fine. I like it. I don't know what grade to give it, but I would never feel like too bad about playing it. You know,
Warded Battlements, 2 and a white. It's a wall of defender. Attacking creatures you control get +1/+0, and it's a 0/3.
I do not like this. I hope not to play it. There might be a deck it's good in, or playable in, where you don't hate it. I'd like to just give it a D minus. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't want this card. I don't like it. I don't want to sit and try to sum up a scenario where it might be good. So whatever. All right, Pop Tart. Do you
Yo,
want to take a little break or anything?
no, I got my snack
Well,
and I have
I'm gonna
my
at least like
alcohol.
walk around for a minute, take this headset off.
Okay,
What
I'll go
time
pet
is it?
my
How are we
dog
doing
then.
on this, anyways? All right. Yeah, we're not doing too bad. It's taking a while, huh? Well, I was gonna take a small break. If he wanted a bigger one, he could have taken. We could have taken a little bigger one. Ugh.
How long is the break? Oh, he gone. Ah, shit. Oh well. Goodbye. Oh, he's not here still? Fuck! Oh well. I'm gonna get some water. I think he's pretty cool. But don't let him, hear that I said that. I'm only allowed to say things are cute or not cute, or else I get yelled at. Phasing? Phasing is when things phase in and phase out. Be right back.
I made a little sandwich I'm gonna eat, Pop Tart. If you hear me or whatever, I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Tinder stories? Well, I met a girl and then you know, we had fun and then we broke up and then she wants to kill me now. So, I don't want to talk too much about that because it was pretty fucking scary. But Monk Us. It's okay. card's gonna be busted in Commander. Imagine just plussing it every fucking turn. Holy shit. Thank you. I'll try to stay safe. I'm not, though. I'm average. Just 8 magic cards a game. True. My Phyrexian Obliterators can't hurt me. They're so cute. Oh shit, I gotta hide. He's coming back. Bye, guys. I'll be back.
Pop-Tart, are you around
I'm
or
here.
no? Okay. So again, I want to thank Pop-Tart Kitten for doing this. I know I'm doing most of the talking, but really he did everything behind the scenes. And what might look simple to you,
But it was
might
simple,
have been
Kyle.
simple.
It took.
It might have been simple to him. It would have been impossible for me. And I can tell you right now, if I was doing a quote unquote set review by myself, I'd be on a website spoiler, jostling through all the cards, and it would have probably already been done by now because I wouldn't have everything. Should not be muted. Somebody asked if it was muted.
Am I? Oh, flew in my mouth.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to eating.
So, it would not have been anything like this. I wouldn't have been able to talk as much about the stuff. So, again, thanks, Tim. And if anyone wants to donate bits or the donation button, Pop-Tart will be sharing in the proceeds. Alpoism, I don't believe you. All right, Pop-Tart. If you are ready, you can read the card.
How much it? Uh-huh.
Huh? You can have 10 more minutes if you want. I don't care. I couldn't hear what you said, but one more chip. Sure. Take all the time you need.
Okay, gamers. Okay, I'm ready. Okay. Teferi, Master of Time, 2 and double blue. Legendary Planeswalker. You may activate loyalty abilities of Teferi, Master of Time, on any player's turn. Anytime you could cast an instant. So you can plus up. Oh, holy shit! I mean, you can plus up his loyalty to draw a card and then discard a card. You can -3 to have target creature you don't control phase out. And you can -10 to use his ultimate to take 2 extra turns after this one. And his loyalty is 3.
All right. So first of all, in case it's not obvious to people, you can do these on your turn and your opponent's turn. So his +1 will play out a little more like a +2. Obviously, there's never been a card like this before. I'm pretty sure it's quite good. Certainly, I'll have to play with it to figure out exactly how good. I kind of thought it sucked at first. First I didn't realize you could do it on both turns. Then I still kind of thought it sucked, but then I heard some other people talking about it and this thing is going to make combat a nightmare. It's going to be way better in a controlling deck. Imagine you just have one decent blocker. They have to have 3 attackers to attack you. Otherwise, you can just go, okay, phase that one out, block that one. So it almost like threatens to take care of 2 creatures if you have 1 blocker. So I think it's going to play out really, really strong. It blows out any combat trick they try to use. I don't know what he's talking about. Hold on. But anyways, yeah, I think it's just going to play out really good, better than it looks. I think in like your aggressive deck, it's probably not as amazing as in your defensive deck, but I would assume you would just take this and be real happy with it every time. Yeah, you don't have to do it on like their upkeep or whatever. You just have out 1 decent creature, and like you're almost like Pop Tart doesn't really rate the cards. He can if he wants,
Nah. Some are cute though.
but he tends to rate the animal cards. But yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're going to pick this over anything else in the pack. I would think so. Sure.
Discontinuity. 3 and triple blue. 1 second. Instant. As long as it's your turn, the spell costs 2 and double blue less to cast. And it ends the turn.
Okay. I don't like it much. Opa really liked it. Secret. It's not like a time walk for 6 mana. Like you can let them. You can say go and then cast it on their upkeep, and they don't get a draw on their turns over. But like, they untapped all their blockers if they had them. You know, like if you're really far ahead, it gives you an extra attack phase basically. But they get to untap. I mean, if you use it to counter a spell on their turn, sure, it ends the turn, but unless they cast a spell pre-combat, it's not really even doing anything. So, like, you know, I can see this being a card that's like used and constructed as like in counterspell battle type things or something that has lots of applications. I don't really know, but yeah, like if it's your turn and like you attack and they like cast a removal spell or like, you know, I don't know, if things go bad in your turn, it's a pretty cheap card to cast. But I don't like it. Can you put it in some decks or sideboard it in against certain things? Sure you can, but even in a blue control deck, I feel like I wouldn't really want to play this. So I'll give it like a D minus or something. But it might be a little more playable than I think.
Baron, Tolarian Archmage. 1 in double blue. It's a legendary creature that's a human wizard. When Baron Tolarian Archmage enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target creature, other target creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent was put into your hand from the battlefield this turn, draw a card.
Yeah, the only negative I see to this is it's double blue. Still love it. You know, it's a double blue mana war with upside. If you bounce something of your own, you know, you're drawing a card. So you could, if you ever knock off like whatever the Faith's Fetters or something, you know, it's big stuff. But you know, even if they don't have anything real good to bounce, sometimes bouncing just doesn't really do much. You can, it's basically a 2/2 draw card. Like if you bounce your own, if it's a board stall type thing, you know. I like it. I think I like it better than common removal spells. So,
Kyle, your wife's
yeah.
here. Hi, Unicorn.
Okay.
Oh,
She knows what he sounds like. That's funny though, Cubed. So yeah, I don't have a grade like I don't know, B, something like that. B plus.
Ghostly Pilferer. 1 in a blue. It's a spirit rogue, and whenever it becomes untapped, you may pay 2 colorless. If you do, draw a card. Whenever an opponent casts a spell from anywhere other than their hand, draw a card. Discard a card. Ghostly Pilferer cannot be blocked this turn. It's a 2/1.
Seems really good. I mean, I think you just basically ignore the second part about the opponent casting a spell from other than their hand. I don't know if that comes up at all. If it does, it's rare. But I mean, you can rate the card without that line of text. It's still very good. So it's 2 1 for 2, which is decent enough anyway. I guess the one toughness punishes it some. Discard a card for unblockable, and then you got to pay 2 when it untaps to draw. So it's like a looter that pays 2, but also hits him for 2. It might play out a little worse than I'm thinking. The more I think about it, I might have to play with it, man. It's tough. I'm gonna guess if I was blue red, I would take red common removal over this. I might even take some other stuff over it. You know, I'm gonna go with like a B minus, C plus. I'm gonna go low on this thing. I thought I loved it. The more I think about it, the less I love it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with like you're never gonna be upset to put it in your deck, but I don't think you're gonna end up picking it over like a lot of uncommons or like really good commons. That's kind of my guess now. And I wanted to just give it like a great grade, but just thinking about it, I just don't see it. So who knows? I have to play with it some more, or some.
Pursued Whale, 5 in double blue. It's a whale. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent creates a 1/1 red pirate creature token with this creature can't block, and creatures you control attack each combat if able. Spells your opponents cast that target Pursued Whale cost 3 more colorless to cast. It's an 8/8.
All right, so I didn't know this card existed. I've never seen this card before. I thought I knew the cards. So they get a 1/1 that basically has to attack into the whale. It's really weird. Drawback. I think this sucks. I think unless you're reanimating it, an 8/8 for 7 just is not that great. I mean, yeah, I guess it doesn't die to much removal. Like the removal that kills it costs a lot. It makes it cost 3 more. Like if you're reanimating it, it's awesome. And otherwise, I don't know. If you're already in reanimator, like it's going to be your best target, I guess. But how much better is it than another good one? I don't know. So I would give it like a B plus maybe in that deck. But if I opened it, I don't feel like I would take it and try to go that way. Like I feel like I'd take a lot of commons and stuff over this. Oh, all creatures have to attack, huh? It's a little better. So it's going to be quite your best reanimate target. Yeah, I don't know how much it changes it. It might change it to make you want to go into that deck earlier. Brings it up maybe to like a B plus in a reanimator deck. And maybe you draft it a little higher and try to go that way. But I still don't love it. It's awesome. It's going to be awesome when it comes out, but what I'm thinking is like how many times are you going to draft it and either toss it in your blue white deck as a finisher that kind of stinks or not play it at all. That's the problem with it. Anytime it comes out, it's going to be great. Yeah, I don't think I drafted too highly though. Hard to rate it. I mean, 7's not impossible number to get to. It might just be better than I think in just a normal blue black or blue white grindier deck. And maybe green can ramp it out. I mean, it might be better than I think. It might be more like a generic B or something and better in some decks.
See the truth. 1 blue, 1 colorless. Sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of those cards into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. If this spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, put each of those cards into your hand instead.
Pop Tart, did you just tip yourself bits?
Did I? I haven't touched.
Someone named Pop Tart Kitten.
Must be a glitch.
I don't know if it's the same. Like, how do you spell your name or whatever? They're subbed as well.
Is it? Oh, wow. Huh. That's pretty
I
scary,
think it
Among
was. I
Us.
think it was just you. And now you're
I
trying to
don't
play it off.
know. I'm gonna deny that.
Uh huh. Yeah, it was
Wasn't me. Oh no.
you. Okay, it was you. Go on. Read the
Okay.
card.
See
Let's
the
see the truth here, Pop Tart. It was you.
was it though?
Yeah,
Oh.
it was.
Ah shit. See the truth. One colorless, one blue. Sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. If this spell is cast from anywhere other than your hand, put each of those cards into your hand instead.
So again, I don't think the last part is applicable. If it is, I don't know about it. It's anticipate. I think you could play it in any blue deck. I think blue green probably doesn't want it actually. That cares about drawing cards. Blue red, this is good. I mean, it is a sorcery, so it's a little bit worse for your prowess. But I think it's probably better than just like a random one of those 2 mana draw cards or something. I don't know. Whatever grade you give anticipate. D plus, C minus, I don't know. Playable, nothing you ever need. Did I skip one?
Did you?
I don't know. My slide's not working.
Oh no!
I don't know if I skipped one. It won't go back.
Stop hitting the keyboard. Oh no.
Why?
Oh. Wait, is it good? Okay.
I don't know if this is the next card or not. I might have missed a card.
It's okay. It's just one card.
Okay, go ahead.
Shacklegeist. One colorless, one blue. Spirit. Flying. Shacklegeist can block only creatures with flying. Tap to untap spirits you control. Tap target creature you don't control. It's a 2/2.
Yeah, so limited, I don't think the tap 2 spirits is going to come up. I don't know, maybe it will. I'm going to rate it as if it doesn't. 2/2 flyer for 2. Basically, let's say can't block because most flyers it can block, it's not going to want to block them. It's like a B. I don't know that blue green it would excel in, but blue white, blue red, maybe not blue black either. More aggressive decks are going to want it. It's probably a B in an aggressive deck, and like you could take it or leave it in a rampy blue green deck or in like a blue black deck. Probably might not even want it. But yeah, if I would take it B minus ish.
Stormwing Entity. 3 and double blue. This spell costs 2 and a blue less to cast if you've cast an instant or sorcery this turn. Flying. Prowess. When it enters the battlefield, scry 2, and it's a 3/3.
So this was like one of my favorite cards in the set, and I didn't know it. For whatever reason, it must have so much text on it that I never saw the last line. I had no idea this scried too. This card's just insane. Like you cast an opt and this for 3 mana, a crash through and this for 3 mana. Get a 3/3 flying prowess basically for 3 if you have those cards, and like multiples. Even if somehow you don't, it's still a 3/3 prowess flyer for 5 that scries for 2. This is like an A. This is a ham bomb. This is exactly the kind of card I like. I love it. I can't imagine not first picking it. I don't know what crazy pack would have to. Is it the best card in the set? Maybe not, but my goodness. Right. I'm counting the mana from like the opt and the 3. Yeah. Yeah, I know it would cost 2. So, but you can't get it out until turn 3. You don't have like a 0 drop or whatever in the draft. Love it. Its art is cool too. Not that I'm even really into that. This is fucking sweet. A blue bird with like blue light. I love this. Everything about it. Just everything. This is my favorite card so far. I love it.
Sublime Epiphany. 4 and double blue. It's an instant. Choose one or more. Counter target spell. Counter target activated or triggered ability. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, or a target player draws a card.
This card is definitely really strong. I've done a few simulation drafts. Most of them I did blue red. I already had it come up where I didn't think it would be that great in my deck because it costs 6. But I think anything but your hyper aggressive blue red deck, and most blue red decks, you're going to want it a lot too. I mean, it's super good. I mean, if you get to counter a spell, you're also going to get to bounce, copy a creature, and draw a card. That might be hard to do, but I think you'll always get to like at least bounce, copy, and draw at 6 mana, or like counter, bounce. Yeah, I don't even know. It's pretty sick. Pick one, pack one. I'm taking it for sure. Once I'm already in some crazy weird deck, maybe it goes down some, but I give it like an A minus or something probably. Really good. And worse, I don't even know if I can say that. Worse than best of 1 because you get ran over and 6 mana sucks, but worse than best of 3 if they see it, it's kind of a little bit, not really even because you just bounce something. It's really good. I don't know. A minus or something.
Teferi's Ageless Insight, 2 and double blue. It's a legendary enchantment. If you would draw a card, except the first one you would draw on each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead.
Now that bird or spirit is still the card I'm most excited about, but I do think that I want to play with this card more than any other card in this set. It might not be good. I don't know. I want it to be good. I don't know. I went through looking because I really wanted to build around this card. And I went looking through for like win cons that you could put in your deck. And I even looked in all colors because you're going to draw so many cards, you could just kind of splash something if this thing starts going off. And I didn't like find anything, you know, like you could play a big creature or something, but there's no like inevitability type card besides like the mill card enchantment or something that might work. If you draw that too late, it's not going to do anything either. So I'm a little worried about winning the game when you have this card. But if you play this thing, see, I first read it as like the first time you did it in a turn. It just keeps going and going and going. Yes, if you thrill, you draw 4. And if you have enough of these cards in your deck, like I would want to do with this card if I first picked it, I would be taking Opt, Crash Through, Thrill a Possibility, all that stuff really, really highly. So if you draft all that stuff really highly, you can then play like 13, 14, 15 land in your deck, something like that. It doesn't even matter whose turn it is because it's like if I play this and then I untap and I cast Tormenting Voice, I draw 4. I can cast another Tormenting Voice in the same turn and still draw 4 more. It says if you would draw a card except the first one in each of your draw steps. So you can keep doing it in the same turn. I thought it was different where you could only get the bonus once a turn. You can just fly through your deck, especially if you have a lot of those cards and not a lot of lands. You're just going to draw into more and more and more and more stuff. What you're going to do with all that, I'm not 100% sure. Right, you might deck yourself. That's why I really quit looking around. I want to play it. I want to try it. I hope it's good. I don't even want to rate it. Because it might end up thinking it's like a B plus pick one, pack one, or I might also think it's an F. Like, I don't know. I know that I can draw a shit ton of cards if I first pick it. I'm confident in that. But I'm not confident that I can win the game with it. So, yeah, I know the mill enchantment, but if you only get one of them, you got to draw it kind of early, or else you're still going to deck yourself first. Pop-Tarts here, you missed a couple hours, but, like, we still have a lot to go.
I'm here. Oh, Enthralling Hold.
No, I just moved the slide. Someone in the chat was just asking.
Oh. Okay.
Since I'd been talking forever and they hadn't heard you.
Yeah, I went to the other room real quick.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
It's okay, I'm here now. Okay. Enthralling Hold. 3 and double blue. It's an aura. Enchant creature. You can't choose an untapped creature as a spell's target as you cast it. You control enchanted creature.
You done giggling?
Yeah, I'm done.
It's a good card. It's awkward. I still think you'll play it in every blue deck. Maybe your most aggressive deck won't, but I still think you will. I mean, it basically it's like kill a tap creature to gain control. You know what I mean? Like it has to be tapped. Obviously, it says that on the card, but yeah, I'm gonna have to play around with it some. But I would go B plus, I guess, if I had to guess something like that, something in that range. Highly desirable, a little bit more desirable in your controlling decks. Yeah, they can't do it in response to Fizzle. Also, it would just fall off or whatever if it untapped. So they had to word it weird.
Jexai Elder. Oh, Jeskai. I always thought it was Jexai. Oh, Jeskai Elder. 1 and a blue. It's a human monk with prowess. And when it deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card, and if you do, discard a card.
I think it compares terribly to Bolas's Clutches, I would say. Bolas Clutches is way better. In the format it was in for sure. The format was kind of slow though, so 6 mana wasn't a problem. But yeah, I think it's a lot worse than that. To go back to the other card, this card I like it in blue red. If there is a blue white deck with some prowess that's playing, the +1/+0 draw card, it's going to be pretty good. It's static bad. I mean, you need to be triggering it easily and often for it to do anything. So I think it's more like a C plus in the deck that wants it, and I think that there's not that many decks that want it. Maybe you can discard for your reanimate in blue black. Maybe. I mean, you still got to get it through somehow. If you're playing blue black and you have the card, we'll get to in a little bit, that gives it flying and you draw 2 discard, it might get a little better then. But yeah, I can't recommend this too much. I don't think it's that much better than any other 2-drop, even in the deck that wants it. So yeah, it's probably worse than I'm gonna go with like a C plus in the deck that wants it, even because I think it's pretty replaceable.
Miscast. 1 blue. It's an instant that counters target instant or sorcery spell unless its controller pays 3 colorless.
Yeah, I would think this is just a sideboard card. And you probably want to side it in against decks that have a lot of expensive removal. So then it's like you're sideboarding in a Blue Rangers guile. I mean, yeah, I don't like this much. I mean, maybe you can side it in against the red-blue deck to stop some of their payoff spells or something, like the gold card we went over that makes a token. But sideboard niche, sideboard D plus or something, don't need to really draft it.
Reign of Revelation. 3 and a blue. It's an instant. It draws 3 cards, and then you discard a card.
Yeah, I think this card's awesome. Blue-green is a draw card theme, so it's going to be great there. Blue-white flyers, it's probably not that awesome in, because you really need to play to the board in that deck. You can't fall too far behind, so that's probably the one archetype that I'd get to that I'm not going to love it in. Blue-white control, it'll be great. Red-blue, controlling red-blue or mid-range blue-red, it's going to be amazing. And in your aggressive prowess decks, it does enough that you don't mind paying 4 for it to trigger your stuff. It's a big enough advantage. I love it in all versions of blue-red. And then blue-black. Blue-black control, it's just a great card, advantage card. Also, it enables your reanimation. I love it. I think you got to draft. I think it not only is it really good in almost every deck and goes with the thing, like it goes with the blue-green theme, it goes with the blue-black theme, it goes with the blue-red theme. It doesn't go with the blue-white theme, but I still think it's generically powerful enough to be in the deck. Like, not only is it just good, but it helps all the stuff in like every color. It's like super flexible. I mean, I would take it You don't want but so many of them, but it's an uncommon, and it's going to be desirable for a lot of different people. I think I'd taken it at like a B plus or something early on. I think it's almost going to be a first pick for me most of the time. I think it gets, there's going to have to be something really good. I think I love it.
Rewind, 2 and double blue. It's an instant, and it counters a target spell, and then you untap up to 4 lands.
Don't really like rewind. There might be, a blue-white control deck that can play every counter spell. I think blue-white would be the colors for it probably in the main deck that might want to do that. But in general, I'd say it's going to come out of the sideboard for slower matches. And it just does not excite me. I'll give it like a D.
Riddle form, 1 and a blue. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may have Riddle form become a 3/3 Sphinx creature, in addition to its other types until end of turn. 2 in blue to scry.
Yeah, I really like the Riddle form. So it's a strange card. I've played with it before, but it's strange. I think it's good in really aggressive decks and really controlling decks. I think it's not good in your mid-range decks. Like I don't feel like you'd ever want to play it in blue green, and I don't think it would be very good in like blue white flyers either. But if you're like blue black, you're getting enough value off of the scry. The games that you're trying to get the game to go late, you're going to get to turn it on some of the time. It also, you have a threat of activation, like, in that deck and stuff to block with it. And you really get to use the scry in your really grindy decks, like blue black or blue white control. In blue red, it's just fucking awesome. It's a 3/3, like for 2, you're always going to be casting spells. It's hitting hard, and you're not going to flood in the late game. And oftentimes in blue red, you're like the thing you want to do on turn 5 is cast a 1 or 2 mana spell. So scrying for 3 isn't even hurting you that much because all your cards are so cheap. You just want to cast like a 2-drop to trigger everything. So it's super good in your low to the ground decks, and then I think it's quite good in your really controlling grindy decks. And then it's only the decks in the middle that I don't think want it. So I love blue red. I think it's the best deck. I would take this really highly. Like I think I'd take it over the Reign of Revelation I just talked about. But I do think it's way less flexible than that. I'm just the kind of guy I like to draft, try to hit that ceiling, try to go for the deck I like. But this will end up in your sideboard some of the time, especially if you're more into drafting what's open and such. And really staying open. This will definitely end up in your sideboard some of the time. So you got to keep that in mind. But I think you can play it in most blue decks, over half for sure.
Sanctum of Calm Waters, 3 and a blue. It's a legendary enchantment shrine. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may draw X cards, where X is the number of shrines you control. If you do, discard a card.
Yeah, I'm really just not into the shrines. I mean, people say the black shrine's the best one. We'll get to it eventually. I'm probably lower on it than most people, but if you're playing blue-black and you have the black one and you're doing a reanimator sub-theme type thing, it's not the worst card. Although, honestly, drawing 2 might end up being almost bad in that deck. You might deck yourself. But yeah, this card's probably better than I think it is. But I still don't like it. It may be one of the better shrines, though. It's going to depend how grindy the format is and how often you're running up into these aggro decks. I'd like to give it like a C minus, but that's in a deck that kind of wants it even. I could certainly be wrong. It could end up being good. I don't think like the white one or the red one are going to end up being that good. But I could see a scenario where this one's quite effective. It's just a hard card to rate for me.
Shipwreck Dowser, 3 and double blue. Merfolk Wizard. Prowess. Whenever Shipwreck Dowser enters the battlefield, Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. 3/3.
Super, super solid card. Really good blue-black value card that can end up being a threat. Really good blue-red card. Yeah, it doesn't seem great in blue-green, depending on how many things you have to get back. I mean, you could maybe play it. And then blue-white, it's going to depend on your spells as well. Like it might not be all that desirable there, but I think it's really good in blue-black and really good in blue-red. And I like both those decks myself, so I would have no problem like first picking this card or taking it highly. As like, in those decks, I think it's like a B plus kind of card, maybe a B. Like I'm sure there's some B pluses I've given that I would take over this. There might be some I would take under it. I think it's kind of in that ballpark for those decks. But I do think if you're going to take this pick one pack one and easily be led astray down that green lane, this thing's likely to end up in your sideboard. So you might want to take a card that's a little less powerful but a little more flexible instead.
Oh, sorry, I was Snapchat. Teferi's Tutelage, 2 and a blue, enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, you may draw a card. No, not may. Sorry, you draw and then discard. There's no option. When you draw a card, target opponent mills 2 cards.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play with it. I think it's good. I think it has a home. I don't know what the home is. Certainly a controlling deck. It might be fine. Like if you get 2 of them, I think you can probably toss it into your blue-red deck as like an alternate win con. It still triggers your stuff, albeit expensively. Hard one to grade. I think some decks will really, really want it for their win con. I think it's going to be really strong against like a black-white deck that's struggling to kill you, stuff like that. Like it's going to be a nightmare for certain decks to play against. So I think you can main deck it. Like I'm not saying that, but I do think like it's really matchup dependent. It's going to crush some decks, and you might want to side it out against the aggressive ones if it's not like your main, like your main thing. So okay, sure, man.
Thanks.
All right, we have Tide Skimmer. 3 colorless and a blue, 2/3 flyer. When you attack with 2 or more creatures with flying, draw a card. So one thing to note, this does not have to be attacking itself. So if you were to get a couple of these, although they are uncommons, I don't think they're very desirable for every deck. Like I don't think you want this in blue-red at all. I don't think you want it in blue-green at all. So maybe an occasional blue-black deck would play it if it had some flyers. But really, it's a blue-white card. And you can live the dream with like that 1/3 flyer for 2, or the gold one that's a flyer, and then another flyer. And you play this on 4, attack with your 2 flyers, and draw a card in the same turn. Really high ceiling in exactly the blue-white deck. I would say most blue-black decks I put this in, I'd be unhappy that I put it in. I'd say it's like a D plus in those decks. I say I don't ever want to play it, ideally, in the other color deck pairs. But in blue-white specifically, like if you have a lot of flyers, say you see this pack 2, mid-pack 2, I'd probably, it's likely to play out as a B plus in that one deck, in that one scenario. You can also have it play out as a C plus in that deck if you don't have like a lot of 2-drop flyers. But I think it's hard to figure out where exactly to draft it. I think you want to already be in blue-white and already have a decent amount of flyers, I guess.
Tolarian Kraken, 4 and double blue. It's a Kraken. I'm sorry. Why did I say that? Of course, it's a Kraken. Sorry. Whenever you draw a card, you may pay 1. When you do, you may tap target creature. It's a 4/6.
It's a 4/6. If you didn't catch that, it's also kind of cute. Anyhow, I like this card. I think there's also enough ways to draw cards at instant speed in the decks that want to be more defensive. where you can use this as a defensive card. So I think blue green already has this card draw theme where you're going to want some card draw stuff. It's building up a bigger board, the blue green deck. It's a little rampy, so tapping something down once you have this out, you're probably going to have quite a few big creatures in play. So I think, doing it main phase in blue green is like pretty good. You get to do it for free, obviously, in your main phase once a turn. Well, for 1 mana, because you're drawing a card every turn. And then you have your ops and stuff where you can defensively do it as well. That's that deck. I think, blue black, again, it's nice blocker. Like any deck that's trying to go this late into the game. I don't think blue white flyers wants it, and I don't really think blue red's prowess wants it. Blue red might have a controlling variant. There's a lot of red removal. Like there could easily be a couple of variants of blue red where this might be quite good at it. And I certainly think there's going to be a blue white slower deck as well. Yeah, it's really good in blue green. I think the 4 power thing as well. Most things for 6 mana ought to have 4 power, but yeah, I think it fits most decks, or maybe not most. I think it fits most blue decks, I guess. So it's fairly flexible. I think it's a pretty early pick. I think it's good. I think it's like a B, something like that. Some decks, your more aggressive blue decks won't want it, but yeah.
Unsubstantiate. 1 and a blue. Instant. Return target
spell. Oh, timeout.
Oh!
Does it really untap as well? It does. Oh yeah, I knew this. Yeah, the untap, it does tap or untap. And also at common, there's a looter that will trigger this. And also you can untap your looter. So if it's late game, you can loot a couple times a turn even. Yeah, you're right. Untapping is definitely important. And it has that threat, again, where if it can always attack and threaten to untap itself. So yeah, this card, I'm definitely going to give it a B at least. It might be a B plus in the decks that want it. I think it's really good. Just the blue decks I'm looking to draft don't really want it. That's the reason that's kind of holding me back. But it's going to be a pain in the ass to play against. All right, sorry, Pop.
No, it's cool. I don't mind. I'm just vibing. Unsubstantiate. 1 and a blue. Instant. Return target spell or creature to its owner's hand.
Yeah, the decks that I want to play that are blue want this card. I don't think you want this card in blue-black in your main deck if you're blue-black control or blue-white control. Blue-white flyers wants it. Blue-red loves it. I'm assuming it's fine in blue-green. It's a 2 mana bounce spell, basically. It can bounce a removal spell to gain tempo as well. Other spell, if it's a creature, it doesn't matter if they're casting or if it comes into play, really, if you return it or bounce it, unless it come into play effect. But, it's like a B in the deck that wants it. But I think if you draft it, I don't think you pack one, pick one. I don't think it's like that kind of a card. I think it's like, a solid 4th pick kind of thing. That, if you're already in a blue-red spells deck, it's going to look really good. I think you don't want a shit ton of them. It is uncommon. It's going to be hard to get a ton of them. And I think if you end up in a controlling deck, you probably don't even want to play it ideally. So that's about what I got to say about that one.
Waker of Waves. 5 and double blue. It's a whale, and creatures your opponents control get -0. Oh, no, -1, -0. And you can pay 1 and a blue to discard it. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the other into your graveyard. It's a 7/7.
It's a great card. Perfect for blue-black. As it's going late, it can cast a 7-drop or reanimate it. It's great effect on the board. If you're hurting early on, it's better than cycling, like way better than cycling. Like if you need a land, like you're probably going to find one. Like you're looking at 2 cards, you probably get to draw your next one too. It's looking at like 3 cards, when you're hunting for that 3rd land. It's going to let you keep some sketchier hands. Blue-green is kind of rampy and stuff a little bit anyways. And it can't hurt you that bad when you just can cycle it, better than cycle it for 2 mana. I think I'd play it in all versions of blue-white, be awesome in a slower version, and still just fine. I mean, it's like a free-ish kind of include. My absolute most aggressive blue-red spells decks, maybe I would cut it. I would definitely draft it a lot lower. But you'd have to have like a near perfect deck, to not want to just play this. Like I will happily cut 5 and 6 drops that are better than this from like a blue red aggro deck, but this one just it's like it's so free. And again, a lot of the stuff you want to do on turn 4 or 5 cost 1 or 2 mana. So paying 2 mana to look at 2 cards to find that op to trigger all your stuff, it's not even that bad in that deck. So it's probably just going to get played always, even if you're just using its effect. Like in the right deck with a little bit of reanimation and stuff, this is maybe an A minus, but I'd go like a B plus on this thing overall or something. I think even if you're just discarding it most of the time, looking at 2, like I just think it does a lot for you. It does a lot for you in your opening hand. It does a lot for you late game, and it's not that costly in the mid game. I like to use it.
Cancel. 1 in double blue. Instant. Counter target spell.
Tough to rate. I know it's a basic looking card, but cancels tend to be better when there are cards in your deck that matter a whole lot more than other ones. And they don't have to be bombs. Like, it mattered a lot, like when your Boros deck really wanted to go wide and cast that Inspired Charge to be able to counter that. It was matchup breaking, devastating. Like, it matters a lot against a blue-black deck that only has a few threats. I don't know how much decks are going to play out like that. I did highlight already with the Acolyte that you can really like stick somebody with a bad hand that kept, a 1 mana 1/3, a 2 mana 1/3 flyer trying to get this Acolyte going. I think there's going to be some blue deck. Like I think blue-black wants to play this card. Straight up just wants to play it. A couple copies even if it gets it. I think there's some blue-white decks, not the flyer ones that are tapping out all the time, that will happily play it, and some blue-red decks that'll play it. Other than that, I think it's a good sideboard card for any deck that can cast it in slower matchups or against decks that are really, dependent on doing a certain thing. The more synergistic your deck is, the better cancel is against it. Unless it's super hyper aggro synergy. But like imagine this in Ikoria, like just can counter your weaponize or whatever. Like there were some decks or like Zenith Flare, like you didn't want to play against the counter spell when you had that stuff. So Chodoban will draft more cancel. If he plays this set, he is very good at it, at Magic and core set drafts in general. He will draft a lot of cancels, and I will take his advice on controlled decks for sure. He's in chat. He doesn't really believe it's the best common, but he's going to draft it higher than anyone else in the world, I can tell you that, and succeed with it.
Capture Spear. 3 in a blue. It's an enchantment aura that you can cast at any time because it has flash. Enchant creature. When it enters a battlefield, tap enchanted creature, and it doesn't untap during its controller's untap step.
I think it's good. We looked at the little removal slide, and blue had next to nothing. You're basically forced to play it, I think, in any blue deck. It triggers your prowess at a reasonable rate in your aggressive decks. I think it's solid. Maybe you don't want a ton of them. But yeah, probably want to play 2 of them if you get 2 at least. Like, give it like a B minus, something like that. It's certainly good.
Frantic Inventory. 1 in a blue. Instant. Draw a card, then draw cards equal to the number of cards named Frantic Inventory in your graveyard.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to play with it. Tough to say. I think blue-white Flyers never wants it. Blue-green is going to want it, I think, if it's got the draw cards matter stuff, that's its theme. I think it'd be happy. It might play 1 if it had it. It'd definitely be happy to play 2. Blue-black slow deck certainly would play it if it had a few of them. And, the blue-red decks are going to like it. Like, I think it's fine, but I don't know how awesome it's going to be. The longer the game, when your deck is set up to go long, it's going to be way better. Like, yeah, if you're a blue-red prowess deck with 3 of these, you might get a nut draw where you go off. But if you're, blue-black grindy Chodomon deck with all your cancels and you have 3 of these, like you're gonna eventually draw that third one because you're not gonna kill somebody until there's 4 cards left in your deck. So it's really good in the control-y grindy decks for sure. Otherwise, I don't really know what letter to give it, so I'm not going to give it a letter. But that's my thoughts on it.
Frost Breath. 2 and a blue. Instant. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during their controller's next untap step.
So I like this card a lot. It fits the kind of blue decks I want to draft. It's probably decent in blue green, maybe not wanted. That'd probably be hit or miss. You know, blue black, I don't think wants any part of this. Blue white flyers, I think will be happy with it. Blue white control want no part of it. And then blue red, I feel like probably always wants this. I really like a lot of the red cards. A lot of them have prowess. They're almost all aggressively slanted. I like the card Anaki Ogre a lot. Anaki Ogre is a 4/2 for 3. Anaki Ogre plays well with Crash Through that draws a card, giving it trample. Plays great with Sure Strike after a Crash Through. You know, trading off, like they block with their 2/2, thinking they're going to take 2. Now they're taking 5. Your Ogre's left. Frost Breathing, when you have an Anaki Ogre start, like 2-drop Anaki Ogre, you know, maybe shock your guy or bounce your guy the one time, then Frost Breath, they're almost dead. I mean, I really like it in that deck. I think you actively are going to want 1 or 2 when you have a good 10, 12 creature, heavy hitting blue red deck. I think that's the best spot for it. Again, that deck, it's going to be a B. And I think in like a blue white flyer deck, it's going to be like a C. And most other decks, it's not what you want. So tread carefully on that one, I guess. It's certainly not a card that is anywhere near the same grade in one deck as another. So don't be the guy that comes in and go, you played 2 Frost Breaths yesterday. Why isn't it in your deck? I mean, you can ask that if you're being serious, but don't try to, you know, I thought you said Frost Breath was good. It's in your sideboard. You know, don't do that one.
Keen Glide Master. 1 and a blue. 2 and a blue to give target creature flying until end of turn. It's a 2/1 human soldier.
Seems okay. I'm a little bit down on the 2/1s, like I said. There's the Skeleton Archer, Sky Scanner. There's just some stuff that punishes it. It might play out a little better than I think in blue green or something. There might not be a lot of 2-drops available in blue green, quite possibly, from what I'm thinking. And obviously, giving a big green creature flying is nice. So it might have a real good home there. Otherwise, I feel like it's filler. You know, I mean, you're not going to be. You know, the first one's a little bit better than the second one or something. Maybe I don't know, but thinking like a C- type thing. Maybe it has a home somewhere where it's a bit better. You know, could be a C+ in blue green if it's certain for 2-drops.
Library Larcenist. 2 and a blue. It's a Merfolk Rogue, and whenever it attacks, you draw a card. It's also a 1/2.
Yeah. Also, huh? Yeah. I don't really like this card. Tough one to think about. Like I feel like it's too slow for a blue green deck to do much with it. I don't think it's what blue black wants to do. Blue black wants to be controlling, not trying to get their 1/2 to get through. In my opinion, at least most blue black decks. Blue white skies, like it can't. It's not going to have enough stuff to like tempo with this. The one place it might can fit to me is blue red, and I don't really even like it there. I mean, if you have a blue red deck that for whatever reason you're playing like the flying enchantment, the Furor of the Bitten +2/+2 enchantment kind of thing. If you have that deck, which I feel like is kind of an undesirable blue-red deck, then this might be like, you know, like I was saying, you kind of could pivot into red-white if red-blue. If you were red aggressive, the white cards fit with it if the blue ones weren't coming. So maybe if you're red-blue and it's a little too late to switch, but it's pack 2, you know, and like you just pick up a few of these because there's nothing else in the pack, and then you can kind of prioritize some enchantments to put on them. You might can salvage your draft that way, but I think it's not what you want to set out to do. So I mean, I'd like to give this like a D. I don't think you want to play it. I think you can build a deck where it's good, but I don't think that's what you want to do.
Lofty Denial. 1 and a blue. It's an instant spell that counters target spell unless its controller pays 1 colorless. If you control a creature with flying, counter that spell unless its controller pays 4 instead.
This one's also hard for me to rate. For whatever reason, I don't like Rewind much. I think Cancel's pretty good. And this one, I just don't quite know. I'm leaning towards it. It's at least a good sideboard card. If you have a few flyers, even. Because if the game's going to, I don't know, maybe not. This seems good against like the synergy aggro decks because it's so cheap. Like you can counter that Bazari's Acolyte kind of cheaper. I don't know if it's worth playing though. You're gonna have to try it out. I would lean towards not wanting to play it and give it like a D plus or something. You know, a lot of your decks definitely aren't going to want to play. You not want it in your blue green deck or whatever. Yeah, I mean Pop Tart. You can make your points on the. That's not a bad point you made in the chat there. Fake Pop Tart. Reason to play the 1/3 Pegasus. Yeah, I mean if you have enough flyers, like you can just put this card in your deck for certain, and blue white flyers. So, you know, and in a blue white flyer deck, it might be a C minus because I don't know that that deck wants a counterspell all that much. It might be way better. We'll have to see.
Mistral Singer, 2 and a blue. It's a siren of flying. It has prowess and it's a 2/2.
Great card. Really good card. I mean, even blue green wants to be has a draw card theme. So a lot of the ways you're drawing the extra cards will trigger the prowess. Although I don't think it's necessary you play it in that deck. Blue black and all it can play it, you know. It can block as a 3/3. That deck wants to block a little more. That deck has to kill somebody eventually. So even if you're reanimating and this is your 3-drop, like once you reanimate something bigger that blocks the ground, you can start attacking with this. It's not ideal, but it's fine. And then it's going to be good enough in blue white for sure. And then blue red, it's a monster. So, you know, if you're blue white and you get a couple of these, you know, you're going to want to play like your revitalizes and your strikes, whatever the +1/+0 draw card. So keep that in mind, I guess. But yeah, this is really solid. It's like a B minus or something.
Opt, 1 blue, instant. Scry 1, draw card.
Awesome card again. Going to be better than it's ever been. You know, like a good 1-mana cycle card was in the last set or whatever. You know, it does the thing blue green wants to do. It does the thing blue red wants to do. You'll also incidentally have some prowess guys in your other decks, you know. Plus, it's just always good enough to. Like, I'll never cut an opt from a limited deck, like pretty much never. The one exception, I don't know, certain really fast formats maybe you would, but not a good limited format. How about that? I'd never cut an opt from a really good limited format. So yeah, I think you got to pick this highly. You know, if you're blue white or blue black, you don't have to pick it as high. You can pick it at like a C plus. But I mean, I'm going to be taking this card when I'm blue red over really good stuff, over some of the better 2-drop creatures, over a lot of the removal sometimes. And blue green, I don't know. Hopefully I just won't ever be blue green. But if I am, and it's just going to depend how many draw matter stuff you have. You got a couple lore scale codals. You're probably going to pick this over almost anything. So, don't know. But I'm going to pick it highly.
Read the Tides, 5 and a blue, sorcery. Choose one, draw 3 cards, return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands.
I don't like it. I hope to never play it. This one will be short. Show me a place it's okay. Maybe you can, but I'm just going to give it basically an F. It's just when you cast it, it's fine. It's just overcosted for what it does. So I mean, I guess it's a D minus. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world to put into a slow deck. You're just paying a little bit too much for the effect.
Roaming Ghostlight, 3 and double blue. It's a spirit with flying. When Roaming Ghostlight enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target non-spirit creature to its owner's hand. It's a 3/2.
So when I first saw this, I thought awesome, bomb, great common. I'm lower on it now. It's still good. I had a red-blue deck I was drafting in one of my simulations again where I just didn't want it that much. I figured I had so much spells matter stuff that by the time I hit 5 mana, I wanted, my card to be like a non-creature spell, and I just didn't think a 3/2 flyer would affect the board enough in that spot. I'd play it if I had it, but there was some other stuff in the pack that I would have never thought I would want to take over this Ghostlight that I did in that spot. I also think that particularly maybe blue-black control, it's not amazing. Like it buys you a little bit of time, but it trades off pretty poorly. It's bomb in blue-white flyers, and I think it's super good in blue-green too. I would think, and then you're going to want it most of the time. I'm not trying to talk the card down. I think it's probably a B. It's definitely a B in the decks that want it. It might be a B minus C plus in some of the decks that you just more kind of toss it into. But yeah, it's definitely good.
Rookie mistake. 1 blue. It's an instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +0/+2, and another target creature gets -2/-0.
So I kind of like this card actually. And again, in the theme of core set trickery, you're giving something bigger toughness and you're shrinking something's toughness. Yet I think this card goes in an aggro deck. Particularly fond of this card when you have multiple Onaki Ogres in your deck, the 4/2 for 3. Cards that kind of they're forced to block. This will trigger your prowess. It'll save a creature. Occasionally you might get to save 2 things or something. But it's cheap, and I think it does enough of what blue wants to do, at least in blue-red. In a blue-white flyer deck, I would not want to play it, but I think maybe as a sideboard card against another flyer deck, it would be fine. And blue-green, I feel like your creatures are just kind of too big, that maybe it's not great. And then blue-black control wants no parts of this. So it's really a blue-red card, I guess. Or maybe blue-white if you've got enough prowess stuff. But yeah, I like it. I'm happy to play this, I think, in my blue-red prowess deck. So in that particular deck, I'd rate it at like a C. I'm not crazy about it. Like I might play 3 Sure Strikes in my deck, but only want to play 1 of these. And maybe I don't play it if I have enough Sure Strikes. But I don't think I'd ever be unhappy to put one in a blue-red prowess deck. But other than that, it's going to be a late pick. You're never going to pick this early.
Rousing Read. 2 and a blue. It's an aura that enchants target creature. When it enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has flying.
I don't really like this card much. I do think it fits in blue-black. I don't really see it in a blue-white deck doing much. I guess it fits good in blue-green. What I'm trying to say is I don't think it's great in the decks I want to draft, I guess. I do think it's going to be good in your blue-green deck and pretty decent in your blue-black decks. So I guess rating it on that, you'd probably rate it around a C+. But I don't think I want to play it that often in my blue-red prowess deck. In a pinch, I could. But I'd rather trigger stuff off of other things, I think. I could be wrong about it. It could be better or worse than I think. But I think it's more of a blue-green, blue-black card. And even in blue-black, it might be a little awkward because you might not have a lot of early stuff to put it on. So yeah, I'm not going to pick this card very highly myself, but I do respect it. It's like a C+ kind of thing.
Spined Megalodon. 5 and double blue. It's a shark with hexproof. And when it attacks, scry 1. It's a 5/7.
Yeah, this to me is just a reanimator card. Maybe there's a blue-white deck out there, blue-white control deck out there that would play this as the win con. Maybe it plays the last card as well, gives it flying. But it slots in. And also, if you've got enough ramp, maybe you play it in your blue-green deck. If you got a couple cultivates or something, maybe there's a 3-color green deck out there that would play it. But I think it's just a decent blue-black card. You want to reanimate it. And the blue-black deck is a deck that can cast this thing. The games are going to drag on and on and on. Plays well with those colors. So I think in that deck it's like a C+. But I think it's kind of trash everywhere else.
Teferi's Protege. 2 and a blue. It's a human wizard, and you can pay 1 and a blue and tap it to draw a card and then discard a card. It's also a 2/3.
I don't think you want it in blue-red. I don't think you want it in blue-white flyers. I think in blue-black, it's good. You want it actively. And I have no idea how these blue-green decks are gonna play out. I mean, obviously it triggers all your stuff, and it only taps. It only costs 2 to use. I guess you're gonna want one. Um, but I feel like the blue-green deck's already like a, losing to tempo more than anything else. Like I see these blue-green decks, a lot of games they lose, they're gonna have a handful of cards and stuff anyway, just not have time to do anything with them. It's kind of how they tend to go. And adding a draw card theme to that is only going to slow it down even more. So I'm not sure that it's going to be super good in that deck or not. I mean, I rate this low. In your blue black deck, you want to pick one up, but there shouldn't be too much competition for it. I'm gonna give it like a C minus. It might play as out as a C in the right deck or something.
Tome Anima, 3 and a blue. It's a spirit, and it can't be blocked as long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. And it's a 3/3.
So I think that you can play this in blue red if you need a 4-drop in your curve. That's about all I can say about it. Spoon tried to give it an F. I talked about it with him at length. Yes, you don't want this, I think, in your best version of blue red, but I will play it if I have enough crash throughs and ops, and I can use a 4-drop. If it's my third or fourth 4-drop, I'm going to put it in that deck, and I'll be happy enough with it. It'll play as a C minus if it'll play it in that spot. Any other deck, I mean, if you need to toss it in a blue-white deck that's prowessy and has a bunch of +1/+0 draw card and revitalizes, because it didn't quite get there, I can see it. But yeah, I mean, I'm saying C minus as its ceiling probably, and like D plus if it's like kind of in a deck that can trigger it sometimes.
Voldalian Arcanist, 1 and a blue. It's a merfolk wizard, and you can tap it to add a colorless mana. Spend that mana only to cast an instant or sorcery spell. It's a 1/3.
This was one of my favorite cards in Dominaria, but Dominaria had like kicker costs and it had like a wizard theme. I've been drafting a lot of these blue-red decks, and like it has Burn Bright +2/+0 to all attackers as a way to use the body later on. But I feel like most of the time it's not what you want to be doing. Like if you have a lot of 4 mana instants and sorceries, then your best draws will probably include this guy. But I don't really think it's much more desirable than any other 2-drop, even in that deck. And then it does so little later on. If there was more stuff to like pump everything, then I would like it so much more. But the one thing that there isn't even amazing. So in blue-red, I can take it or leave it. In blue-white flying, seems kind of bad. Like there might be a blue-white control deck with enough expensive stuff. I don't know. Reign of Revelation is going to be a big one. If you have that, like maybe a couple of those and some other stuff, it's going to be a lot better. I don't think blue-green wants it all. I think blue-black is going to like this card. It blocks decent. And it can even get in on some double blocks. Like, and they only kill one thing because it's a 1/3 block with a 1/3 and a 2/3 or whatever on their 3/3. Like, it'll play out okay in spots like that. And you're going to want, like, your Reign of Revelations, and you're going to want your cancels in that deck. It's going to help keep stuff like that up and help you 2-spell. I could go C plus in a deck like that, but I don't think it's going to be as good as it was before.
Wall of Runes, 1 blue. It's a wall defender, and when it enters the battlefield, it scries 1. It's a 0/4.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't even know if the Chodamonas decks would play this in the main deck. It might be a decent card to bring it out of the sideboard to try to slow somebody down, but I'm not sold on it. I'd hope to never play it. So whatever grade you give that, D minus or whatever, like I don't really want to play it.
Wishcoin Crab. 3 and a blue. It's a crab. What wishes do they grant? Mostly pinching related ones. It's a 2/5.
All right. Tough one to rate. It's weird. The vanilla stuff's often tough to rate. I don't know how much stuff this is gonna like. How punishing it's gonna be. How many aggro decks have stuff that dies to 2 toughness? If everyone's playing 3/1s and stuff, this thing's going to be a monster. If everyone's playing 2/3s, like then it just, 4 mana trade with a 2-drop or 3-drop kind of thing. It played out really well the last set for whatever reason. It played out a lot better than it looked. I think you just have to play with it. It could be anywhere between like a C plus and a D plus, probably. It's probably like a C minus if I had to guess. And no deck I don't think is really going to miss it. But it might really do some good work. I mean, if you blank 2 or 3 of your opponent's creatures with this thing, like it's awesome. I just don't know how often that's going to come up. I just have to, I'd have to like really look at all the creatures lined up or play with it, and I just haven't done that stuff yet.
Liliana, Waker of the Dead. 2 and double black. Legendary Planeswalker, Liliana. +1 to loyalty. Each player discards a card. Each opponent who can't loses 3 life. You can -3 her loyalty to give target creature -X/-X until end of turn. where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. And her ultimate is a -7. You get an emblem with at the beginning of combat on your turn, put target creature from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It gains haste. Starts with 4 loyalty.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's excellent. I don't know. What like if you pack one, pick one. Then I don't know if you should have much of a preference where it goes. Black white seems like it might have trouble getting cards in the graveyard to start it off, but it grinds real well and it clogs up the board real well. So it seems to fit there. Blue black's gonna have a lot of card draw and cantrips to fill it up so it can come down and eat something right away. And I think it's gonna fit everywhere really. And I would certainly plan on, picking it over anything else in the pack. And if you're black later on, jumping right in or whatever, taking it over anything else.
Ah!
It's gone crazy. Okay. Here we go.
Grim Tutor. 1 and double black. Sorcery. Search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand. Then shuffle your library. You lose 3 life.
F. I don't care what you have. You can sideboard it in if you're both playing a grindy black deck and you have a bomb. I will caveat that maybe if you have a Wrath effect, it's worth 3 mana and 3 life to find it. Anything else? F. Ugin, F. The problem with fucking Ugin is it costs 8 already. It's already super slow and you're going to die before you cast it. You want to pay 3 life and take a turn off? F.
No! Oh, Massacre Worm. So cute. 3 and triple black. It's a worm, and when it enters the battlefield, creatures your opponent control get -2/-2 until end of turn. And whenever a creature an opponent control dies, that player loses 2 life. It's a 6/5. It's so cute.
It's not cute.
It's
This card is super good. It enables you to attack because you shrink all their stuff. Also, it's not like a 1-turn effect or whatever on this lose 2 life. Like that sticks around the whole game. So if they don't die that turn, like anytime you kill their stuff, that effect is still going on. I mean, the format would have to be bad for me not to pack one, pick one. This it is triple black, and I don't have a reason to think that black is bad enough that I don't want to draft this card. I haven't played the format yet, but unless I'm shying away from black, I'm never passing this pack one, pick one. And then you can't splash it. You don't want to switch for it. Maybe if you have 7 blue cards and 2 red cards and your blue cards can go in a controlling deck, you could take it pack 2. But it's going to be pretty rare that you can switch into this thing at any point. So I think it would go, if I pack one, pick the one that great in black white that prolong and just good in any black deck. I can't pick one out that I think it's going to be best in. It's fucking all of them. So AAS, whatever.
Demonic Embrace, 1 in double black. It's an aura that enchants a creature. Enchanted creature gets +3/+1, has flying, and is a demon in addition to its other types. You may cast Demonic Embrace from your graveyard by paying 3 life and discarding a card in addition to paying its other cost.
So I looked at this card in a vacuum and I just thought, wow, this card is so good. And it is. But, and it's a big but, I feel like. To me, the black cards do not look aggressive, especially like the 2-drops and stuff. This card costs black, 1, as Pop Tart so nicely put it. So it's not going to be easy to like have these other color 2-drops and slap this on them on turn 3. This is still good at any other point in the game, but it's obviously at its best when you slam it right down on turn 3 and start getting aggressive. I think this card is awesome in black white. Black white already has a lot of these shitty little 2-drops it's going to play. Some of them with lifelink and stuff. It's going to trigger all your stuff. This card is going to be S in a black white deck. A+, whatever. I think though in like a black green deck, it might as well cost 5. So it's still going to be good. It's still going to have a nice effect. It can still win you the game. It's kind of like keeps coming back and this and that. But I don't think, I think it's more of a B+ in that kind of deck. Black red, I don't know. I think it's going to be much somewhere in the middle of those two. And then blue black, I don't think it's going to be anything special in blue black. It can be your win con, but again, it might as well cost 6 mana or whatever. You're never going to just like go to town. You might sometimes. You're rarely going to just go to town or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I would certainly first pick it, But I would, if I did, I'd really be looking to go black white, if at all possible. I don't think it's as good in every deck as it is in other ones. So, if you're black white with the good setup, it's top tier. Otherwise, it's more of like a B+ to me, something like that. Like if I'm drafting black red, I might possibly take something over it. Black blue, I'm definitely going to take a lot of stuff over it. And I don't know about black green.
Hooded Blightfang, 2 in a black. It's a snake with depth touch, and whenever a creature you control with depth touch attacks, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. Whenever a creature you control with depth touch deals damage to a planeswalker, destroy that planeswalker. It's a 1/4.
Yeah, it's really solid. It's not going to come down to win the game or anything, but 1/4 death touch is going to be a fucking pain in the ass for anyone to attack into. This is going to be great in like any kind of defensive deck. And then, it's going to be really good in black white as well. It's a good attacker. It gets in for 2 and gains you 1. It's kind of almost like a 3/4 in a deck that wants to gain the life because you care just as much about the losing life and the gain life equally. It's super good. You'll play it in every black deck. I don't know how great it is in black green or black red, but it's still certainly like attacks as 2/4 death touch, like except for it doesn't kill 2 things, I guess. But yeah, whatever you rate a card that's like really just a good solid card, B+, something like that, and the controlling decks like black white or blue black, B- maybe in the other ones.
Karvek the Spiteful, 2 in double black. Legendary creature, human warlock. Other creatures get -1/-1, and it's a 3/2.
Tough one to evaluate. I feel like it's bad in black white. I feel like even though that deck kind of grinds, you have too many small creatures. Like not that it's going to kill them, but like making your 2/2s a 1/1 or whatever, like might as well kill them. It's probably great in black green. Not that I want to be black green, but it's probably awesome in black green. And I think it's good in blue black control. Very good in blue black control. And I would assume it's probably awkward as hell in black-red. So, yeah, I mean, I think if you're already in blue-black or black-green, shit, it might be like a B plus in those decks, but it's double black and it's only going to go in like half your black decks. So I wouldn't look to pick it too early in the draft, like pack one. But again, let's see how it plays out. But I would expect it to be quite good in your blue black control or your black green deck.
Liliana's Standard Bearer, 2 and a black, Zombie Knight. It has flash, and when it enters the battlefield, draw X cards, where X is the number of creatures that died under your control this turn. It's also a 3/1.
Yeah, this is somewhere like an A minus, B plus or something. And I think even in your blue black control deck with not many creatures, like flash this in, trade with something, draw a card, right? It triggers on itself. It only gets upside from there and any other deck. I mean, maybe somewhat awkward in black white to get more than one card because you have a lot of high toughness creatures. But like, even if you're just trading and drawing a card, like this one's sick. Doesn't trigger on itself? Oh, you're right. Never mind. Take all that back. Never mind. I don't know how it would trigger on itself. Oops. I was just thinking like after combat it would check. Obviously it doesn't. I was comparing it in my head to the 3/2 guy that you lose a life, draw a card. And then in my head, I was just like, okay, if you trade that guy, you draw. Yeah, okay, this is a little worse. It's a lot worse. I don't even think you want it in blue-black. Like, you're going to have to get a trade with something that's probably like 3 mana already, so you're going to like pay 4 or like turn 4 or later, you're paying 3 for a conditional 3/1 that draws you a card. Like, obviously, if it always was a 3/1 that drew you a card for 3 on turn 4, you'd play it. But often it's not going to do that in that deck. And then black-white as well, with all those high toughness creatures, you're probably only going to get a card out of it. Seems like a great black-red card. And it's on theme with green-black. So, and also if you have some of the sacrifice stuff that's around. But I think it's only going to be kind of good in a couple of combinations of black. So yeah, I'm actually going to, change the grade a lot. Give it like a C plus or something. Just if it draws you 2, it's awesome. But if it draws you 1, like you're getting a free 3/1 that you had to probably work for.
Necromentia, 1 in double black. It's a sorcery, and you can choose a card name other than a basic land card name. Search target opponent's graveyard, hand, library, and library for any number of cards with that name and exile them. That player shuffles their library, then creates a 2/2 black zombie creature for each card exiled from their hand this way.
I think it's an F. I don't think I'd board it in if they had Ugin. Maybe if I knew they had like 5 cancels and I thought I could get them to tap out in a sideboarded game, maybe then, but that's so niche. Like if me and Chodamon are in a trophy race on MTGO, or if I'm doing an 8-man and Chodamon's in the pod, like maybe I'd pick it up as my 11th pick to hope to hook him. But yeah, it's basically an F.
Peer into the Abyss, 4 in triple black. It's a sorcery. Target player draws cards equal to half the number of cards in their library and loses half their life. Round up each time.
Yeah, I'm going to go with an F here too. I could see maybe a black-white deck wanting this against another black-white deck or something to try to, draw 10 cards in the mid-game because kind of no one's doing anything out of the board. But, maybe draft it as a D minus, maybe pick it up over, one of the judgments that kills a 4-power creature if you already have a judgment. Like that's about how high I would take it, Oh wait, someone did point out with the mill card, you draw half your cards and then they mill their whole deck kind of.
Holy shit.
I still think at 7 mana that's not a main deck strategy. You've already had to like take a turn to play that mill card, not affect the board. This thing costs 7. But that'd be cute at least. I'm sure someone will win games with it. I'm gonna stick with my grade of whatever I gave it, like a D minus or something. Really niche sideboard card. But please show me, prove me wrong. You know, it's a cool looking card.
Thieves Guild Enforcer. 1 black. It's a human rogue with flash, and whenever Thieves Guild Enforcer or another rogue enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 2 cards. As long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, Thieves Guild Enforcer gets +2/+1 and has Depth Touch, and it's a 1/1.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with a flat F. Don't like it. Not gonna try to think up a scenario. Too often it's just a 1/1 for one that does nothing. You know, milling 2 cards, I don't care. If you draw it super late in the game, your payoff is that you have a 3/2 that trades with anything. And every other time you basically have a mulligan. So yeah, I'm effing that.
Vito Thorn of the Dusk Rose. 2 and a black. It's a vampire cleric, and whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. 3 and double black. Creatures you control gain lifelink until end of turn, and it's a 1/3.
Yeah, I think this gets like an A. Awesome in black white. Awesome in black green because you have these big creatures. Awkward in blue black control. And not an A in blue black reanimate, although still fine. And then black red, I don't really know what black red wants to look like, but I'm pretty sure it can still take advantage of this. And I mean, this thing, they lose life, like it's fucking stings. Yeah, I think it's an A. But if you're blue black, it probably plays out a little worse than that.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Sorry, yes. Arc.
We don't need to know what you were doing.
Yes, Arc Fiend's Vessel. 1 black. It's a human cleric with lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, if it entered from your graveyard, or you cast it from your graveyard, exile it. If you do, create a 5/5 black demon creature token with flying.
So I don't remember what the card was. Somebody showed me a few things that this comboed with. I don't remember what they were, but I don't think this is what you want to be doing. I might change my mind when, like, if I see some stuff that it goes with. I can't think of anything though. I mean, it goes with like that white rare that gets stuff back or whatever. I think, but I mean that's really really niche. I mean, I'd like to give it like an F if that's all it goes with. I don't know. It's a 1/1 life linker. Maybe you can play it in your black white deck occasionally if you have the right pump effects or something. But yeah, I would give this like an F or like a D if you had that white artifact in your deck or something.
Bad deal. 4 and double black. Sorcery. You draw 2 cards and each opponent discards 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life.
I don't like this. I've heard some people that did like this, which surprises me. I feel like if they made this card though, like it might be supposed to be playable. And also they may have made it uncommon just because it's so bad they don't want people to play it too much. It's one of the two, you know. I'm gonna just say it's like a D minus, but I could end up changing my mind on this one. Like it's possible that you play like black mirrors are all gonna go pretty slow. I feel like black's really slow and grindy. Like in all forms, black red, black green, black white, black blue. So maybe in a black mirror that it's actually decent. Because yeah, you know, I think it's like a sideboard C minus for like a black deck versus a black deck. Like the 2 life just never matters, and then discard 2, draw 2. Like they're probably going to have a decent card in their hand still. So I don't know.
Carrion Grub. 3 and a black. It's an insect, and it gets +X/+0, where X is the greatest power among creatures in your graveyard. Okay, so among creatures in your graveyard. Oh my. Okay. When it enters the battlefield, mill 4, and it's 0/5.
It's solid. I don't think black. Well, black green might win it because it's got a good chance. Note that I first thought this was the number of creatures you had in your graveyard. It's not that. It's the biggest power. So if you're milling in your black green, you might hit something kind of big and get like a 6/5. So maybe it's okay in that. I think it's good in blue black just because you want a high toughness creature. Nothing great in black white, and I don't think it'd be great in red black either. I'd give it like a C minus, but there might be some decks that like it a little more than that.
Eliminate. 1 in a black. Instant. Destroy target creature or planeswalker with CMC 3 or less.
Good card. Don't know how much stuff it hits. I'm going to assume this is probably a little bit worse than you would think. Like, I'm going to assume it's like a B. Like, I would assume I'd much rather have like a Scorching Dragonfire over it or something like that. But, play with it and see. I could see it playing as a C or even higher than a B, maybe a little bit. 59%? I mean, like, that still doesn't tell me anything. Like, I don't want to hit somebody's Sky Scanner. I need to see like how many things. Like, that's kind of a worthless stat, in a way. It's less worthless when you talk about the 4 power or greater card because you're always going to want to hit something with 4 power or greater if you can. But you're not always going to want to hit. You're not going to want to take out their 1/1 cantrip or whatever. At least you're not going to get a good deal on that. So. It's more like how many important things are there. But I'd say it's like a B, if I had to guess.
Gormand. 4 in double black. It's a demon and is an additional cost to cast a spell. Sacrifice a creature. It has flying and trample, and when it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a loved one. 5/5.
I hate cards like this normally. It costs 6. I hate that. You have to have a creature out to play it. I hate that. I mean, yeah, it's symmetric, technically, But the way I see these black decks playing out, I think this card's pretty good. I think their black decks always going to, I hated it for a long time, but the more I look at black, the less I like black, the more I look at it. However, the more I like a card like this. I feel like the black decks are grindy and slow, and you're going to always get the 6 mana before, unless you're just getting your ass kicked. Like, you're not going to ever beat anybody like before you get your Gormand out or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to give this high marks. I'm going to go up to like a B minus on it, and I would like always rip this card to shreds normally. I don't feel like it's what I want to be doing, but I feel like it's what you have to be doing if you're a black deck. It might even be a B. It's an important card, I think, in a black deck. Sleeping on Rakdos Reanimator? I mean, I don't know. Like, this card costs 6. I mean, like, it's a little bit better to reanimate because you don't have to sack something. But, like, you can play Reanimate in Rakdos, I'm sure. I don't know. I don't pretend to know what Rakdos does. I do admit it doesn't seem great as a sacrifice deck. So, yeah, it could easily be really good in that deck, too. I'll go up to a B on it. Again, I don't love the card. I don't love what it's trying to do, but I think it's absolutely what black has to do with the cards I've seen.
Kitesail Freebooter. 1 in a black. It's a human pirate with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. Exile that card until Kitesail Freebooter leaves the battlefield. 1/2.
All right, so just another point about this reanimate thing. Someone in the chat says, there's only one reanimate card. First of all, the blue-black uncommon, the signpost uncommon, also reanimates. So there's that. Second of all, Rise is a common. And if red-black reanimate is a thing, it's going to make Rise harder to get because blue-black already wants it. Black-white doesn't want it, and black-green doesn't want it. I thought it was going to be really easy to get because only one deck wants it. But if black-red is also reanimating, it might even make Gormand worse because there's going to be more of a demand for this stuff. But I just felt it wasn't in high demand and it'd be pretty easy to get, which is why I kept harping on it. But it's literally the effect that the black blue deck is supposed to do based on its uncommon. So, I don't know. It's you're gonna have to play around and see. It might if Deathsea streams Black Red Reanimator for 3 days straight, you're probably gonna have a huge influx of people drafting Black Red Reanimator. And then the card might be you might have to value the blue black reanimating deck worse. So like it just depends on stuff. But I think in general that it shouldn't be too hard to get. So I don't know. All right, so he already read the freebooter.
Yuck.
It's a reprint, and frankly, I don't like it that much. It's playable in every deck, but I don't think it's ever amazing. I'm going low, I think, compared to everyone else. I'm going to go somewhere between a C and a C plus. I'm probably not going to end up with a lot of these. I don't value it that highly. I just don't think it's super duper impactful.
Liliana's Devotee. 2 and a black. It's a human warlock. Zombies you control get +1/+0. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature dies this turn, you can pay 1 and a black. If you do, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. It's a 2/3.
Yeah, I think this card's awesome. I mean, you're making 3/2s because it's giving it +1/+0 as well. I mean, if they didn't kill this, then it's only a 2/2. But it's a little expensive. But black red is grindy. Black green is grindy with a morbid theme. Black blue is slow and black white is slow. I think it fits into every black deck pretty well, even if they don't have triggers for it. It's just like kind of in the natural gameplay. I think it's super good. I got to give it at least a B. I might even want to go higher at like a B plus or something. Again, I just kind of forget what grades I give everything, but it's flexible and it's powerful. So I think it's super good.
Malefic Scythe. 1 and a black. It's an artifact equipment, and when it enters the battlefield, it enters the battlefield with a soul counter on it. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each soul counter on a Malefic Scythe. Whenever equipped creature dies, put a soul counter on it. Equip 1.
I'm not usually an equipment fan, but I love this one. Anytime you can equip for 1, you get to attack with it and re-equip it to block. Like anytime they trade, it's growing. They can't attack into you. They can't block. It's just going to be a nightmare to play against this thing. If the game's anywhere near close, like the fact that it grows into something or other, like it's even better than any equipment like that because it only costs 1 to move around. So you can't be like it grows into this because it doesn't. It grows into something better than that. It almost play. It's like almost like 2 creatures are getting the bonus or something when you have an equip 1. B plus, something like that. I mean, black blue probably doesn't care for it that much. Black green, black red, and black white. It seems amazing, tailor made, basically. Super good card.
Pestilent Haze. 1 and double black. It's a sorcery, and you can choose one. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn, or you can remove 2 loyalty planeswalkers from each planeswalker.
Yeah, it's an infest or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you ever main deck it and like your black blue deck or whatever. You might. I think it's at worst. I think it's like a sideboard like B minus C plus, but you're probably only going to sideboard it in a third of the time or something, maybe more. Hard one to tell without playing. I wouldn't want to take it too high, but it's going to wreck some decks. And you're going to keep running into it. Best of 1 on Arena or whatever. They're just going to shit on you. It's going to crush me. I know that because I like every cheat card. My prowess things, I'm going to be all tapped out. It's going to wrath me every time. But, I can't rate it too highly. And nobody play this, especially against me. F. No, it's like, I don't know if you ever want to play it main deck, honestly. But, you can if it doesn't kill much of your stuff, and at least like a C out of the board, I guess.
Sanctum of Stone Fangs, 1 in a black. It's a legendary enchantment shrine. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of shrines you control.
I hate cards like this. I hated the one in Ravnica Allegiance, the Ill-Gotten Gains. I hated that card. I didn't think it was good. So if you're a lover of that card, I'm not. This, though, does cost 2. Does help trigger life gain in black-white. All black decks seem to be pretty grindy. The longer a game goes, the better something like this is. I do think it's fine to play it. I don't think it's some bomb. I don't think it's one of the best uncommons. I think in some decks it'll be better than others. I'm not really sure what they're going to look like. I think black green doesn't want this card. I don't see black green wanting this card really, unless it has other shrines. But black white wants it. I think black blue. The grindier and less. If you're black blue with a couple of those reanimate cards, you're trying just to blast something out, you don't give a shit about this either. But I think most black blue decks are going to want it. And I think most black red decks are going to want it. And like all black white decks. I'm going to go with like a B minus. I don't like it that much. But it's a card that I probably won't draft anywhere near as many of as most people. But it's certainly playable.
Silver Smoke Gagny, 2 black, zombie vampire. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, return Silver Smoke Ghoul from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. 1 in a black, sacrifice it, draw a card, 3/1.
So yeah, I was thinking like this card's awesome. This card's awesome when I looked at it. I don't really know why I was thinking that. Like I first picked a red card in one of these mock drafts, and then my second pick was this. And then it's like I didn't even want to play it in a red-black deck once I started looking at it. Like it would be playable as a 3/1 for 3 that you can sack to draw, but you're never gaining life. I mean, I really think it's just a black-white card. I think in black-white it is awesome. I think in black-white it's like a B plus type awesome. You're triggering it, you're drawing cards, you're trading it when you need to, but I think it's super narrow. I mean, you can play it in like a black-green deck with dies triggers, I guess, because you can sack it, but I don't know. Yeah, I think it's mostly yeah, I'm not giving everything letter grades. I try to throw some out there just to give you an idea of where I place it. But there's no need to rate anything an S because you're always going to it's just like what's the difference between an S and an A or an A plus? There's no difference. Unless you get a pack with 2 mythics in it or whatever, which can't even happen on Arena. And it's so rare that it's going to happen. You know, you don't really need to know if you're going to take Basari or Baneslayer. I went over all that earlier. But anyhow, yeah, this is really a black-white card. Maybe you can play it in a pinch somewhere else, but in black-white, it's super good. B plus in black-white, I guess.
Tavern Swindler, 1 in a black. You can pay 3 life and flip a coin. If you win the flip, you gain 6 life. It's a 2/2.
Yeah, so I was watching another streamer talk about this card, and the streamer did not say this, okay? But the chat, they were arguing about how much life you gain off of this card. So the chat was arguing. They were arguing whether each turn you on average if you gain 3 life or 1.5 life. That was their argument. Clearly, you gain 0 life on average because you win half of your flips. So you flip 2 times. You've paid 6 life. You win 1 and you gain 6 life. But other chats seem to not understand. And they couldn't decide if it was 3 or 1.5. So just to reiterate, this is not some kind of card that gains you life over the game. Don't think of it like that. It is, however, a 2/2 for 2 that triggers your stuff in black white. And it's very good in black white, I think. I would rate it at like a very desirable 2-drop range. I don't know what that is exactly. Probably like a B, a flat B in black white. And then you basically just don't want to play it in any other deck. Ideally, I mean, you can play it as just like a 2/2 for 2. Like, you got to rate it as a D minus in every deck but a black white deck, basically, or a D, you know? I guess you rate it as a D. Like, if you're about to die, you know, you can try to gain 3 life. But just as far as activating it every turn or whatever, because you think over time you're going to gain more than you lose, that's just not how math works. So just make sure my chat is educated on you know, how coin flips work, I guess, and that you only win half of them and stuff. So, you know, yeah. It's for the life gain deck for sure, because you will gain life every other turn, but you know, over time you should just kill you in response. That's true.
You can always cheat.
Pop Tart's got loaded coins for sale. But anyways, yeah, I give this like a B if you're drafting black white, but you can't take it super early in pack 1 if you're not committed to black white, because it's really bad in any other deck.
Witch's Cauldron, 1 black. It's an artifact. You can pay 1 in a black, tap it to sacrifice a creature. You gain 1 life and draw a card.
It's a tough one for me to call. I don't feel like it's very good. It could end up being. It's really gonna have to play around with it. There's also a black common that's 1 black mana and an instant, and you sacrifice a creature to draw 2. I mean, having that available at common, if you're gonna pick a couple of those up pretty easily, like if the deck you want is open, if the deck you want this card in is open at your table, those commons are probably gonna flow around. And they kind of just compete with each other. Like, how many things do you really want to sack for value like that, you know? You often just want to hold 1 up in case they have a removal or whatever. You know, I'm gonna start kind of low with it because I don't know exactly what deck wants it. I mean, I guess green black or deck with a lot of those like 3/2 common that gets you a Thallid. We'll go over in a little bit, but you know, I'll go like a C minus. But it could end up being like a B in some decks. I'm not really sure. It's kind of a tough one to call for me.
Alchemist's Gift, 1 black. It's an instant, and target creature gets +1/+1, and it gains your choice of Depth Touch or Lifelink until end of turn.
I think I'm gonna stick to my take that I don't like it. I'll be unhappy if it makes my deck. So I'd go with a D minus. I mean, a D maybe. Like, I won't be that unhappy if I have to play 1 as my last card, but I don't think I want it at all. It might play out a little bit better than that, but I want to go D minus. Just the way black decks look, I don't think they want a combat trick. At least not very much. And if you're black white or black green, there's just way better stuff at common that does similar stuff. Black red don't want this thing very much. But you could put it on a skeleton or whatever. Maybe if you have a bunch of skeletons, it turns it into like a D. The Pinger skeleton. Yeah, I guess in a lifelink deck that's hurting for lifelinkers, if you're actively hurting for lifelinkers and have to play some like, you know, 3/3s that don't have lifelink, giving it +1 on lifelink might be okay. But even then you just have a bad version of the deck, and maybe it's a D in your deck. I don't like it. D minus, something like that.
Blood Glutton, 4 and a black. It's a vampire of lifelink, and it's a 4/3.
I like this card. I think it's going to be good in black white. I think it's going to be good in black blue. I think it's going to probably be pretty bad in black green. I feel like they're going to have bigger, better stuff. And they don't have much interaction, I don't figure, in black green. And black red, I feel like, can like clear the board, and like if this is the last thing standing, it can run away with the game. And maybe it like can kill your bigger stuff and just leave you with small stuff that can't block this well. So I think it'll be okay in black red. Like a C in black red. I think it'll be like maybe a C plus, maybe even a B minus in like a blue black controlling deck. Like it stabilizes nicely, and once you like get it through, it's big time to gain 4. Even just trading, it's like, kill your 4 drop, gain 4. Like if it just trades with like a 4/4 or something, and then black white, it triggers all your stuff, and you can block with it and trigger stuff. Like I think it's like a B, no, C plus overall. I guess it goes in. I kind of got to rate it overall because it goes in most decks. I think that's high for what most people think, but I like this card.
H zombie, 2 and a black. It's a zombie. Why do they? Whatever. Each opponent.
Just read it.
Okay. 1 and a black. Tap it. Each opponent loses 2 life. Activate this ability only if a creature died this turn. 2/3.
I think it's probably good in black white, at least pretty good. And I think it's probably pretty good in red black. I feel like green black likely is doing a really big creature thing where the 2 life might not like be what's getting there. So even though that's the most sacrificey kind of morbidy deck, I think it's probably not doing a lot there. And then I think blue black is also not like chipping in at all. So I think like you want to copy in black white, and like you probably really want it in black red. Like you kind of actively want it. Like it's probably like a C plus in black red, like a C in black white, and like D and everything else. Yeah. I know.
Crypt Lurker, 3 and a black. It's a horror. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature or discard a creature. If you do, draw a card. It's a 3/4.
It's a good card. Solid. It obviously can help out with any kind of reanimation. You do have to discard a creature, so it's not like just a loot. You can also sack a creature, so like I think it's probably pretty good in black green if you got some stuff laying around to sacrifice. I feel like I don't want to play it in black red. I really feel like I don't want to play it in black white. Like in a good version of black white at least. And then it's at home in blue black for sure. So I think blue black, it's like a C plus. Be green black, it's like a C, and everywhere else just doesn't really want to play it if they can help it. But it's a 3/4 for 4 that like can do a little bit of stuff. So it's never going to be worse than like a C minus or D plus or something, even in a deck that it really doesn't do anything with.
Deathbloom Thallid, 2 and a black. It's a fungus, and when it dies, create a 1/1 green sapperling. 3/2.
I like this card. I don't love this card. Good in green black that's trying to set up and can use the token. Certainly a good card in black red. I don't think it's awesome. It's a good card. And then your black blue decks, it's a good little blocker. I don't think black white really even wants to play it. Black white strength is already shitting all over these decks that like a 3/2 trades favorably with. It's already just mauling those decks. And it has nothing really that it wants to do with the token. So I feel like you actually don't even want it in that deck. I think I'm lower on this card than the average person. I've got it at like a B minus. Like it's solid, but I don't care that much if I get it versus another 3-drop in most of these decks. It could be wrong, but I don't feel the synergies are that great for this card here. So I'd like to go like a B minus on it kind of thing.
Duress, 1 black. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. That player discards it.
I'm going to be higher on this than most people, I think. I think if nothing else, it's a very good sideboard card against a lot of decks. Like I forget what he had. Spoon showed me a deck the other day he drafted that main deck Duress, and I don't remember why, but I loved it. I don't know if he would remember why. It just had a lot of stuff he wanted to protect. Like I'll main deck it. Yeah, he had dubs. Like it's not like it's your best deck and your best version of the deck, but if you're black white and you're planning to like enchant some lifelink creatures and stuff, I have no problem main decking one of these. and I'll sideboard it against a variety of things. You know, I like. You know, I think it's good against the blue red decks. You know, take a card from them almost pretty much every time. It's good against blue black. They're more synergy based than most. You know, I think it's mostly a sideboard card, but I think it's like a sideboard C. I think it's pretty good in the sideboard, and it's mostly because it can come in a lot and be better than one of your worst cards, like considerably better than your 23rd type card. But it's never going to be like a home run out of the sideboard. But I think you can board it in quite a bit. So I give it like a sideboard C, and then occasionally you'll play it main deck in certain decks that are like kind of combo-y.
Fetid Imp.
Ahem.
1 in a black. It's an imp with flying. You can pay 1 black to give it Death Touch until end of turn. It's a 1/2.
Man, I'm getting like hoarse. I stream for long times, but I guess I'm silent a lot of the time, huh? This thing's hard for me to call. It's the kind of card I hate, but I have to feel like it's going to be okay. The slower you are, which most black decks are going pretty slow, the more likely you'll have a mana laying around. It's probably not great against the super hyper aggro decks, but I still like it. I'll go C plus on this thing, even though it's the kind of card I hate.
Finishing Blow. 4 in a black. Instant. Destroy target creature or planeswalker.
Yeah, it's for 5 mana removal spell. It's checking all the boxes. You know, kills anything. It's an instant. You know, it's certainly worse, I think, than any of these uncommons that I've been talking about that I call like B plus kind of things or whatever. I think it's like a B. It might be, maybe bordering on a low B plus. But most of these synergistic black uncommons, I was saying B plus, which I said on a lot of them. I feel like are better than this card, but it's really good.
Gloom Sower. 5 and 2 black. It's a horror, and whenever it becomes blocked by a creature, that creature's controller loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. It's an 8/6.
You can reanimate it. I mean, for 7 mana, it's overcosted a little bit. Like, it's pretty effective on the board. I mean, I don't know what decks are really going to just want to put this into cast for 7. Like maybe a black-green deck, but I kind of doubt it. Like, I feel like it's like a D. So I'm not sure. I'll just go with a D. But if the format turns out to be slower and this plays out more like a 6-drop in a lot of formats, then I could see it as like a C minus or something. Maybe, I don't know. When I say a D, it's pretty undesirable. I guess that's anything in a C to me I never hate. If I give something a D in these things, and I know I don't do a lot of letters, but that means I think I just don't want it very often, but maybe it could make it.
Grasp of Darkness. Double black. Instant. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn.
Great card. The thing, it's double black, which makes it a little awkward. But the good news is it's rare that you want to cast this on turn 2 anyways. It's nice that it costs 2 so you can double spell with it on, turn 5 or 6 or whatever. And it being double black means nobody else is going to want to splash it. So you might be more likely to pick it up if you're a heavy black deck. I mean, it's black's best common for sure. You have to want to draft a, pretty heavy black deck. I'm not all that drawn to the black cards. I think black's kind of bad myself. But, it gets the highest grade a black common's going to get, whatever grade that would be. Bump it up from whatever else I said.
Infernal Scarring. 1 in a black. Aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0, and when it dies, draw a card.
So it's another reprint. I actually like this card in some decks. I like it a lot in black-white. I actively want it in my black-white deck where I'm going to have life linkers and trigger stuff. and I'm probably gonna have a slight sacrifice theme in that deck, to where that like if this creature gets Faith Fetters or something, I can likely sacrifice it to draw the card still and knock it 2-for-1. There's not a lot of bounce. There is some stuff that removes stuff from the game, like Dragonfire, and they can obviously kill it in response. I think I would want to main deck this in black-white, though. That's pretty much it. Like, I don't think you really want it in black-green, black-red, or black-blue. But I think in black-white, it's like a C- type thing. Depending on your exact creatures and in your exact amount of trigger things, it could play out better. But I think a lot of black-white decks would be happy to play this.
Liliana's Steward. 1 black. It's a zombie and you can sacrifice it to make target opponent discard a card. You can only activate this ability anytime you cast a sorcery. It's a 1/2.
I'm gonna go with an F. You know, maybe there's a little bit more to it, but yeah, I don't think I want to play this in any decks.
Mask Blackguard.
Hey, it's time now.
Ah!
You get 2 scythes, 1 or 2 scythes. Some of a cauldron or the black sacrifice card or whatever, maybe, so that if you don't want to activate, I know you can activate it on its own, but maybe like that doesn't seem good enough. You'd rather draw a card. I mean, maybe you can toss one in. Maybe then it's okay. But yeah, close to an F.
Okay. Masked Blackguard. 1 and a black. Human Rogue. Flash. You can pay 2 and a black to give it +1/+1 until end of turn. It's a 2/1.
Yeah, tough to call. It's never going to be great. It might be awful. That's what I mean by tough to call. Question of if it's going to be like a C in your blue-black type deck, or maybe black-red even. I don't think you want it in black-green or black-white. Or if it's going to be just like a D that you can play if you need a drop. And it kind of depends like how much stuff is punishing the 1 toughness right away. I know you can pump it, but I don't know. It's probably like a C, C- in blue-black. Something like that. Nothing you need to pick early, and you can put it in the deck as one of your last cards.
Mind Rot. 2 and a black. It's a sorcery. Target player discards 2 cards.
I like Mind Rot okay. Again, I think it's if nothing else, it's a sideboard card I like, where I like it in just slower matches. Not really like a black-green on black-green match, maybe, but like blue-black versus black-white, or black-white versus black-blue especially. I think the black-white deck would want this a lot. I think it's mainly good black decks versus black decks. But I mean, it's okay elsewhere. Like, I mean, some of these white decks are coming out so fast that it might even be good. Like, if you can just answer like their one real thing and then mind rot them, they might just be screwed. I mean, I never hate mind rot. I'm always like if I get a deck that like some black blue or black red deck that has like a lot of removal, and I'm kind of coming up a little short on stuff, I don't mind putting in 2 mind rots as like a little package to kind of rely on. I just kind of hope I 1-for-1 them out of the game. Again, it's nothing you're going to miss. As a sideboard card, it's probably like a C- because you're not going to board it in all that much. It's not going to be that impactful, but you can put it in your deck also like a D, maybe a D plus. Like there's not many decks that I'm going to like laugh at you if there's a mind rot in it, I guess.
Rise Again. 4 and a black. Sorcery. Return target creature from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah, I feel like I've already talked about this card. I've talked about it so much. I mean, you don't want it in black-white. You don't want it in black-green. You might want it in black-red. You might. And black-blue wants it. Almost for sure. I've hated all effects like this. Even when they were 4-mana, I hated them. But this set, you're kind of forced to do it if you're black blue. I think it's basically what it's all built around. So B for blue black, something like that.
Sanguine Indulgence. 3 and a black. Oh, it's Sanguine. This spell costs 3 less to cast if you've gained 3 or more life this turn. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. It's a tough one for me to call. Black white can trigger it. By the time they want to trigger it, is it really going to matter that much? I'm not sure. But I think it's good in black white because the games go so long and you need the value. You don't have card draw. So it certainly has a home in black white. I don't know how good it'll be. Can you play it in a black green deck? Yeah, maybe you drop a truffle snout down and cast it even or something. I don't know. I mean, you could put it in any deck that can cast it, and it won't be horrible, even at 4 mana. And especially if you're in a grindy matchup. Still, I think most decks, even the black white deck, I think it's like maybe your first copy in a black white deck might be like a C plus. I think your second one's way, way, way worse. I think it's more likely that your first one's like a C. So I would give this card like a C, I guess. Probably worse than almost anything but black white.
Skeleton Archer. 3 and a black. He's a skeleton archer. When he enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to any target. 3/3.
This guy was super nice in M19. He was really nice. I think he's almost going to be better here. I mean, that 1/1 life linker for 1, I think a lot of decks are going to play that. It's a decent amount of stuff this hits. And I mean, it can finish something off. It's pretty good, I think. It's definitely one I have to play with to evaluate, just to see how much it's hitting, how much it's blocking. It's probably at its worst in black red, where you're already kind of good at taking out cheap stuff. What?
I'm sorry. It's a fucking skeleton archer. But it's a skeleton. I'm sorry. Just go.
Okay. You're already trading your stuff off with the cheap creatures and stuff, and also I don't know that black white it'll be that great, but I like it a lot. I think in black blue, black green. I don't know. It could be a little bit awkward in the decks, but I'll go C plus, something like that.
Village Rites. 1 black. It's an instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're just kind of tossing one of these in your deck to kind of play it, it's like a D minus. Like I don't like it. As 1 mana, hold this up to draw 2 when they cast a removal spell. But I think there's enough stuff going on. I think blue black might have enough crappy little creatures early. They're okay sacking later. Black red has some stuff. Black green has a theme with some tokeny stuff and some green draw second card stuff. I guess I'm gonna give it like a C minus. It's not. It could prove to be a little bit better in some decks though.
Walking Corpse. 1 black, 1 colorless. It's a zombie and it's a 2/2.
Give it like a D minus. Like you can play it if you need a 2-drop. Never going to do anything but trade at best. It's not going to blank a herd of 1/1s or anything. So, yeah. I know you casted. I specifically said that, Grateful Mike. You need a break or anything, Pop Tart?
I can get some water. My voice is.
All right, we're taking a break.
My throat's getting pretty sore. It hurts.
Yeah, Y4, he's my bitch. That's a joke. No, he's not my relative. Ugh.
Okay, I'm back. Did he talk about the $75 coaching yet? I don't think he has talked about that since the beginning. I also got yogurt. Peaches and cream.
Hello? Can you look on my little nightstand and see some cough drops?
He needs cough drop.
Because my throat hurts from talking for 4 hours in a row.
I can get you. What do you want me to do? Find
Yeah, there should be some on my desk. Yes.
It's good.
No.
Oh my, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Pop-Tart's got to sleep at some point. He's a young kitten.
Oh shit, he knows. Oh shit.
Okay, one is perfect. Thank you.
Oh. Did anybody hear yelling?
It'll stay for like 2 minutes.
Oh shit. Views.
I hear the giggling all the way across the room from my headset.
Fuck.
All right, Pop-Tart, you here?
Yeah, I got my yogurt. I'm good to go.
Yogurt, huh? Okay. So, yeah, this is already later than I thought. I thought we'd be done by now. I might go a little bit faster. I'm not going to try to, like, just
Sure.
completely
I can
quit.
talk
but
really fast. Are you ready?
Sure.
Chandra Heart of Fire, 3 and double red. Chandra Planeswalker. You can plus to discard your hand, then exile the top 3 cards of your library. So end of turn, you may play those cards. Exile this way. +1, you can deal 2 damage to any target. And -9, search your library or graveyard for any number of red instant or sorcery cards, exile them, and then shuffle your library. You may cast them this turn, add 6 red mana. 5 loyalty, starting.
Yeah. Like usual, this is your A or S. It's going to be better than anything in the pack. You take it, pick one, pack one. And if you can play it, maybe pack two, somehow you might switch for it. The plus, I guess, will be better in aggressive decks, just because you'll have emptied your hand first, or the first plus, rather. This card's just insane, though. I mean, plus to shock, up to 6 loyalty, like, card's ridiculous.
Fiery Emancipation, 3 and triple red. It's an enchantment, and if a source you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals triple that damage to that permanent or player instead.
I like this card. I don't know if it'll go in every red deck. I think it probably will. Every red deck that can cast it. Yeah, I mean, it's really good. I think early on, if you can draft it and draft around it, it's like an A. Maybe if you're red and, not most of your permanents are red or whatever. Oh, I guess it's any source. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like an A. I mean, you might have some weird red deck where it's a little worse, but I would think it's going to be great.
Terror of the Peaks, 3 and double red. It's a dragon with flying, and spells your opponents cast that target it cost 3 additional life to cast. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, this card deals damage equal to that creature's power to any target, and it's a 5/4.
Yeah, I mean, that tunes you out. It does so much, it's just stupid. It's A, S, whatever. It's always going to be the best card in the pack. You're always going to pick it. So, great card.
Fell. Okay, I'm good. Okay. Brash Taunter. 4 in a red. It's a goblin of indestructible, and whenever it's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to target opponent. You can pay 2 in a red and tap it to have Brash Taunter fight another target creature. 1/1.
It's kind of hard for me to evaluate. I don't think it's some kind of bomb. It's definitely a good card. I'm not sure I want it in my blue-red prowess deck in the main deck. I think you want it in every other red deck, and I think it's good. I'm going to go with like a B plus type thing on this. I don't think it's some kind of bomb. Like, I'm not sure if I like it more than Dragonfire at common. Probably so in most decks. I mean, it's always going to deal them damage, but if you're behind, like, it's still okay for some decks. Like a green-white deck might just not care. Like if they might just they're attacking you anyways. Like they might have some incidental life gain. It doesn't really it's not like it's gonna it's just kind of like a removal spell for 5 in that case, unless the game's racy. It's gonna just be unbeatable some of the time. So it's hard for me to rate, but I'll go with like a B minus. I mean, wait, no, a B plus, something like that.
Charged Incinerator. 5 in a red. It's an elemental, and it costs X less to cast, or X is the total amount of non-combat damage dealt to your opponent's this turn. It's a 6/6 trampler, and whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, this card deals that much damage to target creature or planeswalker that a player controls.
I don't think this is anything special. I think it's mostly like a Colossal Dreadmaw. If you've got some of the mutt that's a 2-drop, you might get to cast it for 5. There's not like a Lava Axe or anything that like you're going to deal damage to the player and kill their creature. Like if you get to shock them and kill their 3/2, like it's not that much better than just shocking the 3/2 after this comes out. Any kind of slower red deck, red black will like it. Red green, I'm sure it'll play it. Red white and red blue, I don't know. I mean, I cut it from my red blue deck the other day in a mock draft. Like, I don't think it's anything special there. I think it's like a C plus. If you've got some of the mutts, it's more like a B plus probably. If you're like black red with the mutt, it's probably like a B plus. I think it's called a mutt. It's 2/2, taps deal damage. I think it fits best in black red because that deck doesn't have a lot of big creatures and can really use a 6/6 trampler. And black's kind of slower, so I like it the best there. That's probably its best home.
Conspicuous Snoop. Double red. It's a goblin rogue, and you play for the top card of your library revealed. You may cast goblin spells from the top of your library, and as long as the top card of your library is a goblin card, Conspicuous Snoop has all activated abilities of that card. It's a 2/2.
So I don't think there's a lot of goblins. I know there's a goblin arsonist. That might be the only other one, as far as I know.
Battle Rattle too.
Battle Rattle's a goblin. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, depending on how many goblins there are. I mean, if you're mono red and you have 2 or 3 other goblins in your deck, I don't care what they are. I'm going to give this like a B. How often are you going to be mono red? I don't care about the activated abilities. You can just cast them from the top of your deck, and it's a 2/2 for 2 if you're mono red. So, really, really, really narrow. I mean, you have to be heavy red or red black that wants to play a lot of arsonist for whatever reasons. Maybe it plays okay. I mean, there's no come on. You're going to draft it like it's nothing, and then occasionally you might play it in that scenario. All right. Undesirable most of the time.
Vision. 3 in double red. It's an enchantment, and whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell, each turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy.
I'm not wild about this. I think the blue-red prowess deck wants to cast all its stuff way too soon for this. There might be some kind of blue-red, more controlling deck that can use this. Red does have a lot of removal, but you have to have not died. You have to play creatures that can block, which blue-red may not be the best at. I don't think it's good in black-red or red-white or red-green. I don't like it much. I know some people like it. I want to give it like a D plus in blue-red, something like that. It's not good.
Gadrick or Godric, the Crown Scourge. 2 in a red, it's a dragon with flying, and it can't attack unless you control 4 or more artifacts. At the beginning of your end step, create a treasure token for each non-token creature that died this turn. It's a 5/4.
Yeah, I feel like this is awesome. I feel like every red deck wants it. It could play out. It's going to play out better in some than others, but I think it's good enough that you want it even in like your prowess aggro deck or even in your red white deck or whatever. Like, I'm willing to try it out in every deck and give it a grade of like a B plus, A minus, maybe even. It's in a lot of decks. Like a black red deck, this thing's going to be unreal.
Subaira, Tulzidi. Oh no, Tulzidi Caravaner. 2 in a red. Legendary Human Shaman, haste. 1 colorless. Another target creature, power 2 or less, can't be blocked this turn. A red colorless, and you can tap it to discard your hand until end of turn. Whenever a creature you control with power 2 or less deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. It's a 2/3.
Yeah, it's solid. I like how you can make other creatures not be blocked. I don't think it's like super crazy good. You need to be really aggressive, like really low costed. And this card's not that aggressive. It's more like value oriented. It's a little aggressive. I'm not all that impressed. I would take Scorching Dragonfire over this, I think, for sure. Go with like a B.
Griffai. 3 in a red, it's a sorcery. Exile target creature. That creature's controller reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a creature card. That player puts that card onto the battlefield and shuffles the rest into their library.
Let's go with an F. There might be some corner case for this, but just call it F.
Volcanic Salvo. 10 in double red. It's a sorcery, and this spell costs X to cast, where X is the total power of creatures you control. It deals 6 damage to each of up to 2 target creatures and or planeswalkers.
I think this is pretty good. Hard to rate. I don't know. I feel like it plays okay with prowess just because you can cast like 1 mana card and pump your team or something to get it cheaper. Might be too hard to cast in red white. I don't know. Probably never play red green, but it'd probably be good there. And then I don't even know what I'm missing. I think I covered them all. Red black, maybe I didn't cover. Yeah, it's a hard one for me to grade. I don't think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be hard, kind of awkward. But I think it's good. Like you'll probably play it. Man, it's hard to say how often this thing's just sit in your hand. I'm going to go like a C plus, B minus. I could be way off.
Battle Rattle Shaman. 3 in a red, it's a Goblin Shaman. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have target creature get +2/+0 until end of turn, and it's a 2/2.
Don't like it much. Some people seem to like it. There's not a lot of tokens. I think red black it's going to be kind of good in maybe. But I think you're more aggressive decks. Like I think it's almost like you want it in more like a mid-rangey kind of deck. I'll say in some decks it might play out as a C plus, but I don't like it much. I'd like to give it like a C minus.
Bolthound. 2 in a red. It's an elemental dog with haste. Whenever it attacks, other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn, and it's a 2/2.
I don't love it at all. There's not much of a go wide theme. The the red card that makes 2 tokens that will come up with has prowess. You're not going to really want to cast this to do it. Like, you can play it. It might enable some attacks that otherwise you wouldn't be able to make. You know, making a 2/2 be able to attack into a 2/3 or something. But if that's the case, then they're just going to eat your Bolt Hound. I'm pretty low on the Bolt Hound. I'll go C minus. I'm just going to start rattling these off a bit.
Chandra's Pyroling, 1 in a red, Elemental Lizard. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, it'll get this card will get +1/+0 and gains double strike until end of turn, and it's a 1/3.
Yeah, I don't like this much either. The same mutt will trigger it. But you're hardly going to ever trigger it more than once. So you're going to have to like trigger it somehow with like a shock or whatever, and then pump it up again to really do much. Like, yeah, if you have this and the Magmut on the board, you get to attack for 4 with your 2/2 drops. I'm unimpressed. It can enable some crazy combo turns, which decks that I like to draft will try to do. It is nice with the card that doubles a creature's power that will come up soon, potentially. Like, because it can help a double striker. So you're like, shock you, sure strike this, double power it. Like, how much damage is that? Let's see. It's going to be 5. It's 20, I guess. 22 or something, right? You're going to make it a 2-power creature with double strike. Then you're going to sure strike it. So it's a 5-power creature with double strike. Then you're going to double its power to 10. So, I mean, that's a one-shot. I'm sure I'll do that at some point. Roughly that thing. But I still don't like this card. I think that's about all it's good for. And I'm going to give it a C minus, maybe a C. It's weaker than most 2-drops, I think.
Rise, 2 in a red, enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature power 4 or greater, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until you exile another card of Fierce Rise.
Love the effect. If you get it rolling, it keeps rolling. It's not something you have to cast a creature every turn. There's a green card that people think are similar to this. I think they play out much differently, and I think this one's way better. Everyone else thinks the green one's way better. The floor on this is a 3-mana do nothing. But if it does something, it does a lot. Where the floor on the green one is 3-mana draw card, which is not much of a better floor in my opinion. And also would do nothing if this does nothing. But also can just like draw you 1 or 2 cards over the course of like 3 turns. Where I'd rather this just go bang, 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 and like you can hit land draw. It's good. I don't like it because I don't like the decks it goes in. I think it's going to be hard to trigger. Also, we talked about the kill 4 power or greater card. There weren't a lot of targets. I think that's likely. There's not a lot of good ones in red. And a lot of the good ones cost like 7, and you want to reanimate them in this set. So I think it's going to suck. But the times you do have the right deck for it, that are few and far between, I think it will play out like a B. But I'd like to give it like a C minus.
Havoc Jester, 4 in a red. It's a devil, and whenever you sacrifice a permanent, Havoc Jester will deal 1 damage to any target, and it's a 5/5.
All right, I like this card. At first, I didn't. It is a 5/5 for 5, which seems to size up well in this format. I do think that you're not going to get much value off of this sacrifice. Like, you're not going to be like, sack that ping, kill that, that kind of thing. But there are some random ways. Like, there's a common creature that just lets you sacrifice something to it to give it +1/+1. And with this on the board and that, it's kind of like you can threaten to have like a Lampad effect, which in your red deck can be pretty threatening. I mean, you can do like the last 5 points of damage to somebody or something with it a lot of games, I think. I don't think it's going to be a value card. I think it's going to be a 5/5 for 5. I want crash throughs in my red deck, so this thing can trample. I want sure strikes in my red deck. They have to double block this thing, and they're going to get blown out. And then it can randomly just finish the game when you sacrifice stuff. I don't think it's going to be some kind of value engine, though, like a 3-mana one would have been, like that black-red guy or whatever that everyone plays in Standard.
Immolator, 1 in a red, human wizard with prowess. You can pay a red to sacrifice it and deal its damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker, and it's a 2/2.
Awesome card. Great card. Certainly better than any red common. Again, it's like a rate card. It's great on its rate. It's not just going to take over a game and win it for you. It's not some kind of a bomb type card. but it's like an A minus, B plus. I mean, it's exactly what you want to be doing. It's the best thing you could possibly do on turn 2. You know, if they later in the game, like it's going to be hard to block. If they use a removal on it, you get to kill one of their guys in response. Like monster card.
Hellkite Punisher, 5 and 2 red. It's a dragon with fire breathing, and it has flying. It's a 6/6.
Yeah, I don't like this card, but I'm willing to admit it probably goes okay in black-red because black is so slow. And also, if it's doing any kind of reanimating, this is a fine target for that you could still cast. It's probably also fine in green-red because it's rampy. But red, white, and red, blue, I don't want any part of this. I don't want to pay 7 for this in my red-blue deck. I didn't even like Drakoseth, so I'm not going to like this much. But I do feel like the red-black deck would probably be happy to play it at least. Yeah, I drafted it like a C minus.
Kinetic Augur, 3 and a red. It's a human shaman of trample, and its power is equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. When it enters the battlefield, discard up to 2 cards, and then draw that many cards. It's a blank 4.
It's a fucking bomb. It's great. I would probably take that 2-drop I just talked about over it, but God, I don't know. This thing's a monster. I love it. The two draw. Oh man, you can't flood. It's going to be like a 4/4 a lot of the time. It's good to crash through. It just in red blue, and it's probably okay and like it's going to be good in red black because it can loot your lands away. It's going to be fine in red white if you have enough pump spells. In red green, it probably sucks. But I'm basing this on a red blue deck that I like to draft, and man, it's a heavy hitting monster. You know, it's getting a B plus or something at least.
Of the Shattered Heights, 2 and a red. It's a legendary shrine, and you can pay 1 to discard a land or a shrine card. And this card, Sanctum the Heights will do X damage to target creature or planeswalker. X's number of shrines you control.
Yeah, I just want to go as close to an F as possible. It's nothing I want to fool with. Even with a couple shrines, even I don't love it. Like I don't know. There might be a red blue deck or something, or like some kind of 3-color, maybe Grixis deck, like that plays Rain of Revelations in the blue shrine and kills other creatures. I don't know. I don't think it's going to come up hardly at all. It wouldn't surprise me if I never played this card because I'm not liking the shrines much anyway. So D-/F.
Also, 2 and a red instant. Soul Seal does 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. That permanent is indestructible until end of turn.
I'm going to go B+. I think early on I would probably take that 2-drop and the 0/4 that we just reviewed over this because I do like the blue-red deck so much. This is obviously better in a lot of. It's better. I might just take this if I like red white and like am tolerant at all to red green. I would take this pick one pack one over those, I guess. But even in like blue red a little bit later into the draft, if you need a removal, I would take this over some of the other things. This card's awesome. It's going to be first picked a lot, I would think.
Traitorous Greed, 3 and a red. It's a sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap the creature. It gains haste until end of turn. Add 2 mana of any 1 color.
All right, just for the chat, I'm not answering anybody. I'm hardly looking at the chat. So I'm every now and then I address you guys, but I'm trying to do this, especially now. I'll heed questions after this. If you care enough to ask me questions, stick around until when I'm done. And then we can have a little question and answer session. I don't love the Traitorous Greed. You know, there's some stuff you can do with it. It'll be better in some decks or others. How much can you talk about a threat? And I'm not going to talk about it too much. I don't know, man. C-, but you just play around with it. I'll change my mind one way or the other. I'll have a stance on it. But for now, I don't love it.
Fury, 1 and a red instant. Double the power of target creature until end of turn.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's narrow. You only want it if you have like double strikers or like sure strikes in your deck. I value Crash Through so highly that I think a lot of my things are going to trample. I don't mind playing a copy of this in the prowess decks. I think of the red white deck that has the creature that like you use double strike and you tap creatures to pump it. I think it goes really well with that. You just kind of kill them real easily out of nowhere. Crash through, attack, tap my team, double power. It's kind of a gimmicky card, but I think it's got a home. I think in the decks that want it, it's like a C. But it's probably not something you want more than one or two of, even in the decks that are designed for it. It's not a combat trick. You won't. It's a kill the player.
Volcanic Geyser, X and double red. It's an instant, and Volcanic Geyser deals X damage to any target.
Yeah, I'm extremely low on this card. I'm willing to tolerate it at a D or D minus due to prowess. But man, this is a reprint from Mirage. I played Limited back in Mirage. And this card back in Mirage wasn't even anything special. Like, it was okay. It was good. You played it, but creatures have gotten a little bit better since Mirage. And tapping 4 mana to deal 2, 5 mana to deal 3, 7 mana to deal 5, that's... I don't want a 7 mana Lava Axe that's a split card that shocks for 4 mana or whatever. I don't like it. I'm not going to be happy to play it. There are these prowess decks, though, where I just basically toss in almost any spell. I would kind of like to think this would never make my red-white deck, never make my red-black deck, never make my red-green deck, and make occasionally a blue-red deck that really just needs a prowess trigger that can do a little something. So I'm going to go like a D minus and hope to not play this.
Bone Pit Brute, 4 and double red. It's a Cyclops with Menace, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +4/+0 until end of turn. It's a 4/5.
I don't know what deck wants this. I mean, I know your blue-red and your red-white don't. I guess it'd be fine in red-black or red-green, but fine is an undesirable filler. Like, I'd like to just say D and move on with this thing. Anytime you can, I mean, it's a 4 or 5 minutes. You put that on the board, it's got to be dealt with. But to cost red 4, like, it's just overcosted. I mean, you can play one. If you don't have any other big cards in your red-black, you probably want one of these. But, you know, D, I guess. I don't know.
Burn Right, 2 and a red, instant. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn.
Situationally really good. I like the card. Again, it's only for a few decks. I like it in the blue-red prowess deck. You'll see why. There's some token stuff. You have Crash Through. This card with Crash Through is very good in combination with each other. You'll get a double prowess trigger on that turn. All your creatures are going to get +2/+0 in trample, plus their double prowess trigger. I think it might be okay in red-white, especially if you have some prowess stuff in that. And then red-black and red-green want no part of it ever. I don't think it'll be hard to pick up, but I think this is a card you're actively going to miss if you don't have in some of your blue-red decks, especially ones with Crash Through and the Goblin Token Maker, which in my opinion are going to be the best ones. And that deck, I'm going to rate this thing like a B minus. You want it, but you probably won't have to pick it that highly. And then in red-white, I think it's going to be dependent a lot on your cards. I don't know exactly which ones you're going to have. But if you start out with that red aggro prowess shell I've been talking about, this is a solid card.
Chandra's Magma, 1 and a red. It's an elemental dog that deals 1 damage to target player planeswalker, and it's a 2/2.
Yeah, card's very good. Solid 2-drop. Put it in any red deck. Triggers a few things, you know, attacks for 2 until can't attack, and then can ping them. And, you know, I don't know. It's very solid 2-drop. B minus maybe. You know, it's not like awesome, but never going to cut it from a deck. It's red, I don't think. Maybe red-green, it isn't amazing. Just because your creatures hit so damn hard, pings won't add up.
Crash Through, 1 red. Creatures you control gain trample to end of turn, and you draw a card.
I want to give this as close to an A as possible without looking stupid. You know, once you have some stuff that needs triggering, like this card is invaluable. It's you ever draft that cycling deck with all marmosets and no cyclers? It's the same kind of thing. You know, I'm going to draft this over a lot of stuff once I'm in a certain archetype. Once my deck looks a certain way, I'm going to draft it as like a B, I think. I played this in M19 a lot just to trigger my gutter snipes. There's a lot more to trigger here. I mean, I do not mind pack one, pick one-ing this card. I've done it before in M19. I'll certainly do it here. And I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's any crazier than pack one, pick one-ing a one-mana cycler, to be honest. So, yeah, certainly I did that. I'm going to give it a B. Obviously, like, you don't draft it as a B if you're red, green, or red, black. If you're red, white, and you're base red, I still think it's a B. So, if the deck wants it, deck wants it.
Destructive Tampering. 2 in a red sorcery. Choose one. Destroy target artifact or creatures without flying can't block this turn.
I don't feel like there's a lot of artifacts, but I won't hate putting this in a deck for the second one. And I think it's a fine sideboard card. I don't know. I think it's probably pretty good against like black white. I don't know how many flyers they're gonna have sitting around. Like if you're like a bigger red deck, it's probably pretty niche. Say you main deck it like pretty unhappily and pretty rarely, so I'd give it like a D. But there'll be some times I don't mind a main deck on this, and some pretty decent sideboard opportunities for it, I think.
Fear of the Bitten. 1 red. Aura. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and attacks each combat if able.
Tough one for me to call. I'll tell you this, I'm going to try it. You know, I'm going to draft some decks with it. Like, with as many of them as I can get my hands on kind of thing. Could certainly punish people. It's a scary card. I just have to play with it, you know. See how it works out. If you have the perfect deck for it and it doesn't get punished that much, like it could be like a B in my mind, but it could also be like a D. You know, I hate to even give it a grade without playing with it, but you know, I think it's going to vastly depend on your deck and how the format plays out. And I think it could end up being desirable in a few kind of aggressive decks.
Goblin Arsonist. 1 red. Goblin Shaman. When it dies, you may have it deal 1 damage to any target, and it's a 1/1.
Time out was the last card. Oh yeah, you can force an opponent's creature to attack. That could come up. Okay, so this, I don't think it has a lot of applications. I think if you're aggressive, like red deck, and you're using like the Crash Through Burn Bright package, that you can put this in, because you figure you're going to have to get that one explosive turn off to win anyways. And like this will do a few damage early on, probably, or trade up, and then it can kind of do quite a lot on that one big turn. I don't think you drafted highly. Maybe in black red you kind of want a copy, but I'll go like D+. Like you're not going to hate playing one of these.
Goblin Wizardry. 3 in a red. Instant. Create 2 1/1 red Goblin Wizard creature tokens with prowess. Holy shit.
Yeah, so I've mentioned this card about a dozen times at least. This is the shit here. If this card turns out to be bad, I'm going to lose a lot of matches early on. Okay? That's what I can tell you. I've asked a lot of people. I've asked Opa, this and that. I've compared this to the Red Weird in the set, the 2/2 for 3 that's a reprint, and I think this is way better than the Red Weird. I've yet to find anyone to agree with me, and I don't care if they don't agree with me. I think this card's awesome. I think it's exactly what I want to first pick if there's not some kind of big tier card. I think it's exactly the red common. It's why I want Crash Through. It's why I want every Sure Strike, Burn Bright. It's what I want to do. Like, this thing's going to kill people a lot more than a 2/2 Prowess Flyer. This is 2 bodies. That's only 1 damage less on your big Prowess turn. Like, I have this thing high at like maybe a low B+. I love this card. If I'm wrong, I'll learn pretty fast because I can pretty much assure you I'm going to pick them.
Bottle Fiend. 1 red, 1 colorless. It's a devil with trample, and you can pay 1 and sacrifice another creature to put a 1/1 counter on Hobble Fiend. It's a 2/1.
Somewhere between a C and a B minus. Like if you have that 5/5 that can finish a game if you sacrifice stuff, if you have one of the act treasons, if you have some stuff to use the counter on, it's going to be one of your more desirable 2-drops. If you don't have a lot of stuff to put to sacrifice, it still gets Sure Striked as a trampler, which can matter. You're going to want Sure Strike in most of your red decks. So yeah, I mean this is like a C plus probably one of your better 2-drops.
Igneous Cur. 1 red, 1 colorless. It's an elemental dog, and you can pay 1 colorless and 1 red to give it +2/+0 until end of turn, and it's a 1/2.
Yeah, while this is a 2-drop, it's not you'd rather play a 2/2 on turn 2. It's not great to play on turn 2. It's really good in the red white deck that can search it up. It's playable in any red deck, I think. I think it's okay card. It'll trade well in the later game. It's just not a great play on turn 2. But like, you draw that crash through when this thing's sitting around with 7 land out a little bit later, and it can do a lot. Like it's a fine card. It's like a C, I think. It goes up, of course, if you're red white with the Alpine Master.
The Ogre. 2 and a red. It's an Ogre Warrior, and it's a 4/2.
Yeah, I would like to give this as close to like a B or a B plus as I can without looking stupid. I like this guy. He frost breaths really well. He crash throughs really well. Crash through Burn Bright, crash through Sure Strike, crash through double its power. I'm gonna kill a lot of people with this or lose trying. I want this guy in my 3-drop slot more than most cards that aren't really, really good. And I'll be happy to put 2 or 3 of them in most of my decks with Frost Breaths and Crash Throughs and stuff. I think he's like a B minus though. And then he might be okay in a 4-power Matters deck, but you would draft him way less there. And then like in just your generic red-black or red-white deck, he probably kind of stinks. Maybe red-white if it's prowessy somehow, he'd still be okay. But I think Frost Breath really adds a lot to him. And also the rookie mistake. If you have 2 Frost Breaths and a rookie mistake in your deck, that's a lot of cards that interact really favorably with this guy that you're not going to have in any other color combination. I think it's enough to really make him a desirable card instead of filler.
Devils. 4 and a red. It's a devil, and when it dies, it deals 3 damage to any target. 3/3.
Solid card. Really hard for aggressive deck to tack into this. It'll shut down an attack in a heartbeat. I don't know that every red green. I don't think it'd be great in red blue spells. It's not great. Might be a bit slow in red white. I don't know. It's great in black red. It's good in blue red control. It's solid anywhere. It's tough for me to call. I want to give it like a C plus, I think.
Scorching Dragonfire. 1 colorless, 1 red. Instant. Scorching Dragonfire deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead.
Certainly the best red common. Up there with a lot of the uncommons, depending on if you need removal. Great prowess trigger, cheap removal spell, awesome card. Probably best common of all, I think. You can make a case for the Acolyte or Grasp, I guess. I like this better because it's red, and I think red's the best color by a lot. High B, low B plus, something like that. Really, really good.
Oh, shit. I was tabbing. A Shock. 1 red. It's an instant that deals 2 damage to any target.
Yeah, it's good. Again, I don't know how much stuff it kills. It's great in prowess. It's going to be, red-white will have enough prowessy stuff that it really wants it. Red-green will probably be slow enough that it wants it as a defensive card. And then red-black, maybe it doesn't care about it that much if there's not too much good stuff to kill. But its value will depend on what it's killing. And it'll be, you'll have to see. But, B minus kind of thing.
Spellgorger Weird. 2 and a red. It's a weird. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on Spellgorge or Weird. And it's a 2/2.
Yeah, and the deck that wants it super good, you know, B minus. Like I'm not sure if I want this or Shock more. Like I feel like at first I would take this over Shock, but if Shock turns out to be good, I'll want Shock. But some number of payoffs, you know, this is kind of your Marmoset. And the Goblin Wizardry card's kind of your flair, I guess. The Goblin Wizardry hits a lot harder, but you know, this is good. It's really good.
Strike. 1 in a colorless. Sorry, I'm blanking out.
It's a Sure Strike. Everyone knows what a Sure Strike is. Pop-Tart, take a break.
No.
This card's good. It's good with Crash Through. It's good with Prowess. You're going to play it in red-white. You're going to play it in red-blue. If you want to play it in red-green because you need a trick or red-black because you need a trick, it won't be that great there, but you can always play a Sure Strike and not hate it. You're going to actively want this card, I think, in your blue-red and red-white decks, though. Like, you're going to want it at like a B minus C plus kind of rate. Thrill of Possibility.
Sorry, I went to splash my face with water to wake myself up. Thrill of Possibility. 1 colorless, 1 red. Instant. As an additional cost to cast this card, discard a card, draw 2 cards.
Love it, love it, love it. I played Tormenting Voice in M19 with nowhere near as many payoffs. I think the prowess, this people said, oh, there was whatever that awful mechanic was that got stuff back from the graveyard in a couple sets ago. What the hell was it? I don't know, but play it for that or whatever. But the prowess stuff to me puts this over the top even more than that did. This card is, it's going to be great in red-black that doesn't have card advantage and it might have a Reanimator theme. It's going to probably suck in red-green. It'll be fine in red-white if you've got some prowess cards, and then in red-blue it's a monster. It's probably, you know, I would take them higher than Crash Throughs until I was like super like combo tricky with Sure Strike, double your power kind of stuff. So I'm gonna rate it at like a B plus for that deck, or at least a B. No, the one that just happened, Escape. I think this is more relevant to Prowess than it was to Escape. It was definitely a nice bonus to Escape with this, but it's unreal with Prowess. It just starts the chain moving. When you can trigger Prowess multiple times in a turn, it's just going to get out of hand with these cards.
Turn to Slag, 3 in double red. It's a sorcery that deals 5 damage to target creature, and then you destroy all equipment attached to that creature.
Usually I hate these 5 mana red removal spells, but the fact that a lot of your heavy hitters in these red-blue decks are 4-drops. Like you play the 2 goblin guys, curve into this, it's nice. You know, you play like the 0-4 guy, curve into this, it's nice. So it's pretty good in your red aggressive decks. You know, red-green would have always played a copy of this. Red-black would always play a copy of this. Now that your aggressive deck also wants to at least play a copy of this, maybe red-white doesn't love it. Like it's going in most red decks happily, I think. So I would give this the best grade I've ever given a card like this, which I've never liked them. But I would give this like a B minus or something. Yeah.
Turn Ogre, 3 in a red. Ogre Warrior. It has reach, and when it enters the battlefield, if you control another creature of power 4 or greater, it deals 2 damage to each opponent, and it's a 4/3.
In blue-red, I believe I'm taking Thrill. I'm also taking Crash Through over Opt, though. I'd rather have the Trample, and I'd rather my card be be red than blue, because I'm likely going to be base red. And you want to cast a lot of spells in a turn. So Opt, to me, while it's really good, is well below both of those for me. Okay, so Turret Ogre, a reprint as well. You know, it's not a synergy card. It's a 4/3 for 4. You need a 4-drop. You can play it in any deck that needs a 4-drop. Like if you're doing Frost Breath and blue-red, even though it doesn't synergize anything, it's still a heavy hitter. You know, it does do a 4 power matters thing in green-red, I guess. And it does block most of the flyers in the set that I've seen. So, you know, whatever, C minus or something. To the green cards, the best for last. Actually, we still have colorless or something.
Wait, Garruk Unleashed, 2 and double green. It's a legendary planeswalker Garruk. +1, up to 1 target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. -2, create a green beast creature token. Then if an opponent controls more creatures than you, put a loyalty counter on Garruk. -7, you get Emblem with at the beginning of your end step, you may search your library for a creature card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle your library. It's got 4 loyalty.
It's always going to be the best card in the pack. If green's that bad, you can avoid it if you want to, but you know, rank the card to SA or whatever. Unless you open a 2 rare pack or whatever, it's going to be the best card there. Do as you please.
Gargaroth. It's a 3 and a double green. It's a beast with vigilance, reach, and trample. Whenever attacked or blocks, choose one. Create a 3/3 beast creature token. You gain 3 life or you draw a card, and it's a 6/6.
Yeah, another mythic, another card that's better than everything in the pack. I would think if green's bad enough, you don't want to pick this. It's real bad. I mean, come on, this thing's stupid. Garruk might be stupid too. I honestly didn't even listen to what he said about it. I haven't read Garruk but like once, and I knew enough to know it was stupid. This thing's real stupid, at least. So yeah.
Wait.
What the fuck? Here's some spice. This is definitely the best green card you're going to see today.
He swung at me.
I rate this an A minus because Alpalism's jokes are a little bit old. But Pop Tart gets an S plus for this.
He swung at me. Easy ban. Azusa Lost but Seeking. 2 and a green. Legendary Human Monk. You may play 2 additional lands on each of your turns since it's a 1/2.
I'm just going to go with an F. I don't think there's much opportunity to play it.
Feline Sovereign. 2 and a green. It's a cat. Other cats you control get +1/+1 and have protection from dogs. Whenever 1 or more cats you control deal combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment that player controls. It's a 2/3.
I have no idea how many cats there are. I'm going to guess this isn't very good. I mean, show me a lineup of the cats and we can change my mind, but I don't want to play shitty cats just because I have this either. I have no idea how to rate it, but I'm assuming there's just a few cats that aren't super decent anyways. This thing's probably like a... I mean, you don't want this thing in your deck unless you have a couple of cats. If you have a couple of cats, it's probably like a C+. If you have like 5 cats in your deck, it's probably like a B+. Something like that, I guess.
Oh shit. Garruk's Harbinger, 1 and double green. It's a beast with hexproof and black, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may reveal a creature or Garruk planeswalker card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order, and it's a 4/3.
All right, so assuming it hits a player and you haven't pumped it, you get to look at 4 cards, right? I'm guessing that's what it is. It's weird how you look at that many cards. I don't love this card. It's a little hard to cast at double green. It's probably not going to get through later in the game if you don't cast it on 3. I mean, if you're on the play and cast this on 3, it might be hard to block. But most green decks aren't going to have a lot of removal to like kill your guy, get this through like some kind of Ophidian effect either. You know, I don't love it. I don't think it's any like pull into green or whatever. It's you know, a glorified Centaur Courser in a way. It's one that has to be blocked at least. You know, I would give it like a B- or something, C+.
Heroic Intervention, 1 and a green, instant. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, it's better than Ophidian. Ophidian would be terrible, though. I think this card is good. I think, again, though, there's a lot of similar effects. It's got the potential to be a blowout for your opponent. Yeah, whatever. Maybe I'm a little low on the last card, but it's hard to cast it. Anyhow, on turn 3 on curve. I don't love it. That's no way it's better than like a B-. This card, if there was no other effects like this, I'd like it a lot more. It's like they're going to be playing around similar tricks anyways, unless you build up a big board and then send everything. It's still a fine card. I really don't know how to rate it. Not super high for me. I would say like a C plus. It's going to have blowouts though for sure.
Jalrael Wanvuli Recluse. 1 and a green. She's a human druid. And whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 2/2 green cat creature token. You can pay 4 and a green, double green, until end of turn. Creatures you control have base power and toughness XX, where X is the number of cards in your hand. It's a 1/2.
I don't know. I saw so many people like this has a lot of text, and I didn't really take too much into account. I just saw a lot of people rate this really highly, but the more I think about it, like it seems kind of hard to trigger a lot. And then the 6 mana ability, it might shrink some of your creatures. Like you have to have 6 lands in play and a bunch of cards in your hand. It doesn't pump them by that amount of cards. It just makes like if you have 2 cards in your hand, it makes everything a 2/2. So you have to have 3 or 4 cards in your hand at least. And 6 mana. Yeah, I mean, this thing can enable some great starts, but honestly, I'm going to give it a low grade. I don't think it's any kind of bomb anymore. The more and more I think about it, I'm going to give this a C. I don't think a lot of decks have any desire for it either. The deck that wants it, if it really has a lot of card draw in its green deck somehow, maybe you can splash it in your blue-red deck and have it be like a B. I have a hard time seeing this as more than like a C+.
Primal Might. X and a green. Target creature you control gains +X/+X until end of turn. Then it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. It's a sorcery.
Yeah, this card's great. It's got to be one of the best green cards. Is it like? I mean, you could just cast it for 2. You know, it's a fight spell for 1 mana that's been playable for before. You know, if you want to trade up with something that's equal power or toughness or whatever, it's 2 mana. Like, and you could just pay a bunch later in the game and crack in there too. I like this card a lot. You know, I think, and like especially like a green-white deck that's aggressive, this thing's gonna be a monster card in that. Anything that's roughly aggressive with this, it's like an X spell and a creature spell rolled into one, kind of. I give it like an A. Honestly, this card's great. And my favorite green deck, I think, is green-white. This slots in, so yeah, I like this one.
Scavenging Ooze, 1 and a green. It's an ooze, and you can pay green to exile target card from a graveyard. If that card was a creature card, put a 1/1 counter on Scooze, and you gain 1 life. It's a 2/2.
Card is also awesome. This card's also like an A for different reasons. It'll be good in every deck. It'll be especially good in your grindy black-green deck. It's just really good. A.
Weaver, 2 and a green. It's a spider with reach and hexproof in blue. Whenever it's dealt damage, you gain 1 life and create a 1/1 green Saproling creature token. It's a 1/4.
I almost think it's not even a main deck card. I mean, what green decks are going to want a 1/4 for 3?
There's a red-green deck that goes infinite with it in limited.
What?
Yeah. No.
What does it need to do that?
You need the mythic dragon that pings things down, and you need a way to give it protection, or not protection. Sorry.
Yeah, we're done. We're done there. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you want it in your green-blue deck really as a 1/4 for 3, or green-black, or green-red, or green-white. So I think out of the sideboard against a blue-white flyer deck, it's an A. I think the blue-white flyer deck is going to be maybe one deck at the table, if that. I mean, this is to me a sideboard card only, and it's like it's going to be a B or more when you put it in, but it's going to come in so infrequently that I would give it like a grade of like a C- as a sideboard card, just because you're not going to get to use it that often. I may never cast this card. You don't want it just because it's hexproof from blue. Like, that's terrible. Only if they have a lot of flyers. would you want this thing? Because it can shut down multiple attackers. Really bad, I think. I don't like it much.
Full board. Oh, holy shit!
Hold on. Am I misreading it? What am I misreading? Oh, maybe I am. So if you block something, you always get it. Okay, yeah, maybe I am. Maybe it's better than that. I don't think I processed it right for whatever reason. I don't think it's great either. Yeah, it's gonna definitely be main deck in green black and good. I still don't really know that you want it in green white, but maybe. Yeah, it's good. I don't know how to rate it. I'll give it like a B minus. With some matchups, it'll be better. But yeah, it's better than I thought. I don't know. It's still tricky. It's getting late, or not late, but long.
Burl Fist Oak. 2 and double green.
Yeah, it is good with tricks. Yeah, it's better than I said for sure at first.
Double green and 2. It's a tree folk. Whenever you draw a card, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. It's a 2/3.
Seems really solid. You know, it attacks as a 4/5 at worst. The deck that it should kind of be bad in my opinion, blue green, is the card draw deck, which means you're going to be able to activate it more than once. It's going to be good in blue green. I already thought it would be good in an aggressive green white. I already thought it would be good in an aggressive green red. And then green black, maybe it's awkward. It's because that deck might want to block more. I don't know. But yeah, this is like a B. This is a good card.
Canopy Stalker. 3 and a green. It must be blocked if able. And when it dies, you gain 1 life for each creature card that died this turn. It's a 4/2 cat.
I don't like it. D. I don't know.
Cultivate. 2 and a green. It's a sorcery that allows you to search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, reveal those cards, put one onto the battlefield tapped, and the other one into your hand. Then you shuffle your library.
I don't know. C minus. I think not a lot of green decks are even going to really care if they have this or not. Green just it isn't ramping into much. I mean, this card will feel really good when you cast in some of your hands. You know you turn it into like 2 lands when you really need them, but I don't know. I think it's going to play out pretty bad. It used to be a card I loved, so it's hard for me to say that. But I just don't feel it in this set really. I don't think there's a lot of great stuff to splash either, from what I've seen. So yeah, I'm going to go with like a C minus.
Fierce Empath. 2 and a green. It's an elf, and when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a creature card with CMC 6 or greater. Reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle your library. It's a 1/1.
Yeah, so I was saying before that like I would never play this almost, but then I thought about it more and more. I basically I said that because I didn't think a free 1/1 was worth 3 mana. I didn't think it traded with it. I didn't think it added enough value. But in green black, it does a lot. Like you've got a lot of stuff that you can sacrifice and stuff like that. You know, I definitely don't want it in a green white deck. I'm not even planning to have a 6-drop in my deck. You know, green red, I kind of doubt it. Even if I have 2 Colossal Dreadmaws, I don't really want to like pay 3 to find one. But green black, it's going to be a grindier deck game with the deck, and finding a Dreadmaw with this is fine. Like it's better than drawing a card. It's drawing a good card, you know, one of your better creatures. So I like it in green black, and I'm undecided in green blue. Probably depend on what you have exactly, or what maybe you can do with creatures. I don't know. I'd give it a grade of like a B minus in green black, though. I've decided I like it, and that was from like a never gonna play it. But I do feel like you don't really want it anywhere else.
Fungal Rebirth. 2 and a green. It's an instant that returns target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. If a creature died this turn, create 2 1/1 Sapperling tokens.
Seems good. Seems like it should be good. Gonna have to play with it though. I don't feel too confident rating a card like this, but I'll rate it at like a B minus C plus type thing. I mean, getting something back and probably getting 2 1/1s with it. In green black, you know, in a deck that wants that kind of thing. I don't like it much in green white, I don't think. Although the tokens should happen more often there. So it might just be really good. I don't know. I'm going to go with a B minus, but I got to play the card.
Garou Uprising. 2 and a green enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, if you control a creature of power 4 or greater, draw a card. Creatures you control have trample, and whenever a creature of power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card.
I don't like this card one bit. You have to take a whole turn off to cast it. I don't think trample's going to matter all that much in green blue. If you're green red, you could maybe play crash through or something if you really need it. I don't know. If the trample matters, it's okay. But taking a turn off to cast this and then being priced in to only drawing a card when you cast a creature 4 power or greater, like, I don't like it. I like Furious Rise a lot better. Like, at least that just keeps going once you have one creature in play. This can easily, like, okay, take my turn off, and then 2 turns later, I draw an extra card. Like, okay, so you got a divination over like 3 turns or something. Like, I don't like it. I'm going to go with a D. Dog.
Invigorate Surge. 2 and a green. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature control, then double the number of 1/1 counters on that creature.
All right, so at worst, it's like a +2/+2 combat trick that stays on the creature. There's counter synergies. Green white, I think, definitely wants the card. I think it's good. I think it's like a B minus, something like that.
Quarian Dryad. 1 and a green. It's a Dryad, and whenever you cast a spell that's white, blue, or black, or red, put a 1/1 counter on Quarian Dryad. It's a 1/1.
So just don't expect too much out of this card, and I think it's okay. Like, you have to have enough green land in your deck to get it out early, and then you have to have enough other cards in your deck of other colors to pump it up. But if you want a grizzly bear with the counter on it that might turn into a 3/3 later or something, it's going to be quite good in your green white deck. And then it's going to be good in green blue op deck for sure, if you get that going. I just don't know if that's going to be a great deck. I would assume green, black, and green, red don't really want this card. I mean, you could play it, I guess, but I don't think I'd really want it in those decks. I'm going to give it like a C+. I probably like it a lot less than most people.
Kingdom of Fruitful Harvest. 2 and a green. It's a legendary shrine, and at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, add X mana of any one color, where X is the number of shrines you control.
I don't like it much. Again, I haven't seen a whole lot of splash-worthy stuff or easy bombs to splash necessarily. And I haven't seen a whole lot of stuff to ramp into. So I think it would have been pretty good a lot of the times, in a lot of sets, but I don't think it's going to be that great here. I'm going to give it like C minus D plus at best. I'll go D plus.
Skyway Sniper. Green. It's an elf archer with reach, and you can pay 2 and a green to have it deal 1 damage to a target creature applying. It's a 1/2.
I think it's awful. 3 mana to deal 1 damage. Like, most of the flyers have like 3 toughness, it seems like, from what I've seen. Like, there's some that are 2/2, but like, this does nothing in the early game. Like a 1/2 reach, and like, if you're putting counters on it, maybe. But like, I want to give it like a sideboard D. Like, maybe in like a deck that can pump it up, and against a deck with a lot of flyers. I think it's pretty awful. Close to like a D minus. I don't even think it's a good sideboard card, really.
Crashing Brontodon. 1 and double green. It's a dinosaur, and you can pay 1 to sacrifice it to destroy target enchantment or artifact. It's a 3/4.
Yeah, this card's solid. It's green intensive to cast on curve. It's a 3/4. I mean, a 3/4 likely gets in 1 extra hit if you cast it on 3. Like, it's a 3/4 for 4 would kind of suck. So it's not like the days of this thing being a good beater are kind of over. It's a vanilla 3/4 as an attacker. And I don't know how great the ability is. I mean, it's a good card, but I'm going to go like a B minus on it. I don't think it's like anywhere near as good as it once would have been.
Warden of the Woods, 4 and double green. It's a Treefolk with Vigilance, and whenever it becomes the target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, you may draw 2 cards, and it's a 5/7.
Love it. This card's fucking awesome. It's exactly what I'd want my green deck to do. It's vigilance. It can't be ignored. Like a lot of times you get this big green creature out and you can't really even attack with it because you need it to block. This fucking thing is nice. They're not going to be able to kill it in combat all that much. I mean, also I think like if they target it with a removal and like you save it with Ranger's Guile, I think you would still draw. I don't know. Maybe not. I think that would go on the stack first. That doesn't even matter. This card's just awesome. Like, this is a good green payoff for damn sure. This thing's gonna beat my ass some games. I might give it like a B. It might even be a B plus. This is like exactly the kind of card that you want to be putting, trying to get out there.
Wildwood Scourge. X green, it's a Hydra, and it enters the battlefield X 1/1 counters on it. Whenever one or more counters are put on another non-Hydra creature you control, put a 1/1 counter on Wildwood Scourge. It's a 0/0. Wow.
Yeah, I don't love this. I mean, I guess if you go 1-drop, 2-drop, this on 3 is a 2/2, and then Acolyte, you're getting 4 counters out of the Acolyte, but that's going to be like kind of just a dream curve. It's pretty bad on rate. I don't think it's really like I don't know. I don't like in the aggressive deck that wants counters. I don't think it curves very well. Hard for me to rate. It could be wrong, but I'd go low on it at like a C minus.
Dreadmaw, 4 and double green. It's a Dinosaur of Trample. It's also a 6/6. It's a fun card. Yeah.
It's good. It's a good common. It's solid. I mean, you can punish it by being fast or having bounce. Like you put this out and they capture Spirit and attack you. Like probably lost the game. It's kind of why I don't like these big dumb green decks. But if you're playing the big dumb green decks, you want this guy. So I'll go with like a B minus or something on him. I don't know, C plus. You need him if you're playing the deck.
Tyrannodon. It's 1 green, 1 colorless for a Dinosaur Defender, and as long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. It's a 3/3.
I think this card's okay. I don't think you really want it in the 4 Power Matters green red deck, though. I think it play out okay in green white with you having counters and you're going to want enchantments and stuff like Feeder Resistance type cards. I think you can attack with it pretty early there. And I don't know about green blue. Like it seems like it might be good there. It feels like to me green blue is really trying to like gum up the ground and stall and go really big. So it might just be playable there as a nice early defender that you'd side out against like a flying deck. And I don't really know what black green's doing. It might want a defender that can attack later too. I don't know. I think there might be some decks where it plays out at like a B minus or C plus, but it's probably more like a C if I had to guess. I don't know.
Groot Gorehorn, 4 and a green. It's a 7/3 beast.
Yeah, I'll go with a D. D minus. Maybe you play it in a green blue deck. Got the 2-drop that gives flying or something, as well as a Frost Breath or 2. I don't think you're ever going to be happy to do that, but I could see it as a plan. So yeah, I'll go with like a D minus in that deck. A D maybe.
Gnarled Sage, 3 and double green for a 4/4 Treefolk Druid with reach, and as long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn, it has +0/+2 and has vigilance.
Yeah, undesirable for sure. Another D, I guess. I think I might like the 7/3 better. I don't know, something along those lines.
Hunter, 3 and a green sorcery. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control.
It's a good green card, good removal. It seems like if you're sick of it in the chat, you can always just leave. Or if you want to come back and do it another time, watch the VOD. I'm not going to just stop it because you think it's long. I know it's fucking long. I'm the one doing it.
Me too.
You don't have to stay. Anyhow, this is good. I'll go with a B.
Life Goes On, green, instant. You gain 4 life if a creature died this turn. You gain 8 life instead.
I don't like it. Maybe there's some application for it. D minus.
War Visionary, 2 and a green, Elf Druid. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. You can tap it to add a green, and it's a 2/2.
Worse than most people think it is, in my opinion. I don't value the ramp very much. It's certainly a good card. I'm not going to just take it and try to go green because of it, though. I'd like to give this a flat B.
Ornery,
Melissa, I've been doing this for like 8 hours. You better really need me to come down here and interrupt me. I want to finish this thing.
First of all, you are not going to talk to me that way.
I love you.
No,
Don't stand behind me if you want me.
you are not.
Look,
gonna
everyone's already pissed that this is still going on.
holy shit.
All right, Pop Tart, go ahead.
Okay. Ornery Dilophosaur, 3 and a green for Dinosaur of Depth Touch. When it attacks, if you control a creature of power 4 or greater, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. It's a 2/2.
I hate it. I'm giving it a D.
Portcullis Vine, 1 green for a Plant Wall Defender. It's a 0/3, and you can pay 2 to tap and sack it. Sack a creature with Defender to draw a card.
Maybe this is a C minus in a green blue deck that wants to draw 2. Maybe it's a C minus in a green black deck to trigger stuff. Maybe it's a D plus in those decks. I don't want it anywhere else, and you shouldn't need to draft it highly at all.
Pride Malkin, 2 and a green for a cute cat that enters the battlefield, and when it does, it puts a
Go
1/1.
this way.
Ow!
Ah! Run!
He's beating me.
Run!
All right, are you done with this one yet?
When it enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter target creature you control. Each creature you control with a 1/1 counter on it and trample.
Oh, look, there's my face.
It's a
What?
2/1.
What about you?
I said, look, there's my face.
Okay. Anyhow, yeah, this one's fine. I'll go C plus in the right deck that wants counters and stuff. Don't know. Doesn't seem anything special.
Guile, 1 green for an instant that gives target creature you control +1/+1 and hexproof till end of turn.
It's pretty solid in a deck that wants to protect things. I think it's going to be like a C, C plus.
Returner Nature, 1 and a green.
Good night.
Bye
Time
bye.
out. What?
Good night.
Good night. That's all you came down here?
Bye.
Okay, good night, honey.
Good night, honey.
All right, Pop Tart dear, go ahead.
Instant, choose
I
1.
have to compete against that.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, nothing. Choose 1, destroy target artifact, enchantment, or exile a card from a graveyard.
Yeah, sideboard card, I guess. I don't know. C minus.
Run afoul, 1 green for an instant. Target opponent sacrifices a creature of flying.
Yeah, like reasonable sideboard card. It's worse than Plummet and it can't target, but for 1 mana, I don't know. It might play out better some of the time. A flyer's usually good enough to kill, so you're often going to kill the first one they play anyways. So it might be a little bit better than most edicts would seem. But yeah, I mean, I would side it in as like a C minus. You know, if it had more applications, I think it's going to play out more like a B minus when you side it in.
Sabertooth Mauler, 3 and a green for a cat. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, put a 1/1 counter on it and untap it. It's a 3/3.
I really like this card. I think it's my favorite green common, maybe outside of the removal spell. The removal spell is just needed, I guess. I really like this card, though. I mean, you're going to be attacking with all your stuff in these green-white aggro decks. They're going to be killing some stuff. This guy's going to be growing, and he's like impossible to race. Like if you block, he's going to grow and untap. Like, you know, like a blue-white flyer deck, this is basically a 3/3 for 4. But everything else, this thing's like a monster to me. It's like a fucking 3/3 for 4 vigilance that grows every turn. Like, I think it's super good. I think it's like a B minus. I'm gonna be surprised if this is a play out as one of the better green cards.
in training. 1 and a green for an aura that enchants a creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Enchanted creature has +1/+0 and has trample.
Nothing special. I mean, it can make your 3/3 wall attack. It can be okay. I'm sure it's probably supposed to be good in green blue because it's draw matters theme or whatever. I don't know. Play around with it, but I'll go with a C minus.
Snare Spinner, 1 and a green. It's a spider with reach, and when it blocks a creature with flying, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. It's a 1/3.
Poop, but I like it better than that 1/2 reach card. I'd say it's a sideboard like C minus, and you're very unhappy if you're main decking it in any deck.
Panic Growth, 1 and a green for an instant spell that gives target creature +4/+4 until end of turn.
It's a good trick. It hits hard. I think most green decks don't care about hitting that hard. It'd be good in green white because that's aggressive, and it's probably good in green red if you have some tramplers. Green black and green blue, I don't think it's very good. I mean, it's 2-mana combat trick there. That's about it. But I'll go with like a C plus.
Down, 1 and a green for a sorcery that scries 3. Then you reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature or land, draw a card.
Yeah, so this is basically like look at the top 3 cards, take one that's a creature or land, and then instead of put the next 2 on the bottom, you could choose to keep them on top if you want. It doesn't excite me at 2 mana one bit. If you've got some bomb in your deck, some mythic creature or something, maybe you play it. But I'll go with like a D, really like a D minus, but like you're not gonna hate life if you have to play one of these in your deck, I guess. So like maybe a D, I guess.
Truffle Stout, 2 and a green. It's a boar, it's a 2/2, and when it enters the battlefield, choose one of the following. Put a 1/1 counter on it, or gain 4 life.
This thing's surprisingly solid. I mean, it's a 3/3 for 3. It's got a counter, so some of the counters matter stuff can, it's aggressive enough to play in a green white deck as your 3-drop. And, you can always gain life in a race or at a pinch or something in some of these other decks. Like if you need to sacrifice it, in your green black deck, you play it, gain life, and then use it as sack fodder. Some value there, I guess. I think it's solid. C plus.
Spirit Dragon, 8 mana.
Ugin. All right, go on. You can read. I'm just trying to say Ugin. It's a reprint. Everyone knows what it does.
Ugin! Reprint.
All right, everybody knows 8 mana Ugin. It's going to be better than anything in the pack. Pick one, pack one. Definitely take it. If I'm an aggressive deck, if I'm green white, if I'm blue red, I'm not going to take it. I mean, I would for value. If I'm on arena, I'm not going to take it. I do think it's worse than everyone else thinks. But if it's pack one, pick one, you should be able to build a nice deck that wants to go to the late game and build around this. It's going to be better than everything in the pack one, pick one. So I guess it gets that SA tier, but I do think that later in the draft, it's not something that every deck wants.
Chromatic Orrery, 7 mana for a legendary artifact. It allows you to spend mana as though it's any color. You can tap it to add 5 colorless mana, and tap it and pay 5 to draw a card for each color among permanents you control.
I'm just giving it an F. Can it be good in some decks sometime? Yeah, maybe, but F.
Maze My Tome. For 2, it's an artifact that you can put a page counter on it to scry 1. You may tap it and pay 2 to put a page counter on it again and draw a card. And then when there are 4 or more page counters on it, you can exile it. It exiles itself, and when you do, you gain 4 life.
Awesome card. Maybe you don't want it in your most aggressive green-white deck. Fucking at its best, probably in black-white, but it's going to be good everywhere. I mean, it'll trigger your prowess. Not that it's at the best at that, but like, this thing is good. I mean, I think I want to go A minus instead of just like a flat A or something, but I'm probably going to pick one this every time. It's better in that because you can pretty much put it in everything. Like, it's really good.
Golem Simulacrum, or the Sad Robot. It's 4 mana for an artifact creature golem, and when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land, put into the battlefield tap, then you shuffle your library. When it dies, you may draw a card. It's a 2/2.
Yeah, I don't think I would pick this first pick over like a Scorching Dragonfire. I think you don't want it in green white. I think you don't really want it in blue white flyers. You could put it in there, but it wouldn't be amazing. I don't want it in my blue-red decks with prowess. It's good in like all green decks. It's good in like black grindy decks. It's definitely a good card, but I think I would take some of the cards I prefer a little bit more for the decks I prefer a little bit more over this early on in the draft. If you're in one of those other decks, though, it's probably like a B plus, but I would probably draft it early on more as like a B.
Star Creature Masticore. For 3 mana, you get a Masticore, and as an additional cost to cast it, you have to discard a card. It has protection from Planeswalkers. You can pay 1 mana to have it deal 1 damage to target Planeswalker. You can pay 3 mana to give it indestructible until turn. It's also a 3/4.
Yeah, I'd like to rate this close to an F. I would prefer not to ever main deck it and then just decide it in against aggro decks that are on the ground as a blocker. Even then, it's 3 mana to keep it up indestructible. 3/4 just doesn't do enough to cost an additional card. A 3/4 for 3, indestructible. Who cares? I mean, they're just going to have a 3/4 of their own or something with. As long as they have anything with 4 toughness, like this thing just sits there. I mean, it costs you a whole card to play it. Yeah, I give it like sideboard grade maybe. I mean, it's like drafted at like a D. I don't want anything to do with this thing.
Replicator. 5 mana gives you an artifact creature that's a construct. When it enters the battlefield, you control 2 or more non-land, non-token permanents with the same name as one another. Create a 4/4 colorless construct artifact creature token. It's a 4/4.
I like this card. I don't think you would want to draft it early. I mean, I don't know how to rate it. If you have a couple of things, like if you have the maybe if you have the creature that searches for those dogs and you have a bunch of one of them, it goes up a little bit in that deck. I mean, if you have a few 2-ofs, it's probably playing out as like a C plus. If you have like a 3 or 4 of, it's probably a little better than that. I do like the card, but I mean, you don't really want to play it if you just have like 1 duplicate or something. It's mostly just going to be a 4/4 for 5.
Epitaph Golem. For 5 mana, you'll get a Golem, and for 2 mana, you can put a target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. It's a 3/5.
Doesn't work non-token, chat. Okay, so this 3/5 for 5 sucks. There'll be some decks that want to like have this as an engine that are worried about decking, stuff like that. And those decks, it will be absolutely essential. But I'm going to give this thing like a D plus or something.
For 5 mana, you can shock something, and you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color.
I don't like this. There might be some decks that can use a 5 mana ramp spell, but I'll go with like a D.
Palladium Mirror. For 3 mana, you get an artifact creature mirror. It's a 2/2, and you can tap it to add 2 colorless mana.
Yeah, it's a colorless card, but it's not really. I mean, you don't want it in your aggro green white or your blue red or anything. You might want it in your black red deck. If you got like Gorman and a dragon or something in there, it could be good. You probably want it in any green deck for sure. And I don't know how your blue black, blue white control. You don't want it in blue white flyers. I feel like in some decks it's going to be like a B, but it's not like a card you want to just throw in every deck, really. So you rate it however.
I'm almost free. Tarmod. For 0 mana, you get an artifact, and you can sacrifice it to exile all cards from target player's graveyard.
Sideboard card against the Reanimator deck that'll probably play as like a C minus or D plus in that matchup. So pretty poor.
Forgotten Sentinel. You get for 4 mana, you get a Golem that enters the battlefield tapped, and it's a 4/3.
D minus. I don't want to play it.
Kryptonite. For 2 mana, you'll get a Golem that's a 2/1, and you can pay 2 mana to add 1 mana of any color.
I'm going to go with a D. You don't want to put this in your deck. I don't think there's going to be a lot of splashy decks. Again, maybe there's this Shrine deck. Maybe you run one there or something as a 2-drop that can help you with your mana. It's a 2-drop. It's slightly better than these D minuses, I guess, but not by a lot.
1 mana for an equipment that gives equip creature +1/+1. You can equip for 1.
Seems pretty solid. You're not going to want it in your big green blue deck or whatever. I think it's okay. It'll trigger your prowess. It's good in aggressive decks. I think black white it's really good in. Size your creatures up there. I'd go with like a C minus or something. Maybe your first copy's a C in some of your decks.
Dart. 1 mana artifact. Pay 4 and tap and sack it to deal 3 damage to target creature.
Undesirable. I mean, you can put it in a prowess deck or something if you really need something. Maybe D minus. I don't like it.
Sky Scanner. 3 mana for a Thopter that's a 1/1. It's flying, and when it enters the battlefield, draw a card.
Solid. It's going to be a little bit better in some decks than others. I still think your aggro green-white deck wants the bodies. It wants it. I think your blue-red spells deck doesn't care much about it. And everything else pretty good, I think. I think it's going to be like kind of probably like a B minus. Like, it's a good card. Put it in anywhere and be pretty happy with it. All right, we're at the lands. Temples. They're good. You don't have to draft them highly. I don't know what these lands. The life gain matter stuff all triggers at 3. There could be like, I don't know. It's probably not going to play them for the life gain off color. Or anything.
Almost.
Play a dual land if you need it. What?
Nothing.
I don't know what's left. Our Animal Sanctuary.
Woo!
Go ahead, Pop-Tart. It's cute. Read it.
Animal Sanctuary. It's a land that taps for colorless mana. You can pay 2 and tap it to put a 1/1 counter to target bird, cat, dog, goat, fox, or snake. The cool thing about this card is that most of the creatures that fulfill this requirement are in green, red, or white. I did my research.
This card's good if it works in your deck. If this thing works in your deck, it's probably like a B plus or something. It's super good. I'm not going to pick one it or anything. Maybe I would have later in the format once I knew a little bit more about it, but it's very good. Fabled Passage, decent mana fixing card, whatever. Radiant Fountain, probably not going to play it hardly ever. Maybe in your really controlling deck if you have really good mana, but probably not. And that is it. There's no more slides.
Woo!
There's no more slides. So if you made it this far, you're fucking crazy if you're watching the VOD or whatever. But it was fun, at least for the first 4 hours or whatever. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut the stream off. Then I'm going to restart the stream, and I'll draft or something. But I want this thing just to have its own little video. So there's that. I'm coming back if you want to watch drafts.